Welcome to the live stream show, draft day coverage coming at you from the Hawks Nest. My name is Brandon Kane. I appreciate you, as I ever do for you, coming in and checking out my channel. You could be anywhere, but you choose to be here, and it is appreciated. And today we have one of what I know I'm certainly guilty of hyperbole, right? I can get a little overwhelmed with stuff at the point, but I don't think I'm overstating today. As I've said many times, one of the true monumental days in Seahawks draft history, a day that could help slingshot this team around the bend, back towards a place where we're talking about Super Bowl windows and, dare I say, Lombardi trophies. It's these kind of days on these sort of drafts that you can pull that off, especially when they're coming in tandem with last year's draft. And as historic a potential draft as the Seahawks have here at their disposal today, it is absolutely the truth that they had a very historical draft last year with the assembly of picks that they brought forward. And now if you bring these two together, peanut butter and jelly, baby. Peanut butter and jelly. We got ourselves a sandwich at that point. So that is what is at stake today. That is what is on the line. I know I don't have to ask my fellow 12s if you're ready for this. I've been checking with you all week. I've been pulse checking you all week. I've been heat checking you all week. And every one of you, the like, have stood up and said, I'm here to ring the bell. There's been passion. There's been want. There's been, I like this guy. No, I like this guy. There's the fighting. There's the months of it. But through it all, we care. We want to see this team better. And today we finally, fully get to find out. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I'm going to probably, hopefully, be a pretty happy camper throughout the next course of these 3 days, as I will plan to be live streaming all 3 days of this coverage. A little bit of a weird deal there on that thing. I don't know what that was. So we will definitely be going through up and down, back and forward here over these next few days and looking over these picks and turning them over. But do get excited. 10 picks in this draft, 4 picks in the first 52 selections. That is something that you certainly feel very good about here as we go forward now today. And I appreciate you guys for checking it out. I appreciate everybody for being along this whole journey with me, going through this draft process, looking at things kind of up and down, backwards to front, trying to kind of figure out what's what. I think we've all kind of gotten to a place where we have as much an understanding kind of collectively as we've had for any upcoming draft because of the fact that there are so many picks that are on the line today. I'm going to go through a little final here. I guess my final I don't think it's going to be worth a whole hell of a lot because quite frankly, you know, this thing's going to be in a lot of upheaval right now as far as this draft goes. I'm just getting ready right now to get into I don't want to do it in the comment section here, so I'm going to put it down. Well, we'll just put it in the comment section for you guys. I can put it in the description. You guys can see it there. So I'm going to put down in the description, I got my final horizontal board done last night of all the last players that I had a chance to kind of scout through. And so I'm going to put just below the description section a link. Horizontal board. ... Okay. So that horizontal board is going to be there now. That's a link that will take you to the image of the 2 different boards that I've got at present. So if you guys are looking through and you're interested in, you know, kind of seeing what that might entail or where I am on these guys or where I've got them ranked, let the record show. I've put a stake in the ground on these guys. I'm not wavering. The final board is the final board. We got no more room to kind of go up or down. So I probably made some interesting choices on that board from some of your guys' perspective. No doubt about it. Understandable. But I feel confident in my assessment on these guys because, like I said, like you guys have done out there and how I hear from you, I mean, in many cases, you guys are step for step with me on this scouting stuff, if not a step or 2 ahead at times on some of these guys. And I think that just is representative of the fact that we're going to know these guys really well. We find ourselves 15 minutes out here from the draft coverage. So I just want to welcome everybody in. We've got a couple donations. I'll post up my final deal here. I'll just kind of post it and we can maybe discuss it a little bit. But this is just going to be my final mock I just did a first round mock. It's hard enough even getting close, I think, on this first round mock to getting a 2-round mock. So we'll go through a couple of these picks here in just a second. But let me get a just quick acknowledgement here. Maxwell Stern, good to see you in the house. Adrian X, thank you for jumping in. Megan Gok Roger, my lady from down under. She's got her jersey ready on her side. Zorn, I got my larger ready. We've done all we can on our end here. as far as the mystical spirits are concerned. Washington Fisquest, hello. Tobias Larson, very good to see you in the house, man. Sean Lee, hello. Nasir, what's up, man? Nasir says, Jalen Carter, let's go. Mr. Kane, thank you for reminding me of that. Do please, if you could, folks. It's a small thing, but a big thing in my heart. Like and sub up. We're going to try to get over 12,000 subscribers over the course of the next 4 days. That means we got to get 300 subscribers. I'm being aggressive with this, but this is going to be draft night. I'm guessing we're going to have quite a few amount of people in here. So if you're not subscribed to the Hawks Nest, please do so. We're on a goal here to try to get pushed forward, and I really would appreciate it. Why do I says people are talking about teams trading up even as high as 3 to get Carter? Oof. That's interesting to hear. We're hearing a lot of rumors right now. I'm hearing Cardinals, Titans might be trading up. We're hearing a little bit of stuff going on here. So it's a little hard to kind of make what of what, so to speak. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? You know it's not right unless I got D-Boy in here. Let's go. Robert, my brother's in the house. You know it's definitely not right if I don't got my blood in the house. You know it's not right if he's not in the house. Come on, Rob, let's go. Dommates, let's go. I know you guys are hyped. Jim Campbell, what's up? Free Truth Ski Nation. Daniel, Barry Sports Highlights. Hello. Michael Myers. All my old school names in here. I'm liking it. Bud Inlet. Well, Inlet's in the house. Derek Young, Burner. Pete is scaring me with his hints. He's scaring me too. I don't know what they mean. I got to stop paying attention to them because they just end up tripping me out. Robert Jimenez. Hello, man. He says, let's up and go. Let's go, man. Let's go. Sector 7. Thank you. He's starting us off. Sector 7 coming in the house. Dropping the 50 bomb in the house, and let's start this off right. Let's kick this draft coverage off right, Brandon. He brings a big, fat $50 donation here just to begin things, just to start things. Thank you so much, Sector 7. I really do appreciate that. That is a tremendous donation. Anytime you guys drop the 50, I don't even think thank you is quite enough and when you guys put that amount of money into the tip jar, as they say. So thank you so much, man. Sector 7, you're awesome. And again, another one of my old school OG folks that have been here for a very, very, very long period of time, part of this channel. And it's just wonderful to still see some of these names in here that have just been here for so long in this place. He says, rock and freaking roll, brother. Rough few weeks, but let's rock tonight. I can't get this on TV, so you are my guy. Let's limit the spoilers tonight in the chat, hopefully. I had so much fun here. My last draft. Oh my God, this is the place to be. Oh, it is going to be the place. I'm telling you, we're going to have fun. We're going to be doing this for 3 days. It's going to go off Sector 7. You're going to watch me just about peeing myself before the pick. That in itself is going to be awesome, right? That's fun to watch a grown man sitting here just about having a heart attack over the 5th overall selection. But you know it's going to happen. I already can feel like last night I was cool. I was a cool cucumber last night. I was Mr. Confident last night. Everybody's in the chat going, I'm getting nervous. I don't know if I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to sleep like a baby. What are you guys talking about nervous? Oh, you guys all so nervous. Gosh, I'm at ease. I know what I know. And then I get in bed last night. And now as the draft's getting minutes closer, I feel the foot tapping, feel a little toe tapping on the foot, right? A little like, okay, we're tapping here. All right. We're getting a little nervous here. Okay. I get it. That's okay. we're going here with it tonight. Spectre 7. We're going here. So God, I do hope it's going to be a good news in that respect of things. And Spectre, thank you for also reminding me of something, folks in the chat. Many of you are going to be at different speeds ahead than other people are, or you're looking at Twitter and you're trying to break the news really quickly. If you can, I'm not, and I want to put this to the mods too, that I don't want this enforced in a hard-lined way tonight. I want this, if they cannot post it, I would appreciate it. But I think at the same point in time, we're going to have people popping in and out and going to other streams and then here for a while. It's very hard if anybody's even really getting the full, scoop as to our little kind of rule of the order here. Just like, if you can, don't break the spoilers in the chat as to who the selection is. Let's wait until I can actually kind of just break it live, and then I'll break it live for you guys. So if you can, hold off on that until I've kind of said something about it, then, we're going to have plenty of time to really discuss it and talk about it at that point. But that's a great point on your part, Spectre 7. It's more funner for people in the chat if they don't have people necessarily kind of spoiling in the chat. They want to, because I'm going to do the whole little ESPN sound and announce the pick like I'm Mr. Goodell himself. But I'm going to do it that way. So that's how I always do it around here. We try to give it a little bit of theatrical value if we can. So it does help that if you don't spoil it down line. But rock and freaking roll is right, Spectre 7. Thank you so much for that $50 donation, dropping it right out the gate like that. You are awesome, man. Let's go tonight, folks. Let's go. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt, he says, hey, Brandon, he's been a Hawks member for 7 months now. He says, we're finally here. 3 a.m. Hashtag Go Hawks. I'm telling you, you worldwide Hawkers, you 12s out there worldwide, I know you got it hard sometimes, be it game day or draft coverage or even the start of free agency. You got to find yourselves getting up at the crack dawn of morning, but that's how you can know in your own heart, you know for sure you are a true fan. That it is, it may be continents that divide us, but the fanship connects us. So it's wonderful to hear that you got up at 3, George. Hopefully this team is going to reward you with some tremendous picks here today with some action. We got 2 of the selections, a top 5 pick. Let's see what we can do with this. Cosell, Megan says, Cosell, regarding pick 5, one can only wonder today, after all of the trepidation, what will the Seahawks do? Go for the shooting star, who very well could burn brightly into that good night. The Georgia Bulldog from the southern beach fields of Athens. One Jalen Carter. Or do they take a ride on the quarterback of the future? The man with the golden arm and the golden leg. Anthony Richardson. Robert says a walk-in Pacino Nolte on who the Hawks will film. I don't know. It's too hard to tell. It could be anybody at this point. Maybe I ask Al what he knows. I want Carter, but I don't know. No, he does. What do you think, Al? Oh, it's a hard pick. I'll give you that. Who knows at this point who they take? Hopefully somebody good. What do you think, Nick? I don't care. Get off my face. Nick doesn't know either. He's in the dark. William Leonard's been celebrating 12 months as a Hawks Nest member in the Ring of Honor. I appreciate that, William Leonard. Appreciate all you guys' longtime memberships. Says, happy draft day. What is your prediction on how we're going to fix our cap situation? Go Hawks. I think that that's not going to necessarily need to be done in the draft. I think that you can do it after the draft, and it probably is, all it really simply takes is one really retooling of one contract that's on the roster. And considering they've not retooled many contracts on the roster, that shouldn't be that difficult to pull off. So I would imagine it comes from that if I'm playing the guessing game of, does it come from here? Does it come from there? It just seems silly to me that you're trying to go save that money in a draft, or you're letting that drive your draft judgment based on, based on the need for saving some coin. Not many teams I think are operating necessarily in that fashion of things. Go some more donos here. Let me get these in here. Washington Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. Says, with the number 5 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select LJ Collier. I hope not today. I hope to dear God that does not happen today. So I don't think that there's any chance they can grab anybody, even if I was a little disappointed with the pick, that would be anywhere hopefully on point of problematic as much as LJ was on draft day. I don't think I'll be there, hopefully. But thank you for the $5 donation, Washington Quest. You're awesome, man. MJ Seahawk with a $20 dono says, been MIA for a while. I don't mind, man, as long as you always come back home, man. Sometimes you got to go out there and explore and get out about. Just always come back home. That's all I'm saying, MJ. But thank you for the $20 donation. He says, been MIA for a while. Let's go Hawks. Hey, let's go Hawks, MJ. Let's go have a magical run this next 3 days. Let's do what we did last year. Let's shock the NFL world. Let's stack 2 of the most historical draft classes the NFL has ever seen, and let's see what we can do with that. Let's see what we can ride with that. So you get hyped today. You get ready today. Let's get ready to roll. All right? I want this energy going all night. Mom's in the house, dropping a $20 donation. Thank you. I got my brother in the house, got my mom in the house, got my OGs in the house. I'm at ease. I'm nervous, but I'm also at ease. It's a very good thing to see. And mom's in the house, and love mom, love brother. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Thank you for the $20. Spectre 7 has been a member for 18 months as well. Thank you for that $50 donation and being a long time member on the channel. Man, 18 long months. Time flies by, Spectre 7. He says, it's an honor to be part of the OG crew. You know it, man. And I'm always going to recognize the OG crew helped get me through early when we just had a couple dozen eyeballs that would be willing to watch me. So we're far beyond those days now, but I do remember, man. So Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You guys have been there every step of the way with us. It's been fun being able to experience this whole kind of growth process with you guys. But thank you, man. Appreciate you. Devo Martel with the $20 donation says, good to see you, buddy. Well, it's good to see you too. And thank you for the $20 donation. Says, let's go. So pumped. It feels like Christmas. This is Christmas. Make no mistake about it. This is double Christmas, Devo. You got your Christmas back whenever that happened. I don't know. It's not as important as this Christmas. You know, this is like the hobbits with the second dinner. Okay. That's what we're doing right here. And you're coming into this draft with a playoff team, with hope on the horizon, with young bucks all ready to go. And you're about to have 10 picks in this draft. You're about to have 4 selections in the first 52. You got a number 5 overall selection. The damage that can be done here is nearly incalculable. And that's why I'm so excited to watch it happen. So when you talk about Christmas, this is Christmas with the presents stacked so high around the tree. All you can see is the top of the tree now. It's presents. You got the top of the tree and you got that little angel on top. That's all you see right now. That's all there is. Just that. You say, how can there be this many presents, Mom? And she says, it's been a good year. It's been a good year. And you just run in, dive in, and start ripping stuff open. You know how you guys used to do. You know how we used to do. Turn into pure savages in that moment. But Devo, thank you, man. Appreciate the $20 donation and happy second Christmas, sir. Roxanne Roll is in the house. Another one of my OGs in the house. Woo! I love this. Thank you for the $20 donation, Roxanne. She says, finally, it's been a long, slow few weeks getting to tonight. Thank you, B. Well, thank you as always for your longtime support as well, Roxanne. Another one of those folks been here with me from the beginning. Appreciate you on that. And it indeed has been a very slow draft point through this, folks. This has been one of those, oh my goodness, you know, are we gonna get to the end of this? Is it going to occur? Or is it how long can March really take? Is it really going to be this long? And then April went a little faster, but not by much. But we are finally here. After all the waiting, hopefully it makes it that much sweeter now, the taste, as we have all been in anticipation on the edge of our seats here, Roxanne. But it's good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $20 donation. And let's go Hawks tonight. Let's go Hawks. Thank you for all your support too. Rob Terrell has been a Hawks Nest member for 11 months. Thank you for that, Rob Terrell. Longtime support. Says, let's go. Path to the Super Bowl starts now. Let's go. It starts now. Starts tonight. You put the foundation down last year. You build your building with this draft. That Super Bowl window, that window that's been shut for a couple of years now. You hear that squeak? You hear that whine? You hear that moan? That's that window opening up. And that's where we're heading now. That's where we're heading if this draft is done in the right way, in the right fashion, and they can kill it anywhere close to the fashion of how they did last year. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did I say let's go? Let's go! That's right. Bring that energy tonight. I ain't going to apologize for it. I ain't going to make people try to understand it. You're either going to feel it or you're not. And I'm pulse checking tonight. Let's go. Empower Code, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, currently wearing my woolen jersey for good luck, go Hawks. Empower Code locks on to another very important point here as we now find ourselves 2 minutes away from the start of this draft. If you have a lucky jersey, you have 2 minutes to go get that on now. If you haven't, you've been dropping a ball here prior to this draft. We know what we need to do to create the right kind of energy to make this draft successful. You know what you need to do. I know it's an old jersey. I know it's in tatters. I know it's in near ruins in the back of your closet. Get on in there, pull that sucker out, put it on, because that's the luck we need to collectively bring together in a synergistic fashion, okay? Do that for me tonight. If you've got that jersey in your closet, grab that jersey and get that sucker on, because we need to make it happen. They need our help. They need everything that we can do for them in Power Code. Whatever your jersey may be, it doesn't have to be a collective jersey. It's whatever it is in your personal heart, and you know that jersey. You know what it is. Go get that jersey now. Do it. Do it. Make it so. Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, go Hawks. Listening to you while I'm in traffic. Well, we will be covering every minute of this here, I promise you. It'll be probably not as much interaction in the chat as we're going fast and furious on some of these picks, outside of once we get to the Hawks pick, of course. But I'll be covering every step of the way, man. Thank you, Cameron, for the $5 dono. Snail, thank you for a $5 donation. Appreciate you as well for all the donations. You guys are kicking us off right, man. I'm going to get behind on the donations today. I can just tell. It says, trade down to 8 to 10 and take Bijan Robinson. Let's go. Bijan Robinson's an interesting player. Where's he going to go? Rumors, and you can see on my mock that I have here, right here, him actually going in number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. So I see it being a one where there's rumors of that. I can see maybe a connection of that. Cordell Patterson is getting older over there. They're going to want to run the ball, I think, within that offense. We'll see how it's going to play out with that. But I certainly think that he would be very interesting to John Schneider and Coach Carroll at this point. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. See here. So we've got the draft not quite starting here. I'll try to catch up on these donations because I want to try to be ready for this live. Roxanne Roll, thank you for the 21 months as a Ring of Honor member. That's what I'm talking about. Been here since the beginning. It says 294 viewers, 94 likes. Smash that like button, 12s. Go Hawks. Roxanne hits that right on the button as well. Thank you for all these reminders. You guys are keeping me on it here with it because I will forget. If you haven't hit that like button, I know it's a weird thing. I know it's an odd thing. It's like, oh, I'm not really wanting to do it. It helps this channel out considerably. Even if you're not ready to sub up or you're already subbed up, hitting that like button tells YouTube to push me out to others out there, tells me this is good content, and that will definitely help this channel out. So if you can, please, with almost 322 people here in the chat, hit that like button if you could. Just takes 2 quick seconds. 2 quick seconds, little time. Kevin Low Nice says, go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation, Kevin. You better believe it, man. You better believe it. The Snail with a $5, got you on there. Snail Ski Nation with a $5 donation. He says, got the Lynch jersey on for our beast mode picks. Let's go, man. Big defense picks. Let's go. Defense picks. Give me some Jalen Carter, Calijah Kancey, 1-2 first round. How about that? How about we just rebuild our defensive line with our 2 first rounders? That sound good to you guys? That sound okay by you? How about we just take that nice, easy little path? And indeed, we are 5:01 now here. So let's see. I think we are now on essentially the clock. The clicky clock. They don't have it quite starting here, but we're going to be on pick 1 here. So I'm going to be trying to catch up on this as I kind of can. I will break this stuff as fast as I can see it on my end. You guys may be getting a little bit ahead of it on your end with it. So if that is the case, I'm sorry. I will try to be as quickly as I can with it. But indeed, we do have the Carolina Panthers up now at this point in time, ready to roll. So where we're at with that. Snail, big defensive picks. I'm in favor of it. I want to see it. Let's make it happen. Let's rebuild this defensive line. Let's rebuild the greatest weakness we had last year on this team as a whole. We've dropped 4 defensive linemen this offseason. We've only picked up 2. It's a need. There's a strength of that in this draft at the top that's not necessarily as much there later on in the draft. Let's make it happen. Let's make it go. Mumbles with a $2 donation. Good to see Mumbles back in the house as well. He says, well, F. Guess I'm not taking a nap. Laughing out loud. No, you can't nap right now. I need my 12s up. You can be lounging. You can be almost at the edge of sleep, but I need you up and awake and vibrant and live and taking all of this in just like I am. So come up here, Mumbles. Come up here. Get up here. You can nap later. You can nap when you're dead. You can nap in the afterlife. That's when you can nap. Thank you for the double donos or the $2 donation though, man. Appreciate you. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Brando, we need the orange cat in view for the 5th selection. That cat magic is when she's not attacking her sister. I will. She's laying on the bed right now being weird about it. So I'm hoping she comes out usually when I start talking, it brings her back out, but she's got this real killer spot on the bed right now where she's doing that I'd be heartless if I pick her up and draw her into here, but I'm going to, by the 5th pick, have to. If she doesn't come out, I'm going to have to pull her out because it's a necessity for the luck. Like you say, it's for the magic of the pick she's her nap sacrifices for our Seahawks gain. And I think that's something that she's just going to have to make her peace with. And she should be mad at me the rest of the night about it. But if it means our pick's right, worth it. Worth it. All right, we got the Carolina Panthers on the clock here, folks. Tickety-tock. We'll see what they're going to do. Is it going to be Mr. Bryce Young, the little guy? He's just a little guy. Larry Bird with a $2 donation says, thanks for all you do for us Hawks fans. Let's effing go. Well, thank you for the $2 donation. It's right back at my fellow Hawk fans out there. Whatever I give out, you guys give right back to me. It's been a real fun offseason going through covering this team and going through all the iterations and possibilities and talking draft prospects and free agency. I love doing this, man. As I say many times, I'll say it a million times now, I'll say a million times in the future. It's that this is my favorite thing to do. I love this more than anything else. It is absolutely an honor to be able to get out here on this live stream and stuff like this and just talk with so many of you and have so many of us on the same kind of level, all kind of operating from the same standpoint of where we want to, just want to see the team good, want to have great football discussion. It's there every single week we do this, man. And I love it. And I really do appreciate it. Kevin Lonice, thank you for the Go Hawks $5 donation. Kevin also with another $5 donation says, I'm at work and following along with you. Well, don't work too hard, man. And I'm going to try to make this action as scintillating as I possibly can. I promise you. I will tell you this. You don't have to wonder if I'm going to bring the energy tonight. You ain't going to have to wonder if I'm going to be ready tonight. I'm ready. I'm turned up tonight. We're going to have some fun with this tonight. It's going to get a little lively. I have a feeling. D-Boy, thank you for the $5 donation. And you're one of my OGs as well, my man. Since the beginning, since 22 subs? Was it 17 subs? You hopped aboard? I can't remember. It's so far back at this point. Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, OG D-Boy is here and all the love you see. All the love you be. I think you meant C, so I was trying to change the C, but it might be B. Either one kind of applies there, D-Boy. And love nothing right back at you, man. I appreciate you. You've been one of my longtime mods here. And again, you were here with me. I might have been single digits when you subbed up to my channel. So appreciate you, man. It's great to see you in there. Having all my OGs in here makes me feel a little bit better about this draft. I'm a little more comforted, right? Like a man going into battle and he looks at his flanks and he recognizes the faces. And yes, looks to his other side, recognizes the faces. Okay, I'm ready. And then, man, I'm ready. Let's do our big speech and let's go. Charge! Charge! Eric99's been a member for 18 months. The Carter era begins. Go Hawks. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Eric. Thank you for that long 18 months as a member, and I do hope, please be right. Please be right. Red Ace, thank you for the $20 donation. You guys are coming in fat tonight with these donos. I appreciate it, man, so much. He says, let's go, bro. Much love, everybody. Thank you for all your coverage up to this point. Increase the anticipation to the 12th level. Go Hawks. That's right. This is Spinal Tap. It doesn't just go to 11. It goes to 12. Why don't you just make 12 10? Because we want to go to 12. That's the knobs. The knobs go to 12. I appreciate that, though, Red Ace. It's been my pleasure, man. I've loved doing this draft coverage. It's just so much fun. We have this many picks to consider all of the wonderful players that you could end up bringing into the fray. It is just a bit amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. D-Man, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we need Perna here during the Hawks' first pick. Just making an angry face, Perna would be. D-Man just... probably wouldn't have to even say much. His face would tell the tale. Tell the tale of the Hawks breaking their hearts so many times over. To the point that you're past bitterness. Beyond that, you could say. Just to fully anger, basically. Dom H has been a member for 10 months. Thank you, Dom. He says, 1 a.m., living through your energy right now. Hey, I'm going to bring it all night, man. I'm going to bring it all 3 days. I'm ready to go on this draft. I'm ready to cook. I'm ready to see John cook. I'm ready to see Coach Carroll dancing with not with the shirt off, just dancing. I'm ready to see that war room going wild. And indeed, it does look like we do have the pick coming in here. We do have the pick coming in. It does appear. Let's see what we're going to be getting here. But thank you, Dom H. I'm going to try to keep it going here. Thank you for Barry for the $10 donation. Says, can we get Michelle Buffer to hop on and shout, it's time? I'd love that. Are you ready to rumble? Not as good as him with it, but that's as good as I got on that, Barry. Thank you for the $10 donation. It is time. It is time. Mumbles with a $5 dono. Appreciate you on that as well. It says, because the donations didn't go through on my end, so here we are, laughing out loud. Oh, I saw your good. Yeah, they did go through on my end, Mumbles, so at least did show up on mine. I appreciate you on those donos. All those donos, man. Garth Knight with a $10 donation says, Brando, don't interrupt the cat meditation. I feel like she's going through all the scenarios in her feline brain to see what's best for you and all the Hawk fans. Let the orange cat cook or work as you say. I added Cook. All right, we'll give her time. You're going to, Garth, have to make a call on this one, though, as we get to our pick. So, because we might want her out here on Catland Point here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to take this silly thing off my up. I didn't get a chance to go to my mock. Sorry, guys. You guys had so many donos in the chat. I couldn't get to the mock draft. I love you guys. You're awesome. But thank you for the $10 donation. Jonah the Whale with the $2 donation says, I'm at work. I'm plugged in. Let's go Seahawks. Thank you, Jonah. Appreciate you on that. Flying Blind with a $10 donation says, got my jersey on that I wore when I watched my college Arkansas beat the number 1 team in the nation, Auburn, in basketball last year. Different sport, but the magic is there. Go Hawks. Doesn't matter if it's a different sport. Doesn't matter if it's wherever it may come from. I don't care. You know in your heart what your lucky jersey is. I don't have to tell you it. Nobody in the world has to tell you it. Some people may not even know what it is. It may be one of your darkest secrets, but you know what that jersey is, and that jersey needs to be on your back when our pick comes up. That energy can just roll through the landscape like electricity in its fingers extending out past the Pacific Northwest across the world as the 12 Mans unite and helping this team forward. They've got Patrick Mahomes out doing some dances with the Lombardi Trophy. Good to see that he got it back after drunkenly giving it away back in the day a little bit there. That is good to see. But thank you, Jonah, for the donation. Flying Blind, I appreciate the donation as well. And you're on the right track, man. We're of like mind as always, my fellow chat, my fellow 12s. You know what I'm saying on this. Get that jersey right. Get that jersey right. Low rider. Chev 64, just keeping the action going here with another $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are amazing tonight. So many donations, so much support tonight. We're just getting started here in the first 30 minutes. My goodness. Thank you so very much, Lowrider Chev. He says, let's get it. Let's get it. I'm telling you, NFL world's going to be quaking their boots after tonight. The NFL world's going to be going, man, how'd they get all those picks? Why, Denver? Why'd you do that? Why did you do that, Denver? Why did you do that? Denver's just over there like, we didn't know. Denver's over there like Dan Aykroyd in Ghostbusters when they brings up the mental image of the Marshmallow Man in his head. And they're just like, clear your mind. And he's just like, it was all I could think about. I just thought of something that was in camp. It's like, you stupid, silly son of a... Oh. Spectre 7 says with a $5 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, oh my Lord, Brandon, if you tell another drunk joke, I'm going to have to drink. Oh, it's coming. They're going to come out in the droves tonight. And I'm in this good a mood, Spectre 7, I can't help myself. Good, bad, and indifferent. I'm going to be in just too good a mood tonight. I'll tell you that. Thanks, man, for all the donos. You're awesome, you guys. Awesome. And we do have the Carolina Panthers on the clock. I guess they started the draft I thought it was at 5, but I guess it's 5:10 technically. 5:10. So I'm going to stay on top of the chat. Keep in mind, folks, if I do miss your comment, or I do miss your question or something like that, I'm going to be streaming all 3 days. I'll be streaming on Sunday, twice on Sunday, one on with Brendan, one on my channel. So definitely we will cover all of the, any of the questions you might have or any of your kind of angle that we might be. But I'm definitely going to be, like we are a little bit on game day today during the chat, I'm going to be really locked into kind of where the chat's at from a live basis and reacting to things as they're happening kind of up on the fly. Since we do have 8 minutes, I'll show you guys really quickly here in a very fast fashion my final mock draft. Bryce Young going first, CJ Stroud going next, Paris Johnson to the Cardinals. This is obviously if there's no trades. I have Levis going to the Colts, Seahawks taking Jalen Carter, the Lions then landing Will Anderson Jr., Anthony Richardson going to the Raiders, Bijan Robinson to the Falcons, Skoronski to the Chicago Bears. Eagles take Brian Branch, Jackson Smith and Jigba goes to the Titans, Tyree Wilson to the Texans, Dalton Kincaid to the Green Bay Packers, Nolan Smith to the New England Patriots. They're the Patriots, I tell you. They're very good Patriots. We got the New York Jets taking Darnell Wright. Devin Witherspoon going to Washington. Joey Porter Jr. to Pittsburgh. Detroit taking Christian Gonzalez. Tampa Bay with Anton Harrison. Seahawks coming back at pick 20 with Calijah Kancey. Okay, so it's my dream. It's my dream. Don't hate me for it, okay? Don't hate me for it. My prediction is also my want. Completely coincidental. This was all put together with just supreme, unbiased intellect pressed forward 100% of the time, I swear to God. 21, the Chargers take Darnell Washington. 22, Will McDonald goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Ooh, Myles Murphy goes out to Minnesota and straps on some sculling it up. Jaguars go with Osiris Torrance, right guard. Zay Flowers out into New York. Feels like a right fit there. Jahmyr Gibbs with the Cowboys in a surprise pick there as they grab him in the first round. Jack Campbell to the Buffalo Bills. And the Terrapin Deonte Banks goes out to the Cincinnati Bengals. Bryan Bresee to the Saints. He's got just a Saints name, right? Bryan Bresee. Sounds like a Saints name. Mazi Smith out to the Eagles as they have a pretty good little first round there right at that point. And then Lukas Van Ness finishes off the first round with the Kansas City Chiefs taking him at that point. So that's my mock. We'll see how I do on this. I have about 1.5% amount of faith that I'll get about 7 of these picks maybe right. We'll see. This draft's going to be, this is a strap in kind of draft. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a strap in kind of draft. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know which way this thing is going to go. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I do appreciate it. All the donos, you guys are just, it's amazing. I can't just thank you so much. He says, and it all comes down to this. At the 1 yard line, and we have 2nd and goal. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He's bringing that to bear. He says, appreciate all the hard work you did this offseason and content. Best show. Well, thank you so much, Kevin. I'm having, the channel it's weird with time, gets more fun doing it. It gets more enjoyable and just thinking of all the possibilities where I can kind of take this thing, because there are no rules here. You know, you can do whatever you kind of want to do with it. But I love what I do, man. You guys are part of why I love what I do, and not donation standpoint, but just from this fan standpoint of we get the new people coming into our chat often, and I'm sure we're going to hear about it over the next couple of days with some newbies that'll come into the chat and they'll go, oh my gosh, you're going for 5-6 hours. Oh my gosh, you're going for 7 hours. And it's like, well, why are you going for that long? What are you going for? It's like, I like talking to my people. That's why. You can try to pick it apart and you can try to find some other deeper reasoning in it. But at the end of the day, I enjoy talking to my people. I enjoy talking with people that are like-minded with me. They get into football to the depths that we get into it. And to me, it's more odd that people find it odd. I find your curiosity curious. So I feel a little bit about it. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, another one of my OGs, another one of my OG original mods in the house. Jose, it's really good to see you as well. Brings a smile to my face. And of course, now, folks, do me this favor today. We got Jose Rodriguez is marching towards 1,000 subscribers there on his own channel. You can find it quickly just through his username. He's trying to get up to that 1,000 mark, folks. I'd sure like to see him get up over the top of them. You get monetized at 1,000. It's a big march. It's a big step if you're at that spot as far as fledgling YouTube goes. So let's help him get up over the top there on that if we can. And Jose, it's really good to see you in the chat, man. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. We've got 3 minutes and 58 seconds until the Carolina Panthers are going to pick here in this first round. He says, Brando, my call would be to keep the orange cat in REM sleep. Her work is most effective in this realm. Just my opinion. Fair enough, Garth. Fair enough. We will not raise her. But I'm sure if we mess up that first pick, Garth, by the time we get back around to 20, you're going to have me you're going to have me holding her up like Simba in The Lion King, which was going to be my plan. Maybe if Carter is picked, actually, I'm going to do that. So that's going to be part of my celebration. I have kind of a whole celebration. It's almost like if Carter's picked, that I'm going to go through here, right? A whole thing that's going to kind of go through. My cat Pumpkin donated $5 into the chat. She says, better not move me. I'm enjoying my spot. It feels nice. Fair enough. The cat has spoken. Appreciate the double donation on that, Pumpkin and Garth. And I will take your word. I will heed your words on that one. The first pick is indeed in, folks. The selection is on the board. What are the Carolina Panthers gonna do? What are they gonna do? Taking a long time. They're trying to make sure that you guys sure know we want straight up. You got They're the guys like the Roxbury guys, you know. You want to trade? No? Okay. You want to trade? You want to trade? Want to trade, my man? Want to trade? Want to trade? No, okay. Hey, you want? Yeah? You want to trade? Want to trade? No, we don't want to trade. Okay, we'll just pick. We'll just pick him then. Okay, we'll just pick. We're going to pick. We're going to pick. Just pick the thing then. Just pick it. We're going to go. We're heading into pick now. Make the selection. Just pick it. I mean, we're really going to do it. We're going into pick it. Pick the thing. They're trying. Bless them, they're trying. I don't know if it's going to work. Risky pick. Trade all those assets to go up here to number 1. And if it is Bryce Young, if that is the selection, you're just trusting that health holds up, I guess. You're trusting he's got that innate health, and indeed we do got the pick in. Let's call this one on the board here. With the very first selection in the 2022-23 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers, after trading up with the Chicago Bears, select Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. Well, there you go. There you go. Very interesting. So the rumors were true. The rumors were true. Bryce Young going to Alabama. Going to the Carolina Panthers. Carolina is going to trust indeed that this kid is, as people have said, essentially the next, he'd be Patrick Mahomes if you just added 3 inches of height. I don't think that I find myself agreeing with that, but that does seem to be a little bit of the stuff that we kind of hear about this, I guess, a little bit. But this has been the pick. Everybody kind of was anticipating this was going to be the selection. So it's not a shocker necessarily. Boy, I just wouldn't be able to trust, from my standpoint, the health. And I felt like from my angle of things with Bryce Young, the little bit of his plus traits and how he's really viewed as far as being just this overwhelmingly, like he'd be a next generational prospect. It's just a matter of it being the height thing. I never quite could get there with it. I think he can be a good pro. I don't think he's going to be a bad pro. I don't think he's got a bust factor to him as a guy that isn't going to be able to perform out there. But the injury stuff is definitely one of those things that you got to worry about this guy. He's playing out there about 180 pounds is about what he looks to me on the football field. I know he got up to 205 or whatever for his weigh-in, but it's just not the weight he played at. It's going to be hard for him to keep that weight. Even a guy like Russ that was a smaller guy had that extra weight on him to be able to operate. And that would be just my big main concern there if I was them on this one. But, they're going to be willing to take the risk, I guess, and see if they can make it work. But good for our Hawks. We're not going to take Bryce Young. So that means for me, bullet dodge personally on that one. I know some of you loved him a lot, but I just couldn't quite get there myself. But they're going to take that risk. Panthers do have a very good offensive line in place there. They have a good, I think, fairly solid team that they've put together there. They definitely aren't, finished off, but they've got the elements there to give Bryce Young, I think, a very good stop when he comes in there. They just obviously now have to probably get him figured out with some playmakers on the outside because DJ Moore's been moved on. And Terrace Marshall hasn't exactly developed fully out there, in my opinion. But, okay. All right, we're kicked off. Let's go. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, is Jose Rodriguez Mr. WWE Fan 93? Jose would have to answer on that one, Ski Nation. I am unsure of this Mr. WWE Fan 93 from whence you speak of. From by which you speak. By which you speaketh. Sanchez is in the house. Hey, it's good to see all these good old familiar faces come back in here. What's up, Sanchez? How you doing, man? He says, yo, got a job offer today, and the Seahawks have 2 first-round picks. Life is good. Hey, that first part is especially good, Mr. Sanchez, in this economical environment which can be very difficult at times for those out there. So congratulations on that job offer. Make sure you get every last bit of it you can get paid on that. Don't let them cheapskate you. You are worth something, and you make sure they pay for that worth. Okay? Don't let them lowball you. Don't let them take advantage of these times. You know what I mean? But it's nice having these 2 first-round picks. It's an amazing feeling to have these 2 and to know there's so much you can do with them. There's so much you could accomplish with them. And I like to love a lot of the players in this first round. That's one of the reasons I say that even if they don't go Carter, I certainly will still find myself probably very, very happy about the pick that we end up taking. And if that's the case, then, let's go. Let's go. It looks like Houston's pick is in. So the Houston's not messing around. They've decided what they're going to do. And Mr. Sanchez, I want to thank you for the huge $50 donation, another big donation. I mean, it's been just monster donation after monster donation night in the chat. And you guys are always tremendously supportive. But my goodness, just amazing the amount of donos coming through right now. Thank you so very much, Mr. Sanchez, on that donations, man. And it's, as I say, with what you guys do on this stuff, it's part of what allows me to do this as much as I'm able to do, is your guys' support on this channel. And I can put a little bit of the side work away a little bit more now, go to more of my main work and what I really want to do. And I really do appreciate it. It just doesn't feel like thank you is kind of ever enough in that respect of things, Mr. Sanchez. So appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great night. Take that offer, but make sure they pay you. Okay? Make sure they're giving you that scratch. The pick is in here for Houston, so we're going to announce it here in just a sec. Let me get Randall's $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the $2 donation. He says, if the Texans take Stroud, let Anderson slip to 5. Definitely think there's a good chance of that. If this is going to go Stroud, the chances of Anderson's dip and slip raise up a little bit at that point. Pick is in here. Let's see what they're going to do. Goodell slow walking out there. Moseying on out there. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, so a Rashad Penny feeling of a player, Brando? Let me address that in a sec. Okay. The pick is in. The pick is in. With the second selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans, despite a lot of smoke screening, beside a lot of big talk, go out and select CJ Stroud with the very second selection in the 2023 NFL Draft. 2 quarterbacks go off the board right out the jump. Mumbles, I guess a Rashad Penny feeling of a player for me, if you mean like kind of like a guy that I don't see them taking, but they could take, that I wouldn't be liking. I think you mean that question in that way. And if so, if I'm not getting it right, let me know. But I would say it would be Lukas Van Ness is kind of that guy for me. You take a Van Ness, he's another guy, one of those guys I'm not quite in on as much as other people are as far as him as a player. But thank you for the donation, man. And thank you, Randall. Appreciate you as well. So they do take Stroud. So this does open that door, like Randall had just mentioned. The Anderson maybe dip here. Maybe could occur because now we've got Arizona and we've got the Colts. Arizona is the only other team to me that really is likely to take here. I think Levis goes now. Levis goes 4. Arizona maybe goes Tyree. Paris Johnson is the latest guy. That's who I had on my mock. If that occurs, your Seattle Seahawks have their pick of what I would believe to be the 2 best prospects in this entire draft, in my opinion. Just my opinion, just my humble opinion. That'd be a beautiful thing from my perspective. Jose Garcia says, with a $2 donation, thank you, Jose, says, so how do I become a member, Brando? Go Hawks. You can become a member one of 2 ways. Either there should be a member button for you on YouTube here after you subscribe to the channel, and you can click that membership button right there that way. The other fashion is that you can join my Patreon. Both are about the same price and both get the same membership benefits. So if you have an issue with joining up on the YouTube membership program, you can just go over to the Patreon and join there, and you'll get the same benefits on either side of it. And if you are a member of the channel right now, please do take a look at your community post, because I have put my draft guide there on the community post. So it's pretty lengthy, about 45,000 words on these prospects in this draft. May be useful to you as we're going through this draft. Figuring these guys out, who's going where and what's going what on that. So that would be the method to go out there and do that. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I do appreciate you on that $5 donation. He says, according to CJ Stroud's S2 result, he can't be trusted to cross the street without a handler. Yeah, that S2 was, that was some late shade, Randall, being thrown at Mr. CJ Stroud. That was kind of like, boy, that was... I do wonder though, again, now how accurate that thing was when you have the Texans still end up just taking him. Like, number one, how much value do the teams really give it? Number two, did he really have those results? But I did see him in an interview being asked about it. Somebody had the guts to walk up to him and be like, basically, like, are you dumb? I'm like, Jesus, guys, you guys don't have to ask him every question. It doesn't, not every question needs to be answered, guys. I know the journalistic thing of you just got to ask. Just got to ask every question. It's like, you can see CJ was like, doesn't matter what I'm like, I don't blame you, God. He's like, I'm not a tester. That's what I would have said too. I'm better when it's live action. You know what I mean? Better when it's rolling here. But thank you for the $5 donation. And that's very funny, Garth. Kevin Mullen with a $5 donation says, you're going to need a belt on that thong of yours, B, with all those donos. I know, man. I'm on the ground right now, just crumpling them all up into the chest, shaking my little butt on over there and trying to put them down in the deal. And thank you for the $5 donation. He says, favor, Walker announcing Seahawks number 5 pick. Love the group. Love this group of yours. I love this group too, man. We're family up in this house here. That's one thing for sure. And walking announcing Seahawks number 5 pick. I can do that, man. For $5 donation, we can do that there. I'll do that. The one thing is I got to clip this, Kevin. So I do the live reaction on the deal. People may be watching it if I clip it and it looks weird to them, or they're like, why is he doing Christopher Walken? Because they won't have the backstory. Because I got to clip every pick last year. That was really helpful to the channel. So, I'll definitely include Walken talking about the pick. I don't know if I can do the announce the pick though, because that I got to clip that thing, and I think people will watch the video and you'll just see people are just, they get touchy about that stuff. Like, why are you doing Christopher Walken? It's Seahawks. What is this, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing with that? Why? Cardinals are in the war room looking mighty nervous right now. The owner's just staring at his phone. The coach has got that dumb look, looking like he wants to be like, shots. It's got a silly pink tie. Somebody didn't tell the coach that they actually are red there. So evidently the coach is also colorblind on top of being very, very corny and cringe. A minute and 12 left to go. We got 2 quarterbacks gone off the board here. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the donations. I appreciate you. Mumble says, no, because of injuries. Penny versus Young. So a Rashad Penny feeling player, Brando? Nah, because of injuries. Penny versus Young. Mumbles, I appreciate the donation. I'll try to see if I can pick you up in the chat. Can you just elaborate in the chat what you mean? I'm sorry, man. I'm having to go. I got to get through these quick, but there's a little bit of a haiku to where you're speaking on, so I'm not understanding what you're meaning. Penny versus, if you reread what you wrote on that, I think you'll see it's kind of like it's not clear here on what I'm not clear on what you're saying there. So just type it into the chat. I'll read it in the chat. But thank you for the donations. I don't know what you mean though, man. I'm sorry. I don't. MJC Hawk, thank you for the 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says gets worse. Cards messed this up. Looks like Cards have traded to the Houston Texans and the pick is in. Uh-oh. The Texans have made a trade with the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, they'd be moving up from 12 to 3 at this point, and the pick is in. The clock is down. Whew, they got a trade partner. Wow. Michael Volatani, thank you for the $50 donation. I really do appreciate you, Michael, for that. You are awesome for that donation, man. Thank you so much. He says, I love the channel. Best Seahawk content on YouTube. That is a great compliment to give, man, because Michael, there are some tremendous channels out there that do some great work. So I appreciate that, man. I don't take that praise lightly. I don't take your donation lightly. Thank you for that dono drop, man. You're amazing. $50 donation from Michael, man. It's like 34th one we've got here tonight, man. You guys are amazing. So thank you for that support, Michael. You're awesome. I do appreciate you on that one, man. And thank you for the kind words as well. Makes me feel good on that. Kevin with a $10 donation says, I'm loving our chances for a possible monster haul for trading back with 2 quarterbacks already gone. I'm with you on that. It's the stage is set for that, especially now if the Texans are going to take Anderson or Tyree Wilson here. Thank you for that $10 donation, Kevin. I do appreciate it. But this does set that stage up here where now you could be arriving. If Anderson goes here, Levis goes, that means at least Anderson's sitting there. If not, Anderson and Levis, depending on if Colts go a different direction as well. The Texans have got the selection in here with the 3rd overall pick. They have now going to go back-to-back on their selections with CJ Stroud. Goodell is out. Goodell is out to announce the pick now. And the selection is... with the 3rd selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama. Wow. Unbelievable. No, not unbelievable. It's believable. So Will Anderson going to the Texans at 3. Very interesting. How am I doing on my... Let's see how I'm doing on my... All right, so my board took a bit. I was 1-2 good out the gate, but now 3 I get wrong. So no Seahawks for Will Anderson. All that talk about Tyree Wilson being the better player, all that insistence by those guys like Chris Sims out there going, I've got inside info knowledge that Will Anderson's not going to be the first edge player to go off the board. Like, okay. Like, give me a break with that stuff. You know what I mean? The guy's the best player, one of the best players in this draft. And just another thing where it's just turn the tape on and tell me what it is I'm missing. And it doesn't look like the Texans were missing it. They got their hallmark player for that defense off that edge. They needed that defensive edge help. It's not surprising to me that they look this fashion with them. I think even in my mock at 12, I had them taking Tyree Wilson. So them going back to edge after going quarterback is also what I kind of saw even in the mock that I didn't get right. I thought that's their 1-2 punch for how that they were going to run that on the other end of it. Great pick for them. I love these 2 selections for the Texans here. CJ Stroud. I know they thought they wanted Bryce Young. They're going to end up finding that they're so much happier that they got CJ Stroud than Young. And Will Anderson is an absolute dog on the defense. He's going to be a problem in this league. I don't think he's going to be a superstar. I don't think he's going to be a defensive player of the year type guy. But if there's a level that's just down below that mark, that's where I think he can be. And the guy that I've compared him to, as I think a lot of people have struggled to find true good comps for this guy, and they'll go to Von Miller or Derek Thomas, which is not fair, and that's not really his game. He's more of what a guy that I would go to is Charles Haley, who went out there in his career, and I darn near Hall of Fame career. I think he did get the Hall of Fame eventually. Had a lot of sacks in his career, really good overall player, won, I think, like 5 Super Bowls. Just the same kind of level of play I see from Will Anderson when you put him out on the football field. And so Seattle indeed now will have a quarterback at their spot at 5 for sure to either maybe pick or trade back. And now we come down to 4 with the Colts. Colts are not likely to take Jalen Carter here at 4. This does mean Jalen Carter is going to be available now here when we pick at 5. A quarterback and Jalen Carter are both going to be on the Seahawks board and available when they pick at number 5. The Colts are currently on the clock. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm so sad I haven't been able to catch your Mariner streams. Thoughts on the season so far? Sadly, watched my boy Brash blow a game live. I feel like they're kind of finding their footing without it being specific here, Sector 7. You know, like the team's kind of finding its identity a little bit. And every year you do have to find a little bit of your new identity from what it was in the prior year. They're coming along. And I think that it wouldn't surprise me if this is a team that doesn't start to maybe get kind of warmed up and hot around July, a little bit like last year, where things start to make a little bit more kind of sense, especially with them being such a home run hitting team and being cold and hard to hit home runs right now. The pitching has not been as good. You need to get Robbie Ray back in the fray. But I still maintain that this team is a playoff contending team and definitely even a World Series contending team at this point. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing. I love Jared Kelnick doing what he's done, and I'll definitely be jumping over into doing a lot more of the Mariners Stream Sector 7 as the draft finishes up, because we obviously end a little bit more into the dead period. But with this draft this year, free agency, I had to just kind of put the full concentration, even during baseball season, into the football aspect of things. But we'll be going more on the crow's nest here, a ton more. But I'm overall encouraged. And we do have the pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. Again, folks, please do not announce in the chat if you can, because we want to try to keep this as kind of a part of the theatrics of the show. So if we don't spoil it, that would be great. If people do spoil it, it's okay, mods. So I don't want any warnings or anything like that. It's all good if people do spoil it. I get it. But let's see what happens here with the pick is in. Seahawks looking very good right now in the way that this draft is played out, just from my standpoint of this early on. Loving how this is playing, loving how this is going. This is an ideal kind of situation so far for us out the gate, I would say. Some of you probably not so much, because you wanted some Will Anderson and you knew that if Will was there with Jalen, that Will might carry the day there. But now Jalen does still remain in play at this point in time. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Wu-Tang, I appreciate you. Cash Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. It's Carter time, baby. Finna to break out the good bourbon. Ooh, you know it, man. Is it almost Carter time? Are we going to have some Carter time here? Are we going to have some Carter time in this house? I don't know. It's kind of feeling like maybe so. Mumble says they were always injured. Never last the whole season, not once. How's this for haiku? Not meaning to be sassy with this, just a bit of, let's say, smart aleck. And I'm sorry, Mumbles, too. It's always tougher when we've got so many donations. I love it, but it's hard because I'm trying to go with the donations and give you every comment its weight. But then we've got live action, literally breaking blow by blow by blow, and these picks are coming in like bang, bang, bang. So I can't, usually I can like sit there and kind of think about what I'm reading on, but like tonight I'm just in that spot of like, it's hard to say who's the never injured guy who becomes injured. Okay, that actually clears it up a little bit. It's a good question. Let me think about that. The Colts do have the selection in at this point. With the fourth selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks the Indianapolis Colts, select. I can't speak right. We're just starting here. Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida. Wow. So long being connected with, Mumbles, by the way, to answer your question, to me, Bryce Young is kind of the lazy answer to give you, but that would be the most accurate answer. He's not technically really had maybe a flare up here or there from an injury standpoint, but he's not anything crazy necessarily go on with him. Running back wise, Charbonnet would be kind of that equivalent guy at the running back position, because he's had a couple straight years. I think he's played pretty much every game and he's been a tank. You draft him, that would be, and you're going to be picking him too, Mumbles, right around the same point in time that you picked Rashad Penny. So that would also kind of fit to your comp at that point. Thank you for the donations, and sorry I'm a little slow on the go on that tonight a little bit. I'll try to break it down as I can. On the comments, sometimes I get a little lost. I'm not very smart. I like chocolates a lot. I'm not Dr. Pepper. Will Valdez, thank you for the $5 donation. Will says, hey, at least he's going to the Texans and not the Cardinals. So we didn't have to deal with him twice a year. So this might be the next best scenario. Hey, I'm with that, Will. I'm with that. Cardinals are not going to get the same kind of player, I don't think, at 12 that they're would have gotten here. And I think Will Anderson would have been a problem for us, to your point, as we went into the future. I don't think that we're just going to simply be able to slip and slide around out that. Nicholas Newton asked with the $2 donation, why was I in a timeout? I don't think anybody meant to put you in a timeout, Nicholas. We probably have more mods on tonight than we ever do, and people will sometimes be watching the show and putting the phone in the pocket, and sometimes people accidentally get clicked. But I don't think you did anything on that. So I'm not sure. I didn't put you in timeout, so I'm not sure there. All right, the Seahawks are up on the pick. I appreciate all the donations coming through right now. I love you guys on the donations. I'm going to concentrate right now on this Carter selection and discussing this and talking about this. So whatever donations are putting through right now, you can put it through, but I'm going to be a little late on responding to this. So I'm going to get the last couple donos in here that I see, move through them because I want to be talking about this Carter situation as it breaks down in the whole boiling of the pick. Roxanne Brawl with a $5 donation says, it's time. It's Carter time. Pull the trigger. Hey, just do it. Just do it, Seahawks. Don't overthink this. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Don't think. Just push this thing in here. Get us Jalen Carter. Okay. Best player in the draft. Cortez Kennedy 2.0 now on your defense. Biggest need of your defense. You got 2 defensive linemen right now as we stand. Do you want a wrecking force? Do you want a man that can absolutely destroy an offense at times almost single-handedly by the way he operates? Because that's what you're getting right now if you take this man. That's what you're getting if you grab this guy. Yeah, there's off-the-field character concerns. Yeah, there's some worry if things go wrong. Yeah, you're going to have to hold your breath between now and the start of training camp after you give this man $30 million. But I'm not worried about that because my eye's on the prize and the upside and what this man brings, and I'm telling you what he's going to bring to bear. And that is a wrecking force on the football field. My Seattle Seahawks, go now. Go now out into that night and do not worry for the negative. Do not fear what may go wrong. It is those that lose, it is those that fail that worry on the fear, that let fear dictate what they do. This is an organization that has built itself on the back of the power of positive thinking. Coach Carroll is Mr. Reclamator. You got a problem, child? He's got answers. Let's go. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Randall with a $20 donation says has been waiting for this since the Russ trade. Think it's going to be Jalen. Oh, I hope it's going to be Jalen. Oh, if it's going to be not for sale, the $2 donation. Thank you. It says, thank you, not for sale. Says Carter. It's got to be Carter. Let's go with Carter, man. Mumbles with a $5 donation says, on this Carter pick, tell me you want Brandon without telling me you want it. Laughing out loud. Don't disagree, but laughing out loud. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. I'm all in on this. I'm all in on this Carter situation. I understand if you trade back. I understand if it's going to be somebody else. I get it all. I completely will be mature about this and go, yes, I understand. You had to make that selection and that was the appropriate pick and there was the concerns on the background and okay, I'll get there. But if it could be Carter, if we can get Jalen, what this man's going to do for this defense, folks, you'll understand. You may be sitting there wondering now, why would you want this guy so much now? Why are you so enamored by this player? Because I think you're getting the best player in the draft at pick 5. I think you're getting very close to almost right on the edge of getting a generational-like talent at the position. And I'm not the only one to say it. His darn coach said it out there in Georgia on that same pro day that everybody wants to beat him up on. Kirby Smart hasn't thrown around generational very often. I haven't heard one person yet tell me. I asked it on the night that I brought that up to people, and I said, hey, how many times has Kirby Smart, with all those NFL players that have come through there over the last few years, earmarked any of them as generational? Has he said that about anybody? Has he said about that anybody? And if the pick is in, I offer, just be aware, hold back on if you can, folks. I'd love to announce this live for the folks that are waiting and might be following the chat. We got 1 minute and 5 seconds on my time frame. The countdown is in. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. No trading back. No trading back. We don't need to trade back. Why we got to trade back? We got what we need right here. I don't need to go over there. I got what I need right here. I got what I need right here. Right here. Come on now. Come on now. You know the way. You know the answer. You know the truth. Let's make this happen, Seattle. Make the bad man come to Seattle. Go get Cortez Kennedy's son. Bring him here to Seattle. Give us the next iteration. It's been 30 long years since we've had a magnificent defensive tackle. Let's have one again. And of course, we're at commercial break as they announce the pick is in. They always do this on the Seahawks pick. They always go the full 10 minutes over, and then they go to a commercial to put the extra 5 minutes on the top of it because they know Seahawks fans are chimed in. They know we're tuned in. I say it every year, but I'm telling you it's the truth. I'm telling you it's the truth. And you can try to put in the chat what you think it is. I'm going to wait to not, I'm going to look in the chat right now. I'm locked into this chat. I'm going to watch what the pick is on the screen live. Come on, Seahawks. We're not trading. That means they're making the raw pick. There's so many selections this could be. It could be just Tyree Wilson you go with and say, let's just keep it safe. You could go Will Levis. Whew. Talk about a pick that would divide the fan base. So many different potential ways you could go here. Oh, man. All right. Chewing on my lip. I'm so nervous. If Roger Goodell walks in, he's slower out to the damn podium. Okay, Will Levis is sitting down and he's not on the phone. Okay, it doesn't look like it's Will. The Seattle Seahawks selection is in. Let's see what the pick is. Goodell out there with that goofy smile on his face. Who are they going to take after months of wonder and intrigue? Which way do the Seattle Seahawks go? The Seattle Seahawks, with the 5th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, select Devin Witherspoon with the 5th pick in the draft, cornerback out of Illinois. So he's a good cornerback. Okay, so Devin Witherspoon, one of the 2 best corners in this draft. Guy can play man or zone coverage. He is a good tackler. He's got that old school kind of Legion of Boom style of thing to him where he'll get up in your face and yap a lot and tell you all about what he's going to do to you and then go out there and do it. He was a guy really highly graded by PFF, for instance, in this draft. That is the 4th best player in the draft. He allowed 0 touchdowns in coverage in 2022, 17 passes defensed. He is a fairly safe pick to make in this draft where there is a lot of worry, I suppose. I'll certainly support the pick, but it's also one I'm not going to feel super excited about. And so I'll give it the support. I'll say, okay, that's cool. You got the 5th pick with Devin Witherspoon. You put a corner out there. Great. Okay. You know, I don't know. I'm gonna try to stay positive on it, but I don't. Yeah, it's this one's a bit of this one I'll accept, and I'll definitely give them the support and understanding what they're doing here. But it's definitely the safe approach you're going on this one a little bit, and that you're worried about these other positions, I guess, and grabbing him there, and so you're going for the safety of knowing that what you're getting exactly in this guy, I suppose. Because you don't know if Tyree Wilson develops further. You don't know if Calijah Kancey's arms are not too short. You, of course, have the worries about Jalen Carter and the character concerns. You don't want to go Skoronski this early, I guess, because you feel like he doesn't have a position necessarily, or you're going to move him to guard, or you go later on that one. So I suppose there is some sense to it in that angle of things. Kronos has been a member for 11 months. This is time. Come on, Seahawks. Don't overthink it. I think they definitely thought a lot. I think they thought deep on this one. That's for sure. Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says we should have traded this pick. I feel like you could have traded down and still got Devin Witherspoon later. I don't think that there was another team chomping at the bid. Maybe they thought Detroit was going to grab him, I guess, at 6. Detroit did have a need at cornerback at that point. I would have thought Detroit might even have favored a little bit more of Gonzalez, but maybe perhaps not. So stay out with the $2 donation says fire everyone. Yeah, I guess our defensive line's not going to need they don't need a defensive line, I guess. That they're going to some later, I guess we find that or something somewhere, hopefully. Hopefully there's not a run on defensive lineman at this point. I guess we'll get Myles Murphy or something at 20. Thank you for the $2 donation though. Appreciate you as well, Corey, on your dono. Pumpkin with a $5 donation says, "Oh God, it means that I can say that I did take salmon treats." He said, "Oh good. It means that I can say that I did take salmon treats man's wallets without him noticing he's not looking at chat." Exactly. Thank you, Pumpkin. You gotta go in there and pet you or something. Paul Third with a $2 donation says, "What the F?" Cardinals are now trading up to 6, by the way, so Cardinals very well could be getting a Jalen Carter type guy here, or Tyree Wilson. So, yeah, we got a trade with the Cardinals getting up into 6 at this point. We'll see what they do. See what they do at this point. Be very interesting who they're looking at. I want to see what the assets are that they gave up when this is all said and done. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says, "Man, Seahawks are allergic to helping their defensive line, huh? I also feel like the Lions take Carter over Devin." Well, it looks like the Lions have actually traded out of that spot, surprisingly enough. And I would have thought that they would have looked at Carter too, but I guess Carter's character concerns are legit. Like I said, if we do pass on him, that is probably representatory of the fact that the character concerns were that problematic for the team, that they indeed didn't like what they were seeing from him on that standpoint, and that the background stuff we're hearing from unnamed sources and all that stuff was very much true at that point. So if that's the case, that's why these teams are maybe passing on him, and we'll see how far Carter does then dip and fall if he does go down that way. Akathosaurus says we have the best cornerback room in the NFL. Maybe, potentially, for sure. Witherspoon and Woolen will be definitely, as Shade X-Pac says, they should be a pretty nasty duo. And maybe there's more of a hope with this that you're going to go a little bit more man. Because I think if you are picking Witherspoon, it's because you're looking to lean a little bit more into man coverage basis than it is that you're looking to go historically as you have zone. And the team talked a lot about Tariq Woolen doing the best stuff he had done last year when he was in man coverage. So this could be a little bit representatory of them. If you looked at, for instance, next year, you're looking to bring Wagner and Adams on the blitzes a little bit more, and then you want the guys on the outside that can lock it down. Because if you're going to blitz, you need the lockdown corners on the outside to pull that off. That could be a little bit of the thinking involved here. Spectre 7 with the 10, another $10 donation. Thank you for all the donations, Spectre 7. I really do appreciate it tonight on the channel, man. He says, "You know what, man? I'm down. Sure, I'd rather have Carter, but I'm not going to cry at a tough guy corner. Draft is a huge gamble anyway. We won't know the results until October and beyond." Yeah, I think we all want to be hyped up to one or a couple of other picks of possibilities of thinking that those would be it there. But that is, it's not a bad pick. This isn't a reach pick badly. It's probably a little bit high for him. If you're picking 5, you tend to want more of like a Deion Sanders-like corner, like they're referencing. I think, he's really good. I don't know if he's good enough to really draw in the top 5, but he probably would have been a top 12 player in this draft, maybe 13 if we didn't take him. So you're not taking a tremendous reach where you grab a guy in the back of the 20s and grab it there. It all is within, value. And you do have a potential at this point, and we do have a pick in here for the Arizona Cardinals. After trading up with the Detroit Lions, the Arizona Cardinals with the 6th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft take Paris Johnson out of Ohio State, the left tackle. So go back and they got Kyler's guy. Kyler begged and asked. He pulled at the ankles. He said, I want the Paris. Give me the Paris guy. And they got themselves their Paris Johnson. So Paris going out to Arizona to help shore up that line. I guess they'll probably have him. Well, they had Humphreys out there already. I guess they're kicking him into the right side there. But good move to help protect your quarterback. Get some more guys in there that can hold it up. But Spectre 7, you make some great points. That draft is a huge gamble. We won't know until October. This kid is a great cornerback. My buddy D-Mac, who is a cornerback, I would say connoisseur. He played the position back in college. He knows it well. He's a guy that was really hyped above all else over Witherspoon. And so I think that's kind of, that's also telling, I think, in that respect of things that, you know, he was all on that before I even brought up Witherspoon or being on the Hawks radar. He was like, this is the guy right here. So I know my buddy really is in big favor of him, and he is a really good player. We should not have to worry about, you know, whether or not this guy's an improvement over over Kobe Bryant or Mike Jackson or Trey Brown. He is better than all those guys. I now don't know what their future means. I don't know what you're doing with any of those three guys into the future really at this point, because there really doesn't seem to be much of a path unless there's injury to them getting on the field too often. But the team must have trusted this guy's talent and trusted that he was going to be, you know, worthy of this selection. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thank you, William. He says, best player available in John we trust. You could have ended out with saying that this is the best player available on the Hawks board if your evaluation had those holes that I was talking about in regards to the other players. So we have Jalen Carter, character concerns. Tyree Wilson, a lot of refinement to finally get to his top end, and you don't know if he's going to get to his top end. Skoronski, a man without a position. You don't really need Paris Johnson at that pick and that point. Will Levis is probably not a guy they really wanted to look at taking a quarterback there. I never really kind of bought into the quarterback was outside of Richardson going to be much of an option there. So, you know, you do start going down from a value standpoint of what's the value. Cancey, you're worried about the arm length. I mean, you can get it. You can get it from a value standpoint of how you get there on it. Whether you disagree or not, you can get to where they got there with it. That's why I say it's like I'm a little. There's a slight discouragement, but I'm not completely in a horrible state because you can see a little bit. I tell you, the team does have a lot of value to secondary. They are all in on this new analytical model of the secondary carries the day. It's all that you've dumped into the safety position, and you got already Tariq there with the picks that you already made on top of that, and you get another first. And they are definitely trying to build the strength of their defense up by way of the secondary. And that's not always been the traditional approach to building your defense up to a strong realm. But it is what the analytic people are saying. So I guess in John we trust, William. I sort of think so. Mumbles says, thank you, Mumbles, for another $5 donation. He says, also building up a real strong secondary. And hey, perhaps if the character concerns make him fall to 20, ooh, Jalen Carter at 20 that would be pretty awesome. Jalen Carter and Witherspoon starts to feel a little bit better as if he's on the back end of that. So we'll see. I still don't think that he goes past Chicago or the Eagles. I think the Eagles especially would nab Carter if he gets down to that realm of things. Let me update my big board here. I've been a little slow on that. Sorry. I was a little gobsmacked there for a second. I needed to recover. Fourth. So let's see here. Just getting my cut up here with the picks. Arizona. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. Cardinals. Let's see. All right. I got caught up on that. Yeah, I like where you're at with the Mumbles. I like where your head's at with that. That's a possibility. And there's still maybe a good spot that you get. I mean, if not Carter there, then Cancey could still at least be there at 20 for certain at this point. We got the 3 quarterbacks going at least. The first 4 picks. Levis is being the one that falls, interestingly enough. Interestingly enough. Randall with a $5 donation says, so going 12-6 cost a top second-round pick. Carter slips. Maybe we grab him. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I like where your guys' head's at. There is still hope alive here. The Raiders do have their pick in the house. They were showing Levis. He was not on the phone, so this would not seem to be Will Levis. But it would appear that if that's the going rate of the cost with these guys moving around right now, Randall, Seattle could make that pitch if they wanted to. They could do it. They could definitely do it. Mumbles, a $5 donation says, man, Seahawks are allergic to helping their D-line. And I'll see the Lions take Carter. I'm sorry, I haven't read that one. Mumbles, I'm sorry. I'll slow my deals here. Mumbles, another $5 donation says, yeah, also building up a real strong secondary, and perhaps if the character concerns make him fall to 20. Oh, yeah. Well, the secondary, like somebody says, got the potential to be the strongest in football. It's got the talent to be so. And you can run you want to run some blitz packages now. I mean, look out. Look out. Adrian X with $2 donation says, Pete took that sauce thing personal, huh? Laughing out loud. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, that's right. He did. He's like, oh, you want to see what I can do with my guy? Watch my guy. Now teams are going to have to throw at my Tariq. Now you're going to have to toss it Tariq 10, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a game. Good luck. Best of luck to you. Washington Visquest, and thank you, Adrian X. Appreciate you. Washington Visquest has been a member for 18 long months of the channel. He says, with the 20th pick, the Seahawks take Joey Porter Jr. You can never have enough, man. Safeties and corners. You can never have enough. Just one more. Just one more. Alexander Wheeler with a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Alexander. Appreciate the dono. He says, as much as a corner is a bit disappointing and not what we expected, Tariq and Devon are going to be an elite combo will directly help our pass rush. Well, thank you for that $5 donation, Alexander. And I'm with you. I think you put it in a good way. And let me get this. We do have a pick to announce here. With the 7th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, edge out of Texas Tech. Tyree, the little bit of the raw edge guy. Some people thought that he would go higher than Will Anderson in this draft. He finds himself going to the Raiders, who pass on Will Levis here. So 2 notable names, I think, in this first little part of the round here of Jalen Carter and Will Levis are dipping and dropping just a little bit. So the Carter concerns are real now here. You get to pick 8, and there's enough teams that have passed that this is not just anything that was subtle smoke. It was a real thing that was there. But I guess this is a kind of a weird pick for the Raiders. I guess they're just saying we don't trust Chandler Jones to continue to be able to operate on the outside because you have Chandler Jones and Max Crosby. So, I mean, are they just trying to create a killer rotation? But Alexander, this is a pick that's going to help that defense out. Is it the pick we wanted? Or like you said, there's a bit of disappointment, and I get that from those folks in the chat. I share some of that with the pick, wanting somebody else. But as I've said and leading up to this draft, and I'm not going to become a hypocrite at this point, I truly believed it at the time, and I believe it at this moment. There was a multitude of guys they could pick at this selection that were going to help this team, that would be great picks, that would be helpful players. And Witherspoon is one of those guys. This, for me, isn't a pick of like where I would have been if you took Nolan out of Georgia or Lukas Van Ness, right? So from my standpoint of things, it is a good pick and a pick that's going to help this team out into the future. And we've not had 2 lockdown corners on both sides in Seattle since maybe you could go Brandon Browner, but I don't even know if Brandon Browner got fully into a stage of what you'd call kind of a lockdown kind of corner. You know, I can't think in our history if we've ever had a time where we had 2 guys that were both kind of those dudes. What if you have 2 top 5 corners on a defense at the same point in time, if they can round into that? Devon's got that potential. He's got that potential. And I got to get my buddy D-Mac to send me the video I told him to send me if we pick Witherspoon, and he didn't send it to me. I got to give him some crap now. D-Mac, if you're listening, you're supposed to send me that video. Damn it. D-Mac. Dropping balls here, man. Dropping balls. All right, so Jalen Carter does seem to fall here. You're at 8. Does the Seahawks talk and think about maybe moving up here? Is the dream still alive? Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. He says it didn't have to be Carter at 5, but a corner? Bro, 150 RYPG against us last year up the middle, rushing yards per game up the middle. All the world is taken out of my sails. I understand, man. And I'm not going to begrudge anybody that it has that standpoint on it, Ski. I completely understand with it in that respect of things. I'm not really sure totally the plan here, and we'll see through the whole point of this draft, having all these picks. You have other places that you can still make plenty of selections to address that defensive line. But yeah, you're kind of wondering when they're going to kind of get around to it a little bit more. Much as I like Jermon Jones, for instance, stopping the run is not necessarily the biggest plus side to his game. And Jaron Reed has just been historically all right in that respect of things. So I get it, man. I can completely get if you're frustrated and would have rather have seen a different pick in a different place, addressing that line here a little earlier on. But I do feel pretty safe about who this kid is and what you're getting him in. And if you want a secondary that's going to start to take some appearances and some comparisons to the old secondary of old, you're going to get that in this right now because it's going to be a good one. And this kid, you're going to watch him come in and he's going to be very good. A lot of teams probably valued him like Seattle valued him in this draft, especially considering the lack of tier. Let's acknowledge here, tier 1 this year is not your typical tier 1. It's an unusual tier 1. It's a weakened tier 1. Most of the time it's like last year where you know who the bread and butter picks are going to be. You know who's the cream that's rising to the top. This year the cream didn't rise to the top. It kind of mixed in the middle of the glass. And so you got to deal with that as a team in this particular year. You know, you're not able to change the lay of the land. You're not going to change the size of the wave. You just got to try to ride it. And with this pick, I feel like the Seahawks are very much, riding the pick a bit as much as they could. And it's not a reach then. Doesn't make it a bad pick. It's not anywhere in the same. I hated, for instance, the picks of Jordan Brooks, LJ Collier, and Dwayne Eskridge as first picks of the draft in all of the nights that we selected. I hated those picks on the night because it wasn't good value. It was players that had flaws that you were almost picking around, in some cases, like with LJ Collier, 2 rounds higher than you should have been picking. That's not the case here with this. The team is getting a guy that, like I said, his floor was probably 12, 13. I think there's many teams in this draft, just as many teams that might have had Christian Gonzalez as the number 1 corner, probably even a little more so had Devin Witherspoon as the number 1 corner. I only had him as the number 1 corner over Devin Witherspoon because I didn't think that we would be taking Devon to go to the man-based coverage scheme. And if you're going to take advantage of Devon appropriately, you need to run some man-based concepts occasionally to get that out of him, whereas Gonzalez was a pure base zone corner. But I get it. I do get it. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, there is something about Carter that us fans don't know that teams do. It probably ain't the racing incident. There is something more. I think this is something we can definitely glean from here, Michael, as we do have some consternation about them not taking a Carter. As I kind of said for a couple months leading into this, and in my trust in John Schneider's evaluation here, they've got so much more information to operate off of on this pick than we do. And as much as I do want Carter, if I am looking at that same file that Schneider was looking at and I'm flipping through it and it's one incident after another, or it's one coach after another, it's one source after another telling me that there are red flags with this kid, that there's problematic issues involved with this kid, well, then I would support moving off of him. I wouldn't want to take that risk. I would only want to take that risk if it was really that some of the stuff had been really overblown to a degree and it had just gotten a little bit out of control. And I don't know. Based on the way these guys are picking and drafting, it doesn't seem like that's the case, especially against the judging up of some of these other teams and how they are also passing on him. We got the pick is in here for the Atlanta Falcons, by the way. Boom. All right, here we go. See who they got coming up now. Oof. Excuse me. Who are the Falcons going to go with? They were connected with Bijan a little bit, but prior to this draft. Let's see which way they're going to go. What are you going to do here, Atlanta? They went with it. Ooh, okay. Brandon's draft board gets a little more accurate. The Atlanta Falcons with the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft select Bijan Robinson, running back out of Texas. How about that? Falcons go running back here. Very, very, very interesting. Woo. Michael, I thank you for the $5 dono, and you are very correct on that. I think there is definitely a little bit more here beneath the surface of the waves than us fans do know. And as I said before the draft, I will remain consistent in saying so now. I'm going to trust in John Schneider's decision-making on this one. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you. Says going from 12 to... Oh, I already read that. My bad. Paul Third with a $5 donation says, I think Witherspoon was plan B, and the Hawks weren't expecting the Texans to trade up again. Cards screwed the Hawks out of Anderson. I think you probably are very well right on that one, Paul, that I think if Anderson had been there at 5, I have long suspected if they had the pick between the two with his clean kind of pedigree that he brings versus Carter, that they would have just jumped on Anderson. And I could see really a lot why that team would have loved Anderson and bringing him into the room. So I think you're probably right. This might have been their pivot point. But I could also see too, Paul, where this is their value on their board, where they, because not by just the pure ability of Carter or the ability of Cancey or the ability of some of these other guys that could have been the picks there, or Tyree Wilson, but by how their real true value is on the board and how they saw it, that they did have Witherspoon up as their number 2. And I think it's, whether you can kind of be mightily angry and disagree with it, but there is a functional understanding to how they could arrive there, being that there's many other NFL teams that have probably arrived there in their outlook with this draft. And it all does, again, come back out of that if you pull that thread the other way. It to me, all does come from the fact that this draft in this tier 1 range, especially throughout the draft, but most especially in tier 1, you just don't have the true blue, clear prospects that are going to carry the day and be guys that are difference makers at the next level is cleanly seen as you normally could. Just in my opinion on it. Great point there, Paul. And thanks for the $5 donation. Cliffic with a $5 dono too as well. Says, the more we talk about the upcoming duo of Tariq and Devon, the more we'll like the pick at 5, IMO. Agreed. And it does give you something that is a methodology, as I've said, that we've never seen here in Seattle. Go back to, oh my goodness, I'm trying to even go back to the 80s when we had some good corners. And it always feels like you always had one good corner at a time. You might have a guy that was solid on across from him, solid, but you didn't have two kind of lockdown guys on either side. There's always been a place for a quarterback to go run from. And when I talked about this a couple days ago, this was sort of the comparison I wanted to make when people think about this a little bit. You had Richard Sherman here in his prime, and he was wonderful, and he played great, and he deserved the contracts that he got. But after those first couple of years where he got a lot of picks and he had the ball thrown his way a high amount of the time, teams started to avoid him. And especially once Brandon Browner moved on, teams were a lot, and especially once Byron Maxwell also moved on, teams really went over at that other side of the football field. And they didn't have to ever go at Richard Sherman. And so you had this really valuable lockdown corner whose value got almost reduced down to he takes away half the field. And while that's good, that's definitely a benefit to the team in many respects, what if you get two corners that can take down both sides of the field? What if you have both? What can you do now with your, defensively speaking? And especially, as I say with this, through the lens of understanding Coaching staff said last year that what Tariq did when he was at his best was playing man. Devin Witherspoon can play both man and zone. He can do them both. So you can put these guys in man situations, which now opens the door up to that thing that we never usually like to do, which is blitzing. Now we don't have to play off coverage zone off of a blitz like we did a couple years ago. Now we can play press and man and run it that way. So I get it. I get those folks a little bit discouraged a bit, but I think like Cliffick says on this, I think the more you think about this a little bit, the more you'll at least be fairly happy with the pick at the end of the day. And especially like if we get through this draft and they don't deal with the offensive line by that point or the defensive line by that point, I think we can definitely start, squawking a bit if they try to rock into it with this defensive line or grab a couple 4th, 5th rounders at the end of this draft and call it a day there. But I have a feeling we're going to find a way to address this stuff somehow or another here at this point in this draft. We'll see how, but let's see how it kind of all patterns out when it all shakes free and loose and where it really, really ends up. The Eagles have their pick in here. So the Eagles are up at 9. I thought they were at 10, so they must have moved up. Are they going up to get Carter here? Eagles with Jalen Carter. Oh my goodness. Nolan R. Vance with the $2 donation says, Brown, Kobe Jackson, who goes away? Probably Jackson, because I think he's just got 1 year left on his deal. But they just run with all corners next year. They'll just keep their cornerback room stacked up. So it'll just be all 4 of these guys, I think. Imagine they'll just go with the depth of it, Thank you for the $2 donation, though. Appreciate you. John Stillwell with a $20 donation. I know I'm behind on the donos. I'm trying to catch up. I promise you guys. Thank you for the $20 donation, John. He says they must have tried to trade back and found no takers. This adds up. Thank you for the $20 donation, but this definitely adds up. We don't see Will Levis going in the next couple of picks, so there wasn't necessarily a team chomping at the bit to go up there and get Will Levis. And so, yes, indeed, indeed, and the Eagles are just about to pick here. Indeed, that would indicate there wasn't a team really wanting to try to get up, especially because nobody was really even trying to jump over a Carter. Oh. With the 9th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, Georgia, defensive tackle. The dream is dead. I had a dream, and that dream is dead. So no more Jalen, sadly enough. Eagles, boy, their general manager just looks sometimes better and better. This is going to be a boom-bust pick. This is a team that has house money in this draft, where, as I felt like our Seahawks kind of did, to be frankly honest, where they could feel like they could make that first selection that they got from the Saints last year, and they could take that risk on this player. That if it doesn't go right, they've got the infrastructure in place, they've got the talent in place to be able to sustain themselves. This pick is not going to make or break the Philadelphia Eagles. And indeed, the upside of this move is one where now you have a team that could be as dominant as you find in the entire NFL from a defensive line standpoint. They already had all those sacks last year, and now they're adding Jalen Carter to the mix. They're going to get the second-year returns of his running mate out of Georgia next year, who was just a rotational guy for them. This was a scary proposition pick for how I thought this could go in this draft for where he could end up landing. It's almost more scary to me than if he didn't even gone to like the Cardinals. So hopefully those off the field evaluations are strong. Snail, and thank you again, John, for that $20 donation. And well said on your point about there not being any takers on the pick. I do agree with that one. Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. Cornerback is the deepest position on this team, and Bijan is head and shoulders a better player. That the sin isn't even taking Witherspoon. It's not trading back first. understandable there. And I would agree with you on that. I would say Bijan Robinson has more higher upside than Devin Witherspoon as a player. So if we're talking about value on the board, that would be the value on the board, in my opinion, too. It's a fair point, completely fair point about the cornerback position being the deepest in draft. Another very, very fair point to be made there, Snail, and a great point on your part. This is the deepest position in this draft. There are a ton of cornerbacks. You have had so much success with going with cornerbacks later. Why not stay in that same lane? I can only think that it is because, Snail, they are so overwhelmed by the talent that he brings to bear, and that they are just so hyped by what they think he is as a player and his upside, I guess. I don't share quite their maybe view of his upside at that point to go to that realm of it. That's a little bit why I would have gone a different range. But they made their choice a little bit with that in that respect of things. Two fantastic points though, Snail. Wouldn't argue with either of them, and I think those are very finely presented. Daniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says reached on a pick 5 and didn't even fill a need. Shaking my head. I get it. I do get it, man. Folks super disappointed on this pick. I understand. Watching Carter go into the Eagles, you're going, I get it. I totally do get it. It's tough. It's tough. I'm not going to talk anybody out of feeling that way. I get it. The folks get into that spot of things. Garth time with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, let's be real. Carter and Cancey are gone by number 20. Hard to see Cancey getting through the next 11 picks. Super hard to see him getting through the next 11 picks. I absolutely would say that's to me, yeah. He's the next defensive tackle up for me right now. You've got shoot. I'll give you this. The one thing with that is that there is not a lot of teams after this that need defensive linemen between us and pick 20. I think he does go, but I don't have a team that I clearly would put him with him. In my mock, I didn't have a team that I was able to connect him with. Will Valdez with a $2 donation says, I told you they were looking at Devin Witherspoon. I knew they were, man. You did tell me, though, as well. But yeah, they had the meeting with them, and I didn't think it was just them being cute with it. I thought that they were really meeting with him and true with him. I thought they were meeting with him just in case he dipped and slid down to 20. I didn't think they'd truly go with him at 5, but I thought the interest was real. It made sense. Good job, man. Good call. Empower Code with a $10 donation. Thank you, Empower Code. We could have gotten a haul for the 5th, but I guess settling for the number 1 corner might be smart. Don't know how to feel, especially since we never draft cornerback this high. We must feel good about Witherspoon. That's my takeaway from it, is that they just must be way more hyped even so than I was for Witherspoon and where they see him and where they see his upside. And I'm sure that that's what we're going to hear from Coach Carroll and John Schneider, probably to just that degree when we hear from them on the post presser. It might end up being a smart pick. If he rounds out to being a top 5 corner in this league and you're putting that with Tariq Woolen, you very well could come out of it feeling like that is the case, that you got the right pick in this spot. And the Bears pick is in, so we'll be having them announced here shortly. Let me get the Carter pick in here. Oh, man. Carter. I can't type. Chicago Bears. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. With the 10th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, right tackle, out of Tennessee. Interesting pick here for the Chicago Bears. So Skoronski gets moved over. Darnell Wright, a guy who has elevated up the boards this offseason, had a great Senior Bowl. People love his tape. Has some tape of him shutting down Will Anderson on the outside that a lot of people kept gravitating towards, saying, man, this guy should be a first-round guy. And he's just kept going up and up and up. I think his value is probably at its highest here with this pick, as it's been all offseason long. Good solid pick for the Bears to get themselves an offensive line help out there for their young quarterback. That's been something that's been rightly missing out there. They take a grand step with it here, a very safe pick for them here, a guy that's going to help them out, I think, considerably. And they're off to a very good start in this draft, picking there at 10. It sounds like they made a couple of moves now in this draft to get to 10 and accumulate some more picks. So the new general managers there doing some good work, it would look like, in that respect of things. But Empower Code, thank you for the $10 donation. And I do feel the same way you feel on this. I feel those folks that are a little disappointed. I'm disappointed. I wanted Jalen Carter too. You see Jalen go at 9, you go, that's not that big of a drop. He still went really high. But the team obviously has, their heart beats in a certain way for this Witherspoon kid, and they may be right on it. And I think the thing that we've got to go back to, if you don't like this pick, and you might not like it, is to remember the thing I said, is that this team's picked 4 times in the top 15, 4 times in the top 15 in 12 years. All 4 of those picks have been successful to differing levels. And the higher they've picked, usually, to a degree, but with the Thomas Okung pick, a little bit of a different level of success to me almost than even like an Irvin pick. As good as the guy. I know Okung had some injury stuff here and there that could pop up, but still a really good player when he was on the football field. And so they don't tend to miss. And then I don't think that there's a chance this pick is a miss in that respect. And maybe they're seeing something on tape. Like I said, I got a buddy on this that I trust a lot with his views on cornerback, and he tends to be very right on this stuff. And he was on Witherspoon unprovoked without me even asking him about it. He just said, this guy right here in this draft, I'm telling you. And he just brought it up one day. So, if he's bringing that up, if he's telling me that, we're hearing something like maybe we want to give it a little bit of weight on. Maybe there is a little bit something to this, a little bit more from that. Long Live the King with a $5 donation. Thank you, Long Live King. Says, why let Neal go for around $2 million, but selecting a defensive back? Come on now. Yeah, I didn't like the Neal release. I'm definitely not going to cover that one up with it. But the thinking goes here, man, is this, that you're getting a guy that's star level quality at 5, and you don't feel like, after having a good amount of time to look at Trey Brown, Mike Jackson, and Kobe Bryant, that you have star level cornerbacks out there on that outside. And if that's your feeling, that you're getting the star there and you don't think you're getting the star at the other positions, this drives them in their logic, I think, to this pick in this place. But I didn't like the Neal release, so I'm with you on that 100%. Appreciate the donos, man. Thank you for all of you guys. I'm catching up on it. I swear I'm trying to catch up here. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, when have the Raiders drafts made sense, Brando? It's true. It's I just keep expecting, with Al Davis finally gone, that his son's not going to, recover the same kind of ground that he covered. But indeed, it does appear that they are. I mean, where is that franchise going? What are they trying to do? Garoppolo, you're going to trust him for a full season to be healthy. I guess Levis is just going to dip and fall here a little bit in this draft, but a very, very strange, very, very strange for the Raiders to go with me there, Tyree Wilson. You just signed Chandler Jones a year ago. And maybe they're just thinking we're going to get out from under that contract after a year. Maybe that's what they're doing with it. I guess. Maybe they think Tyree can kick inside sometimes, Mumbles. I don't know. That's a strange one to me. The Real Cheese, thank you for a $5 donation, The Real Cheese. If the Raiders don't pick Carter, there must be big concerns. Cornerback wasn't the pick, though. Not yet. Understandable, Real Cheese, and I think that there's a high contingent of the chat that feels the very same way you do on that. So you're not alone on it. I don't hate the pick, but I do understand those that say, let's try to have traded back. Let's go to a different direction. I would maybe just push on that a little bit, like Randall mentioned below in the chat on his dono. There may not have been a trade there to be had. We're not seeing any other moves happening here, really, absent the Eagles flipping back with the Bears or the Cardinals moving around as they have in this first round. Not been a lot of any other moves at all. So maybe there just wasn't a deal there to be had where a team was going to say, okay, we'll drop back and let you go to 12 or whatever, and we'll give you a 3rd round pick. And Schneider goes, I don't want to do that. But I get where you're coming from on that. And it does seem like Carter had some kind of concerns, even with the Eagles taking him at 9. If it wasn't an Eagle team there, if that was a Saints team that was there, does the Saints take him at 9 there? Or is it the Eagles knowing they have 2 first-round picks and are afforded that house money? They're taking him because they just go, well, the squeeze worth the juice. If it fails, we're not going to care. We still got a great team. And not every team is in that kind of position. And not every team's just come off a Super Bowl appearance being able to operate with that kind of level of freedom. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Mumbles, thank you for all the donations tonight, man. I really do appreciate it. He says, hey, Brandon, the first round pick ticket thing still says the Hawks taking Carter at 5. Oh, it does. Why did I have Carter at 5 there? I must have Freudianly put that in. Who do we take? That's hilarious. Thank you for letting me know on that, Mumbles. My bad, man. I was trying to will it so. And it looks like the Tennessee Titans pick is in at this point. DJ and Tay with a $5 donation. Thank you, DJ and Tay. Says, remember when everyone doubted Seattle for the 2012 draft? Bleacher Report even gave it an F. Time will tell how good the pick was. Well said, DJ. Very well said. And I echo your sentiments on that. We'll see with time where this does round out. I still feel okay about it. I'll take time to lick the wounds on one of the guys that I wanted, but I'm not going to hate this pick. I'm not going to poo-poo this pick. I can understand the disappointment that might be out there with wanting to see other players, but I'm just going to be I did think this was a guy that was in one of those areas of this spot where this is around where he should have gone. I really feel like even if you take him at 5, 12 was as far as you're going to get. And if there wasn't a trade to trade back on with that, you got to do what you got to do on that a little bit at times, I guess. You're kind of running for safety in a draft where there's not a lot of safety, where there's a lot of unknown. All right, we got the Tennessee Titans making a pick here. Well, selection is up on the board. With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern. Makes sense. Taylor Lewan getting moved on this offseason out of there. I don't know if they're going to look at this kid to play tackle, but does kind of feel like the last couple of years out there, Tennessee's been trying to sort of slow rebuild their offensive line. They had the whole situation happen a couple of years ago, of course, with Isaiah Wilson not even getting in there and being able to play a single snap. So, Peter Skoronski. So this is a guy that should come in and be able to give them some help somewhere at that point, I would think. Somewhere. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, damn you and your linguistic prowess making me feel better about the Witherspoon pick. Now let's pray Carter drops to 20 for any defensive lineman. Go Hawks. Man, and look, I'll be true with it. If I hate a pick, if I'm out on a pick, if I'm really not with it, I'm gonna blast it. I did it with LJ Collier. I did it with Jordan Brooks. I did it with D. Eskridge. I will sit there and I'll put both barrels, and I'll put them, and I'm dropping both of those. I'm dropping both the barrels on both guns. But when it comes to this pick, I can't quite get there on it, and I do feel this way truly about it, where I trust in this kid. I trust in what he's going to be. And there may have been other picks we would have preferred. I'm with you guys totally on that. There were some other guys I would have been like, I would have rather gone this route. But it's not one that I come to where I go, well, it's a failure pick or a pick that's not going to be very successful. Or, bottom line, is this guy going to help our defense? Is he going to improve the cornerback position? Mike Jackson out there was a 60 grade last year, a little bit below league average by PFF standards. Did okay out there, but he's a little bit below league average. Trey Brown's not bounced back from that injury. Kobe Bryant's got 30.5-inch arms. There's no guarantee any of those guys are going to be above average league players, even, say nothing of star level players out on that outside. You do have that door now truly opened up at this point to being possible. Does look like the pick is in here for the Detroit Lions, who had moved back in this draft. Man, they must have an insane amount of selections at this point. I will say it's not helpful for me to say that we couldn't have traded back when Detroit was able to trade back. They must have thought Witherspoon was going, that Detroit was going to take him at 6 if he was there. That's the only thing I can think of from the Seahawks standpoint as to why they would have jumped that early on him a little bit. And that does make sense. Deanna Pennington, thank you, Mom, for letting me know about the Jalen Carter thing. My bad. It's a live show. Mistakes happen. Mistakes are made. Ooh, we got one of the first real true shocker picks of this draft here out the gate. With the 12th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama. So 2 running backs going in the top 15. They said that they don't matter anymore. This kid's pure lightning, man. He's Chris Jones like in his acceleration and his burst. Lions looking to pair him up with that quick kid that they got out there. They're going to have some fleet backs, and what this guy can do out of the backfield is just tremendous as well. He's an absolute weapon out of the backfield. So ballsy pick by the Lions here, but I like it. That offense just got a little bit more explosive. I'll tell you, the two teams that we got to worry about this next year in the NFC above the 49ers, Lions and Eagles, have made themselves better with their first two picks here off the board. I know this is a little early for Jahmyr Gibbs, but the Lions have so many picks in this draft. They're like the Eagles. They're just like, we don't care. We got all these picks. We can do whatever we want with them. And then, he's going to help that team, and they need help at running back. Nolan R. Vance with a $2 donation says, I think I would have liked a running back over cornerback at 5. I would have preferred going for true value. You want to go true value, if that's what they're going to tell us was their driving force, then Bijan Robinson's the better player. And so go running back. But they go, well, but positional value. And it's like, okay, so but we start taking in factors to cook the books a little bit to make who's the valuable player on the board at that point, right? It isn't just true value. So I'm with you on that. I might have preferred going one route over the other with that, especially as decimated as our running back room has been as of recent. Nuclear Salmon, thank you for the $5 donation, Nuclear Salmon. I really do appreciate it. It says, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Black Sheep with a $2 donation. You need to change Jalen Carter to Witherspoon. That was my bad, folks. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was a little bit slow on that. I've got a lot of moving parts, and I don't have a producer here, so it's you got to try to type and click, and sometimes there's some inaccuracies. But appreciate you letting me know, guys. Thanks for the donations, and I'll try to be accurate on those type-ins here as we go through. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation says, those cornerbacks are going to have to cover for 10 seconds so the Lions can get their 10 Mississippi. They might just have to. They're going to be so good, they're going to be able to do it, though. But yeah, I don't know who's getting to the... We're just going to blitz everybody, David. Or Nolan. We blitz everybody. Man coverage on the outside. Let's go. Safeties included. All we leave is just quandary back there, single high. David with a $5 donation says, the night is young, and I'm already disappointed. Laughing out loud. I get it, David. I get it. You're not alone out there, as you can see in the comments and just on the donations that I'm getting here through the stream, man. There's definitely some heavy disappointment out there. My fellow Seahawks faithful are definitely a little bit down on this pick, it would seem. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 dono, though, David. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are amazing. I can't even catch up on the donations. Like I feel like I'd be like that old speed reader guy from the old commercials back in the day. You guys got so many donos coming through. Thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez. He says, even if Witherspoon turns into Surtain, it's a waste of a pick at 5. What garbage. I feel you, folks. I feel you. I understand those, like you said, on that are in that place of things. I get it. I get it. It's you got a guy like Carter or some other guys that are there. You go, okay, there's maybe some other guys here, but I think Sanchez, as we see with David below and many others below, there's going to be many that do have this feeling on this pick, and I'm not pushing back on it. I'll just say I get it. I don't have anything to add on top of it, but I do get the sentiment that that's not the pick you'd like them to be going at. Just doesn't make a lot of sense considering what was on the board and what the team needs, how they use their corners, how they found value from corners in the past. I don't think anybody's coming to a disappointment on this pick, merely just the Witherspoon pick itself, but also all that comes into play in that position with this team. Nuclear Salmon with a $2 donation. Thank you, Nuclear, for a double dono. Says, offense and defensive line for the next pick. Sounds good to me, man. Let's go get Cancey at 20. We'll come back and get John Michael Schmitz there in the second round to begin things tomorrow. Something like that. How's that sound? Garth 9, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I really do appreciate you. He says, Brando, your legit analysis of Witherspoon as a corner. I'll give you what I had on my. Let me bring up my notes here that I had from scouting him. We'll expand on them a little bit here. I had it as my player comp for Devin Witherspoon is Darius Slay, but better as a tackler. That's kind of the kind of guy that I saw on a tape out of him. His patented move is his ability to drive on comeback routes and then sliding around his receiver on the way to knocking the ball free. So he's really good about just being able to be real twitchy and quick to get in the right position to make it go. where a lot of corners take that extra beat and step to kind of close and drive on the route. So he's excellent at driving on routes. Doesn't matter what it is. This will be highly beneficial to us, of course, and when we play off coverage situations and you got to stay clean over the top in cover 3 situations. And then you have to drive on routes, as the offenses are often going to try to attack you then with the shorter routes when you run that kind of coverage. That's why I say that he does have a little bit of a ubiquitous nature to him and that he can play both man and zone-based elements. You just see him out there play after play barking in the receiver's ear. You know, he's going to let you know he's got that dog mentality. He works well out of zone and man just kind of equally well, in my opinion. I even saw him in the Wyoming game aligned, I think in the slot a couple of times. But he stays absolutely sticky off the snap. He's going to be right there in the back pocket of the receiver. He's got a little bit of a weird way sometimes where he flips his hips in an odd fashion that struck me. It could be just the way they teach it down there in Illinois, but it was a little bit odd to me. I didn't think his change of direction was insane, but he is explosive and it is twitchy. So man coverage, star potential in the right scheme was my outlook. You want a defense with that old school, get in your face and let you know it. You'd add a player like Devon. So it's kind of my evaluation on him. He can run with anybody, man. He's gonna come up in the run game and be a real plus player for you as a run defender. He's not big, but he's really willing to stick his nose in there and let it, and do what he needs to do to make the tackle. He's not going to shy away from contact. We got ourselves another pick here. With the 13th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lukas Van Ness out of Iowa. Interesting pick there. Interesting pick there indeed. Let me update my board here. So 12, we got Skoronski. Who's Jahmyr Gibbs? Jahmyr Gibbs, and we got Green Bay Packers. Lukas Van Ness is the selection. 14, Seahawks are 6 picks away at 20. Update that on the big board. Corey Olson with a $2 donation says, "Bro, trust the pick." I'm entrusting in the pick. I'm trying to talk people off ledges here, Corey. I'm definitely trusting in the pick, 100%. Nuclear Sam with a $2 donation. Thank you, Nuclear, and thank you, Corey. Says, long snapper at 20. Oh, Lord, hopefully not. Dear God. Dear God. DJ Owen with a $5 donation. Thank you, DJ. Says, I think it's hilarious how you left Jalen Carter at our number 5 pick, man. I was sure hoping for some run-stuffing D player. I guess we'll settle for cornerback. I promise you, it was a complete mistake on my part. It wasn't purposeful. We can call it a Freudian administrative slip, is what we'll go ahead and call that one, DJ. But I needed about 5 or 10 minutes to let my Carter, obsession let it fall away. So I just give me a little bit of time. Once I can let a little bit of that just kind of drain away, I can get back on my feet and make my peace with it, Okay, we're good. We're good here. Pittsburgh Steelers, by the way, have traded up here to 14. So let's see what the Steelers are about to do. Voodoo Magic with a $5 donation says, "Are you hoping if you leave Carter on your ticker at 5, it will come to fruition? Fix your board." Sorry, guys. My goodness. My bad. Like I said, guys, it's tough. You're reading the comments. You're trying to stay up on the donations. I'm 20 minutes behind the donations. The picks are coming in fast. I'm trying to announce all of it. It was not purposeful. I promise you. I promise you. I wasn't trying to be cute, or as the British would say, cheeky. But thank you for the $5 donation, letting me know on that. That's my bad. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. "I'm surprised the Raiders didn't take Carter. It seems like a match made in heaven." Or, well, I think that's one of those things, Chase, where maybe as much as we get pushed away from that pick because of Malik McDowell and having that on the recent record, that the Raiders are probably equally pushed away from making that kind of pick with a guy like Ruggs on the record. And I probably wouldn't want to put Jalen Carter in Las Vegas on a normal basis of living. I don't know if that's the best thing that young man might need in his life right now. But thank you for the $5 donation. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says, I just got home and looked at the board. What in smooth-brained, non-salted butter on toasted rye bread are we doing? I'm going to cry now. Rest in peace. Chad's taking it rough. Chad's taking it on this. Chad's taking this one on the chin. I get it, man. I wanted Carter too. That was the match made in heaven. Truly, in this early first round, it felt like it just did. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says the Orange Cat is doing her best REM sleep to assist the Seahawks. She's dropping some balls right now, Garth. Okay, my cat's dropping some big time balls. Okay, we let her sleep. We let her have her REM. She was supposed to be creating the magic. That's not very magical at 5. It's pretty freaking unmagical if you ask me. Gar says the Orange Cat in its mysterious ways. Yeah, she's just, they're not a dancing monkey. We got to remind ourselves of that. They will sometimes use your will with the universe and help you in that way, but other times they just want to sleep. So it's just the way of things, Garth. Roxanne Roll with a $2 donation says, all hail the Orange Cat. All hail Pumpkin. I am bringing her out for a Simba here now because it didn't work the other way prior to the other pick. So we're going to have to be a little bit more. We're going to have to reverse course on this one, Garth, and adjust the strategies here for pick 20. Steelers selection is up and on the board. Mr. Kane with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mr. Kane, for that dono. Says, haven't had a drink in over 20 years. Pretty tempted with our passing of Jalen Carter. Really tempted. I get the spoon pick isn't bad. I don't know. Just not feeling excited. I get you, Mr. Kane. I get it. And as you can see with the rest of the chat and where they're at as far as their mental state kind of goes with this as well, a lot of people are feeling this right now. And I'm not going to push back on those folks that feel that way over the next couple of days. I'm going to provide maybe a little bit of, salve for you. I'm going to hopefully try to maybe make you feel a little bit better about it. Not because I'm trying to talk you into making you feel better, but because I do honestly feel a little bit better, I think, than some of the folks that are really, 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 really down on it on this bottom end of things. I'm not quite there on it where you guys are at, but let your feelings be heard. Tell me where you're at with it. I get that there was definitely other picks. I was the Jalen Carter fan club leader, right? I was the guy that was, please make this the pick. I mean, how many videos did I make? So I wanted it. I did. But Witherspoon's going to be a good player. And he's going to help this team out, man. I appreciate you. No drinking on it. Can't on this one, man. Not unless we mess up the pick 20, Mr. Kane. No, I'm just kidding. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says 5'11", 180 with 31-inch long arms. What an effing joke, this tiny kid. This kid, tiny. He is a little bit smaller. Thank you for the donation. I don't know if you guys are wanting, what you guys want me to say on that, by the way. Like, I get where you're coming from. So I'm just going to read the comments. I could only say so many times that I get it. So I'll just read it and put it out there. O'Dwyer with a $25 donation. Thank you, O'Dwyer. I really do appreciate the donation, man. That is a huge monster donation to drop, man. I salute you, sir. Very kind of you to do so. Who do you think the Seahawks take at 20 the way this draft is playing out? Let me take a look at my value board. And boy, this has been an incredibly fast draft. We already just got through pick 14. I know we're like an hour 40 in, but usually it seems like this stuff always takes like super long through the first round. It is just cooking right now. Best available right now on the board. You've got Christian Gonzalez, Will Levis, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. My guess would be Calijah Kancey or Bryan Bresee or Myles Murphy. One of those three would seem to me to be the pick at that spot. I would put at the top of that list Calijah Kancey to be the guy that would be the most likely if he does dip and fall there. We did just have another selection here, and boy, the action is coming fast and furious. The Pittsburgh Steelers, after trading up in this draft with the 14th selection, are going to take Broderick Jones out of Georgia, tackle. So another offensive lineman goes here. And this will bring now the New York Jets onto the clock at 15 as the Seahawks inch closer here to their pick. O'Dwyer says, I'm hoping Witherspoon Woolen is the start of a Legion of Boom 2.0. You very well maybe have the opportunity to start to build something up like that. I think it's going to be hard to create a legendary defense ever again like Legion of Boom, so I'm not going to say we're ever going to be able to do that exactly quite to that point. But you can bring 2 lockdown corners to bear on a team. There's nowhere for offenses to run from. There's an ability now for defenses to blitz at a high prevalence amount of the time, which means that you can lock them on the outside and bring that blitz up there and get those guys up in the face of the quarterback, and he's got no time to throw and he's got nowhere to throw, and you can just avalanche him. Now, that's going to be the requirement of this defense, though, because, right, that's the thing they don't like to do in recent history is they don't like to blitz. Carroll doesn't like to bring those extra guys. He doesn't want to risk those things on the back end. He doesn't like to play a lot of man concepts. So now that he's going to have to do that, and embrace that to get the most out of these 2 corners. If he does it, he will get the most out of those 2 corners, and I think we're going to have a really good defense. But that does remain to be seen if that is the question. But O'Dwyer, thank you for the $25 donation. I'll make the guess right now at this point that it will be Calijah Kancey, as I think that the teams that are picking ahead of us are not going to take Calijah Kancey tonight, would be my guess on that. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate all of these donations on the chat, you guys. I can't even catch up. It is amazing. It says, well, at least we know Kyler Murray is the real general manager in Arizona. Well, they got him by the short and curlies on this one, John, and thank you for that $20 dono. As Kyler came to them initially and he said a couple of years ago, I want you to go get this tackle, Tristan Wirfs, out of Iowa. He's going to be awesome. I'm telling you, he's going to be awesome. I'm telling you, he's going to be awesome. And they said, no, we're not going to draft that. And then they drafted a pick that failed out. And then a couple years ago, he said, no, get this Creed Humphrey guy. I played with him out there at Oklahoma. He's going to be amazing. He could be an awesome center. We need this center. They said, no, Kyler, shut up. Go back and play some more video games. So now they've got him on the 3rd year here, John, where they can come back in and he can say, hey, give me this Paris Johnson guy. He's good. And they go, no. It's like, you didn't listen to me the last 2 times and you failed. Do you want to make this a 3rd straight time? But it is absolutely hilarious that indeed Kyler Murray is carrying some kind of weight, and he should not be carrying any organizational weight as having any say-so over the players. He's not earned that right, and it is kind of hilarious that they're sort of trying to kind of placate him, I guess, a little bit. Thank you, though, John, for that $20 donation. Garth Knight with the $5 dono. I feel like the Orange Cat did a Doctor Strange and worked out all the scenarios, realizing Witherspoon was the correct selection. She may well have proven to be the magic on that eventually downwind, Garth, when we come to find that out when it's all said and done. We shall see with that. My God, I'm still so far behind on the donuts. Okay, I need to get some water. This is going to be a 3 days going cooking here. Hold on with me, folks. Bear with me, please. All right, Jets pick is in. Let's see if we get through here. Garth, I hope you're right about that cat being on the right path with this one. Maybe she'll end up being the ultimate wisest of us all when it's all said and done. Eric99 with a $2 donation. Tariq, Witherspoon, Adams, Diggs, Bryant, top 3 secondary. It's got that potential there, Eric. It absolutely has that potential there now, especially if Adams can stay out on that football field. And let's not forget, Eric, you left out one guy there. Don't forget Julian Love. Don't forget your Swiss Army knife in that secondary as well. He does exist too. So very strong secondary, no doubt about it. Clivic with a $5 donation. Thank you, Clivic. Says, for shizzle my nizzle. Seems to me you like the unpredictability of the draft. I'm going to laugh with you. I do too. I do love that unpredictability, especially this year where there was going to be a wide variance on what was going to happen. And, for the folks that are dissuaded, I had just as much of a dog in this fight as you did. I wanted Jalen Carter as much as anybody else. But at the same point in time, I understood, there might be things that pushed him off the board for him. They might have been a little bit of risk averse to it. They might be in love with another one of these other guys that are still really good players in this draft. And, see, where would I even have him here? Let me look at my, let's see here. So, in my proverbial board, I had Witherspoon going 16 to Washington. So I had him being a very minimum middle first round pick and where I saw him. But I will get that there's going to be people who are going to be pretty disappointed, but you maybe are able to stack up the secondary in that fashion as we go forward. Hopefully too, we come through the rest of these picks at the end of this draft and we start to come to find, oh, look, we got this defensive tackle here and we got that defensive tackle here. And we were able to, though it wasn't Carter, we were able to rebuild that defensive line in a really fine fashion. I'm glad you're with me though, Cliffick. We got to laugh, man. We can't cry. We got to laugh. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. Says definitely wasn't BPA, Brandon. Maybe not, man. Maybe not. I'm definitely, I'm like I said, I'm supporting the pick, but I'm not pushing back, and I'm not looking to get into fights with anybody or get into debates with anybody about whether or not there would have been another picks that we would have wanted to go with, because I'm with you on that camp. There are other guys that I would have maybe preferred on going with the different selection, but I'm not quite the spot of hating the pick purely. I like how this kid plays quite a bit. But I get where you're coming from, Nicholas. And as you can see, just in my donations alone, just take the last 8 donations below you. 6 of them have been folks that are in the very same place as you are with that. Seahawks Gaming with the $2 donation. Sauce was 4 last year. He better be on that level. You do hope that he could play at something along that line if he's going to be picked in that same sort of position. Yes, I would agree with you on that. And the good news is that there is the potential there for him to be that kind of player based on the tape that he produced out there in Illinois. No guarantee. He's not Deion Sanders coming out. It's not a no-brainer situation, but there is the potential that it could play out in that fashion. The Jets selection is finally in after it seems like they took about 20 minutes because they're trying to hype up this Jets pick so hard. They got the kid announcing it here, so we'll see if he's going to put it forward. But thank you, Seahawks Gaming, for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Thank you to all of you guys on the donations. I know I got to go through them a little quick just because they're stacking up so deep. But thank you to all of you guys for all the donos you're dropping on the channel tonight. I really do appreciate it. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says over/under on Pete taking Sealy Ringo at 20. Ooh, we got a pick here in. There's got to be a 0% chance they take a corner now, Sanchez, the rest of this draft almost, I think. It's got to be 0. I'll go 1% because there's always a chance something could happen weird, but I would be gobsmacked if they took, if they actually went out there and took that. With the 15th selection in the NFL 2023 draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald out of, is that Iowa State, isn't he? Yeah, Iowa State. I was blanking on that one for a second. Wow, Jets going back to the pass rush. I thought that they might look for offensive line here, maybe another receiver. But this kid kind of blew it up there at the Senior Bowl. He looked really, really good. So he's a guy that certainly has risen up the boards. I think I had him going. Where did I have him going? So I had McDonald going 22. So we're pretty close to right around where I would have thought he'd be going at. Seahawks are a couple picks away now at pick 20. McDonald. Done. Very interesting. Not for sale with the $2 donations. Says Brando, the fact that the Eagles got Carter, shaking my head. It stings. If the Lions or the Eagles were the two teams that if they'd gotten Carter, but beyond even the Cardinals, that was the one that was going to hurt because they feel like the two teams as we kind of go forward here that are going to be those teams that are that thorn in our side that we're going to have to deal with. And if he ends up being the guy that kind of wrecks you in games, very important games, playoff games, and it's Carter that's the one that takes you to pieces, that's going to sting. That's going to be hard to just sort of roll with those punches on that one. But the potential now exists. And the Eagles definitely had the ability to make that kind of risk in that way that maybe you just didn't have that same kind of comfortable fashion to be able to pull that off. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $2 donation. Our secondary is safer than Area 51. No fly zone. We do got to come up with, if this is going to be an awesome secondary, we got to come up with a different nickname than Legion of Boom. We can't go Legion of Zoomish or Legion of this or Legion of... We got to come up with its own separate thing if they're really good. But you're going to have a secondary. If Jamal Adams can get out there, Quandre out there and patrolling the deep center field, 2 lockdown corners on the outside, Kobe maybe getting a little bit more comfortable in the slot. Even if Kobe can't get more comfortable in the slot, you have Julian Love, who can come in there and be a jack of all trades for you in that secondary, wherever you want to align him. You have the potential now to really put together an outstanding secondary, and not into the future. With this kid Witherspoon, he's not a guy you got to clean up a lot of different things in his game. He will be pro ready. He will be ready to jump out there on the field and be, I think, whatever it is he's going to be for the most part. Whatever top end that is that he is going to reach, but we will see on that. Thank you guys for all the donations. Michael, Not For Sale, Sanchez, Seahawks Gaming, Cliffick, Eric99, Garth Knights, John Stillwell, O'Dwyer, Snail, Mr. Kane, Roxanne Roll, Cheese Taco, Voodoo Magic, DJ Owen, Nuclear, Samuel, Corey Olson, Sanchez, and all you guys multiple times over. Nuclear Salmon, Daniel Bailey, Black Sheep. Thank you so much for all the donos. Appreciate you guys on that. Do, if you can, folks, we've got well over almost 600 folks here in the chat tonight. Do me a favor, if you are in here, hit that like button for me. And if you're not subbed up, please do get subbed up here. We're trying to get over 12,000, kind of an important number, those 12s. 12,000 subscribers here at the Hawks Nest, and we're going to see if we can get over the draft here, that 12,000 mark. So if you're not subscribed up to the channel, please do get subscribed up. It would help me get over that 12 mark. It's a little goal here for the channel we're trying to lock into, and I definitely would really appreciate it. Glenn Wade with a $5 donation. Thank you, Glenn. I do appreciate it as well. He says, Diggs and Love at safety, Witherspoon and Woolen at cornerback, frees up Adams to do what he does best, play in the box and blitz. Get a run stuffer in the draft. There we go, man. There we go. You can see the plan, right, Glenn? And that is indeed the plan that's at play here. You get Julian Love. Julian Love comes in and now gives you the cover guy at safety position, to where now I don't need to put Jamal into situations where he's running cover 2 or cover 1, where now he indeed gets to get down near the box. But beyond all that, having now 2 guys, Tariq, the best stuff he did last year was in man coverage. That's when he was at his most successful. The coaching staff acknowledged this. I'm not making this up. The coaching staff literally said that at the end of the season. And then you have in Witherspoon, who's maybe at his best playing man. And maybe the coaching staff is sitting there right now scratching their chin going, okay, we'll generate our pass rush from our blitz game. We've got Bobby Wagner, one of the best still even now at his age, one of the best blitzing middle linebackers in the sport. Jamal Adams, the best blitzing defensive back in the sport. What if we just load up for bearing in that respect? We'll load up to bear. What if we just bring the house like we've never brought before, catch people off guard, run more of a pressure-based concepts? I don't think we would do it to some insane degree, but I do think that it's potential that we could do it a little bit, mix it in there. I do think that more than we have in recent history, where we've been one of those teams very hesitant to want to blitz. So I like the look of it, man. And we can come back and still get these defensive linemen later on. They're not all gone. We've had 1 defensive tackle taken in the first 16 picks. There's not been a run on them. So we're still definitely in a place here where we can maybe pick this up. But Glenn Wade, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Roxanne Roll, another $5 donation from Roxanne Roll. Let me say your name right. Let me get your name right, Roxanne. Says, no picks the rest of the first round for the Red Turds. No picks at all for Sand Frog and La La Town. Come on, get us of a defensive tackle beast at 20. Let's get Donald 2.0. Let's get Donald 1.6-ish. Let's get not quite Donald. I'd be happy with Cancey. I know some of you out there liked him more than Cancey on that. We got a pick is in. With the 16th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Comanderos select Emmanuel Forbes, Mississippi State. Wow. Well, another little bit of a surprise here in this draft. I think this is the first player that I didn't have of my board going in the first round that's going in the first round. 166 pounds, this guy. You really got to trust that he's going to hold up at the next level at that size, but the ball skills are there. The coverage skills are there. The pure speed is there. He does play like a guy that isn't inhibited by his size at the college level, at least. But this is why I had, for instance, Devin Witherspoon going to Washington, as it certainly was a need. So they went to Emmanuel Forbes, but that would have been definitely a pick that they would have gone after Witherspoon there, that would have been as long as he would have lasted if he would have lasted that long. It's worth noting, I think. Doesn't mean you have to, that doesn't mean that has to sell you on the pick. Just, it's worth noting. But Roxanne, let's get that beast at 20, okay? Let's go get that beast. Upchuck Gaming, Mike Prentice, Lagzilla. I placed the call out there to you, gentlemen. I said, please, sub on up. We're trying to get over 12,000. You answered that call. Thank you for that little subscriber train that you just dropped on me, man. All of you guys, I really appreciate that. I'd love to get over 12,000. The goal this year is to get over 15,000 for the channel by the end of the year. We're right in line for doing that. So thank you to all the new folks that have subbed up to the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. Zach Richardson with a $5 donation. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you as well. He says, love all the recent content. Devon is a dog and our secondary will be dominant. Plenty of time to add our defensive line. Everyone just relax. I love it, Zach. Well said from your part. I love where you're coming from on your perspective of that. I share this same one. I'm not giving empty talk to those that are frustrated. I'm not trying to just throw water on your fire and say you have no right to be a little angry or a little disappointed. I do get where you're coming from with it. But I do share Zach's feeling on this also as well. Devon is a dog. Devon is that type of mentality you want on the football field in the way he plays. Pretty much that whole Illinois secondary was kind of like that. In 1 second, I'm going to get back to your comment, but we do have another, back to your donation here. We do have another selection, though, as these picks are really coming in fast now, and our Hawks are just about up here. Where did my thing go? Here we go. With the 17th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez out of Oregon. So Christian Gonzalez dips below Emmanuel Forbes. Very surprising in this draft. A guy that I did have as a number one corner in the lens of looking at it through him going to Seattle and us running our historic zone-based coverage scheme. That may be starting to change a little bit now as we go forward. And you certainly wouldn't want with this guy, Christian Gonzalez, to have him run a lot of man concepts, in my opinion, which does make it a little bit surprising that the New England Patriots jump on him here, as this is a team that has tended to lean towards running at times a lot of man. And they want to run their blitz games and stuff like that at times, does Belichick. So a little bit of a strange pick here. I can only wonder if maybe it's a value pick for them as much as anything else, or maybe they're intending to move to more zone-based concepts in what they're looking to do. That very well could be how this is going as well. So interesting. Very, very interesting pick there. Another corner off the board, though. All right, it's getting... Okay, so we're down to 18. We got 2 picks away here. Let me show you. If this will work to show you guys this. Yeah, there we go. There it is. All right, so you can see over here on my side of my shoulder right here. I'll refresh this. This is the best player available. It's just a general chart I'm taking from here, so you can have your guys adjust. This isn't my chart, but I just wanted to show you guys to get kind of a general view here of what we're looking at with who's available, who's the guys we have to pick, who's likely to be landing for our Hawks to select at this point, a couple picks away now. Will Levis is there as a quarterback. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end, I don't think that's an option. Nolan Smith is certainly a guy the Hawks have met with. Maybe a possibility here. Whew, they went edge and still ignore the defensive line. Goodness. Calijah Kancey is the one that stands out. That is the one that stands out. Now, this could be right where the Lions swoop in and take Calijah Kancey and just completely upend things. because of the fact that they're now up on the clock at 18. And that would seem to me, if I'm the Lions here, having gone with running back early, going back to defense here now makes a lot of sense. Do they take a guy like Kancey? Do they come back or look at maybe tight end? They could look at like a Michael Mayer too, or Kincaid. Could be possible here. But boy, Kancey's now the guy I start to look at and go, okay, Calijah Kancey. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Mr. Dog, you also answered the call out there, man. Thank you, man. You're my dog, Mr. Dog, for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest as a member. Please do go over there to your community post chat and check out the community post over there. I have my draft guide over there for all channel members. Do check that out if you could over on your side. We got 3 minutes and 37 seconds here until the Lions are going to pick at pick 18. They went with running back with their very first selection. We got some Mazi love. We got some Smith love in the chat. We got some Levis love. Some Jackson Smith and Jigba love. A couple ways we can go here. Sean Lee says running back incoming. I cannot see running with the two taken off the board. I'd be a little surprised. Luis says Deonte Banks now, guys. Relax at 20. Actually, yeah, this could be rather than defensive line, corners where they could be going with this pick, right? Because they did move Okudah. I'm telling my buddy to send me. I'm telling DMAC to send me. These folks are killing it. I'm telling DMAC to send me that 30-second clip so I can try to get you guys hyped with what he's got to say at least. He's like, I know I should have sent you that video. Yeah, send it. I got to get these folks hyped up on this pick, man. I got to make it happen. Appreciate all the folks checking out the draft coverage today. We're going to be doing this all 3 days, doing a lot of draft coverage. So I hope you guys are ready and clicked on in, but I appreciate everyone showing up today in force like you guys have, having well over, I think, 600-700 people we had in the chat here at one point of this. So it's just, it's nice to see in here. Thank you to all the folks hopping in, checking out the channel tonight, hitting that like button, subbing up as you guys are. Amazing support tonight on the channel. I know some of you aren't super, so we got split. Some super happy by the pick, some kind of not, less so, but everybody is very supportive of the channel tonight. I couldn't believe all the donations you guys have dropped in here. So thank you to everybody. You guys are always unbelievably amazing. I did not expect this today on the channel. I thought we have a good turnout, but it's been absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. And let's see if our Hawks can turn this around yet. Lions go corner here. Lions go tight end. Lions go receiver. Lions go Nolan Smith. That's all we need here at this point, right? That's all we need. We got the Lions and then Tampa Bay's up after that. So if the Lions don't take a defensive tackle, I really would be shocked to see the Buccaneers taking a defensive tackle there at that point. It's possible that they do so, but I would think that the Buccaneers would go a different direction. Specifically, like, I think I had them with Anton Harrison or something in my draft. So I'd be thinking that they'd be going the route like that. The Lions pick is in. Lions pick is in. Seahawks Dub says we have all the options and we're going to pick Levis. I'm going to be talking people off the ledge if we do that. No doubt about it. All right, the Lions selection is up. Did Goodell coming out there? Goodell walking a little gimpy, man. A little gimpy Goodell. All right, here we go. Ooh, okay. All right, this works. This definitely works. With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions moving up and down and everywhere about. Pick at the 18th selection, Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa. Okay. So this is definitely a guy that you can understand why he would appeal to Dan Campbell. Dan's like, this is my brother from another mother over here. You know what I mean? He's this kid's a blood and guts kind of player. Exactly the kind of guy that would appeal to Dan Campbell, even if his name didn't have like the same name as the head coach. A guy that's took me a long time to grow on me as a prospect in this class. Both him and Drew Sanders as middle linebackers, definitely I was struggling with a little bit in which one was which, where I was what, how I was what with it. And the pick is in already for Tampa Bay, by the way. So they didn't mess about on this one. They're not trading about on this one. They're just coming right in with it. But Cancey does continue to fall here in this draft in this first round. Bryan Bresee is also going to be potentially there on the table for the Hawks. Myles Murphy is going to be there if we're looking at defensive line and addressing that there. Nolan Smith still there. Some interesting names here at 20 still on the board at this point, depending on which way the Buccaneers go with their pick. But Lions help out their defense a little bit there. Makes sense. I didn't really want a lot of Campbell anyway, so I'm good with that. Chewable Orb, Campbell's Luke Kuechly light. He is. Exactly. He's the diet calorie cola of Kuechly. They don't call him Luke. They call him Zook. King Bomber wants Levis at 20. Ayush says Cancey, please. I'm Cancey. I want Aaron Donald. I want 84% of Aaron Donald. That's my guy. That's my guy. Pick is in for Tampa Bay. Will Levis is not on the phone as Tampa Bay's there. He's just staring, and he's starting to already do the thing guys do where they're just, he's getting that look. He's getting that look those prospects get, those poor kids, when they start to slide, especially those quarterbacks. TV's brutal too. It gets the tight close-ups on their face. Just it's just like, give the kid some room. He's sliding, man. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. It's not looking good if I'm seeing the chat right on this one. All right. Buccaneer picks in. Goodell's about to exclaim what it will be. With the 19th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Calijah Kancey, defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. Oof. Oof. It stings. It stings. Okay. I'm not freaking out. You're freaking out. Oh, I like this kid, man, so much. Such a good pick there for the Buccaneers. And you put him next to Vita Vea. Good for them. Oh, Lordy. So I would hope maybe there's a trade back option here at this point. You got Levis here. Does nobody want Levis at all? Holy hell. Holy hell. Okay, Seattle Seahawks are on the board. They've got some options. No doubt about it. They've got some options at this point. I'll put the best player available here up on the side of it next to my right shoulder. You can see right there which way they could maybe go here. You have every which way but loose receiving options. Nolan Smith coming off the edge could be enticing to them. Myles Murphy, Bryan Bresee out of Clemson are both still there. Quentin Johnston as well, depending on if they liked him. Brian Branch, one of the guys I really love in this draft. I don't think they would go corner again, but you never know. Felix Anudike-Uzomah, also there. Hendon Hooker's in on that spot. Mazi Smith, Darnell Washington. Can't think that they would go offense here. I wouldn't think as far as that they could. They didn't go defense on the first pick. So a lot of different ways they could go. And they certainly surprised us tonight with the first pick. So why change it here? Why change it now? And if you do hear the pick, folks, please do not post it into the chat on just this particular one, especially if you can. Just hold off posting who you see the pick to be. I'm going to try to announce this here live. I'll be on top of it as soon as the Hawks do or don't make that pick. Let's do no spoiling if possible, please. It's okay if it's okay, as I say on this, Megan. If they do end up spoiling, it's all good. But just if you can, you know what I mean. Drew Sanders, I mean, maybe that's a possibility. I think you can get him in the second round. I don't think that you're driven as much here on this particular pick to have to go there with it at that spot. My preference here, I guess, if I'm going to say my preference, let's say you got to get defensive line dealt with. I think Bryan Bresee, I feel like I almost trust him a little bit more than Myles Murphy, but I think on either of these two players you're grabbing here, the value is okay. Murphy stands right now as the 9th best player right now on the board as it stands with him. And then Bryan Bresee is at 19th. So, I mean, there'll be a little bit of a reachy point at that point going there with that. They may like Nolan Smith from a value standpoint better, and that drives them to Nolan Smith, especially if they're liking his upside. Very well could be a possibility here too. So again, if you're in the chat, just don't please post the pick name in there. I'll announce the pick, and then we can turn it over as we can through that at that point, if possible. So a lot of JPJ still on the board. JPJ? Who's JPJ? I think you mean Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, he is. He's out there. I got the BPA over on my right shoulder right there. 3 minutes and 18 seconds here, and the Seahawks will make their selection. So if you know in advance, just hold off for 3 minutes. We'll get on out there. Lou, I'd like to see us trade back too, man. Trade back would be nice here. There's nobody that you have to take on this board right now that you could maybe get in another 5, 6, 7, 8 picks. Sure, they're working the phones right now trying to make something happen. Trade back would be the way I'd go with this, though. Max says, hey, guys, I'm late. Who do we take at 5? Someone else to sturdy up the D-line. A big disruptor up front. Carter, Wilson, Anderson. Devin Witherspoon. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation says, they went to commercial break on our pick again, laughing out loud. Am I not right, Daniel? Am I not right? They do it to us every year. And watch, they'll get past the 2-minute point and they'll stretch it out another 7 minutes before they announce the selection. So I know that they just must have a lot of Seahawks fans watching. So they just pull that thing out as long as they can make it happen, man. Thank you for the donation, man. All the donos tonight. But yeah, it drives me. It's driven me crazy for years. I'm like, really? We get the commercial every time? Every time? Let's see what we got going here. Boy, this could be just about anybody here. I got no read on who this will be. No read whatsoever. Trading back would be a smart way to go, I think, here, though. I would be big in favor of it. 1 minute and 44 seconds, and we will learn who the Seattle Seahawks pick is next. Are they going receiver? Jackson Smith and Jigba. Quentin Johnston out there. Jordan Addison. Do they like Zay Flowers? I want to go back to defensive line. Myles Murphy. Bryan Bresee. Cam Benton's down there, even if they like him a lot. That'd be a little bit of reach, but they may do it. Got some interesting options here. Will Levis, do they go quarterback? Do they shock the Seahawks nation again on the second pick by actually taking a quarterback here, a guy that ran the same offense in college that we have here? Could happen. Anything's impossible. 51 seconds. The Seahawks are taking this all the way down to the bottom of the line on this time. They're working the phones furiously. John Schneider trying to do whatever he can, whatever can be possibly made to make this pick turn into more. Pick is in, they're saying on my tat. Hold off on letting the chat know what the pick is if you can, please. They're showing the war room. Jody's just looking up at the TV. I don't see Carroll. I don't see Schneider. I don't see Celebration. I see kind of low energy in the room there a little bit. Come on, guys. Wake up! The pick is in. See what it is here. I'm waiting on the announcement of it, and I will post it over here in the chats. Just hold off if you can. I know you guys chomp the bit to post it, but just a little bit longer, and we will learn what this pick is. Last first-round selection for your Seahawks in this draft. Yeah, that was a sad war room, Joe. Let's get some coffee through the war room a little bit. Everybody's just kind of chilling. And again, like I told you guys, the pick comes in and then they wait 10 minutes to announce it on the Hawk pick. It's always that just stretch it. Okay, here we go. Now I got some clapping. Thank you guys. There we go. Wake up. Not jumping up and down, I'll tell you that. It's kind of They're not showing shots of Will Levis, so I guess there's hope it's not him. We'll watch Roger Goodell slowly amble his way up to the podium here. They're doing the slow motion zoom shot. Well, they say the pick is in. I wish they just weren't filthy liars. Oh, we've got a whole cavalcade of people coming out to announce the pick, huh? It's a little bit overkill when they start, the whole group's got to come up every time now. Goodell's talking about the kids, talking about things here, talking about things there. Hopefully we'll get to the announcement here on this pick. Okay, so this kid's going to announce it then. And not this one over here, this one here, this one. With the 20th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver out of Ohio State. Jackson is, by many accounts, looked at and viewed as the best receiver in this draft by some people's standard. He is a guy that is viewed as being a guy that is a slot-only receiver at the next level. He has a little bit of short arms and a little bit of lack of speed, not size, but lack of speed. that would probably not allow him to be able to operate very often at the pro level on the outside. He is a guy, though, that is a very competent slot receiver, and the team would seem to indicate with this that they don't have a lot of faith in Dwayne Eskridge being the guy that is going to be able to step forward in that respect of things. I'm not quite as high on Jaxon Smith as others have been. I think that he definitely has a lot more people that are in the Seahawks fandom are a bit more bigger proponents of his game set than I am. I acknowledge that I think he's going to be a really upper level kind of slot guy at the next level, but I did feel like in picking him, you were going to now have to transition away a little bit from the 2 tight end and 3 tight end sets, which have been so beneficial to us even in last year, both in passing and in our ability in the run game, especially. You're going to have to kind of, with drafting this guy in the first round, I think, commit to running a lot more of the 3 wide receiver sets, which may be the Seahawks' intention within this. So, he is a guy that can play in the yak really well, or he can play in the slot really well. He is a very, very competent receiver. They've been saying recently that they feel like he's just behind, like maybe the 3rd best receiver of the Ohio State crew that's come out of there in recent years, as far as the really fine wide receivers like Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and whatnot. So we'll see if he is indeed that guy. He did miss 10 games with a hamstring injury in 2022. And again, I'm not sure I have a lot of faith they can play on the outside. My comp for Jaxon Smith and Jigba would be Amon St. Brown, the slot receiver for the Detroit Lions. He's been a very a competent guy in that respect for them in how he's played. So, so yeah, this is a pick. This is a 20th pick in the first round. So this is, I think, going to be another little bit of a divider pick amongst the fan base between those that love it and those that hate it. I will say that there was many fans that I heard from loud and clear that felt like receiver was actually a much bigger need than I was giving it thought for. So I guess that the team also considers this a big need. Now you do pair up Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf with Jackson, so you can go into some pretty killer 3 wide receiver sets at this point. That part's to be certain. But now you have gone through the 2 most valuable picks that you have in this draft and decided to pass on the defensive tackle. You don't have any money left to really spend on the defensive tackle. So I guess, at some point you're going to get around to addressing that draft, or maybe I'm underselling the level of talent of this defensive tackle crew later on in this draft. And Schneider feels like he can get these guys all the way through wherever he needs to go get them. Another divisive pick, I think, a little bit, but the people that love this pick will absolutely love him. And what I've noticed is that those that are in on Jackson are really in on Jackson, that they really are like, no, he's awesome. I'm not quite there myself on that one. I can understand the Witherspoon pick way more. This one, I don't hate it as a reach. If you look at my board here, I think I had Jackson somewhere going in the first round. Did I have him going in my first round? I might not have had him even going in my first. But I did. Yeah. So I had Jackson going 11th on my board to the Titans. So, it's not like I didn't see either with Jackson or with Devon Witherspoon, either of them in my proverbial final mock going in the first round. I did. But holy hell. I don't know how our defensive line is going to stop anybody next year at this point. Oh, Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says FFS, after last year, this is such a letdown. Go see Dragons. Yeah, go see Dragons, man. Yeah. Thank you for the $5 donation. And I'm not in the same energy spot right now as I was last year with last year's draft for these first couple picks. Could be great picks. I know I've got to. It so sucks sometimes because I just can't say my opinion, because I feel like if I say one opinion, people take it to the most extreme avenue of things and like, yo, you hate on this. It's like, it's just meh, you know? It's a little meh for me. And I don't think a guy with 30.5-inch arms that runs like a 4.55 40 is playing on the outside the NFL level. But thank you for the $5 donation, Sanchez. Ski Nation with the $2 donation. 0 linemen in round 1. Great. Super Bowl bound. Thank you for the $2 donation, man. And I'm likewise a little bit, just a little bit frustrated on this one. This is a little bit, Andrew, thank you for the $2 donation. I usually try your last name, but tonight I can't get it to go there. So we've got another pick here, by the way. Let me announce this really quickly and I'll get to your donation. With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver, TCU. So going for Quentin Johnston does get into the first round. Guys, we're wondering if maybe he might slide into the second round there, but he manages to get himself into the top round. Definitely this was a need for the Chargers, who've had a real hard time with both Mike Williams and that other guy they've got out there, keeping them upright and on the field. You know, those guys have been really beat up at times. Seahawks, who did we just pick? Smith. It's going to be a crazy name to have to say a million different times. JSN is just going to have to be the way it is on that one. Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston. All right, so that'll bring 22 up on the board now. Andrew says, first round shows we are drafting BPA right now. Good news. Could be that. Yeah. People were pushing back on me and saying that, but I mean, I can see where they're at with that, I guess. I certainly can see where they're at with that. You know, especially if they love Jackson Smith, you know, just because I'm not quite onto it fully with that. Maybe that the team's much better on their evaluation of it. And they've done pretty good with wide receivers in the past. Never taken a wide receiver this high either. Let's acknowledge that. There's never been, I believe, a first round wide receiver taken in the Carroll Schneider era. So that's worth, you know, noting on, you know, their level of confidence about where he's going to go as a player and what he is. Thank you though, Andrew. Appreciate it. Snail with the $2 donation says, did John Schneider get a job for the 49ers? Maybe so. He's a future prospects, you know, just laying some groundwork. That's all. Daniel, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, John took don't let need drive picks too serious. It is a balancing act, Daniel. As I say, you can't always run it just pure on the value board. You know, you can run it as hard as you can, but you do have to, you know, lean a little bit more into, you know, at least a little bit of a balance game with that, you would think. But indeed, hey, as Andrew was saying below you on that too with it, it certainly is a board you can't question about whether or not they're going for the value. You know, I could absolutely see how Devon was their number one guy they had on their board as far as their evaluation. And I can see how at this point where they're picking here, as much as the need is there for these other defensive linemen or going at another position, that they see the value as Jackson being the best receiver there and the best player by a wide margin. It does make some sense. I can understand the logic and reasoning process that went into this for the Seahawks. Just, sometimes their plan doesn't always appear very clear on what it is that they're trying to really do. What is the identity of this team they're trying to get to take? And it'll be a little more clear after the end of this draft, I guess, but it's a little confusing as we look at the surface of this. It's a little confusing. Corso D. Gutierrez, thank you for the $2 donation, Corsos. Says, we have matching facial expressions. Dissatisfied. I feel so dissatisfied. Like a young man coming in for a quickie. Yeah, Fritz, thank you though, Corsos. And we do have matching faces on that, no doubt about it. Appreciate you as well for the $2 donation. He says, so no defense in the first. What are they thinking? I think you mean no defensive line, Fritz, because they did go with Devin Witherspoon with the 5th. So they did go defense the first pick. But the only thing I can come back to, Fritz, is somebody else, a couple of these other guys have said below you, like Daniel or Andrew. They seem to have been drawn on their board completely towards that value chart of things. What's the best value? Just pure what's the best value. That will carry the day for us. I guess that's what they're thinking at it. Almost like, you just look at your board and you're not even thinking about where the depth is on your team. Just you're looking at that board and you're like, who's the best on the board? Who's that number one guy? Even if it's not our assessment of that would have been our number one guy, I think that's where their thinking was on it. Best get I'm trying to make sense of something that seems a little bit confusing though to me too. Roxanne, thank you for the $5 donation and all the donations tonight, Roxanne. Interesting thing I just witnessed. Jackson is the first draftee to walk down into the fan section. I like that gesture, but I need a good stiff drink. I might need one as well after tonight, Roxanne. Come on. It's a little bit of this is a little weird. It's a little strange. Okay. But thank you for the $5 dono. And I haven't ever seen that as well. That's a nice gesture by Jackson to get down there in the crowd and mingle with the 12s a little bit. Especially in this day and age with all the 6 feet distancing, all that good stuff. Come on. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, get ready for 4 of 5 offensive players. Oh, we're going all in offense, super offense, Kevin. They're going to take the league by storm. So we're just going to go out there and put a boatload of points on people. And then we got the corners on the outside when they're trying to play catch up that are just going to pick it off and run it back for 6 and just be wreaking havoc. I can see the plan. It is real. It is true. It is known. Appreciate you, Kevin. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation. MJ Seahawk, thank you for that donation. And it's good to see you back in the chat here again today. He says, using our first 2 picks on our deepest positions is not what I had in mind. I will look at it as we got the best cornerback and the best slot receiver. Go Hawks. I am too trying to find the positive side of this, MJ Seahawk. I am trying to find and stay in the place where it's, okay, I don't quite get the plan, but maybe I just need to figure out and think about the plan a little bit more. I think you do put this in a very good way. Last year, you came out of that draft last year with the best left tackle in the draft, the best right tackle in the draft, arguably the best running back in the draft, I believe the best cornerback in the draft. And now that you come back on the other side of it with these first 2 picks and very well coming out of this with the best corner in the draft. And as you said, the best slot in the draft. That does build up certain strengths of your team in a very nice fashion. And one in which I hadn't kind of considered in this at this point, MJ Seahawks. So well said on that part of it. Very well said. Thank you for the donation. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation 3 times over. It must have triple dipped you on that one, Sanchez. Sorry, I can't refund at least 2 of those back on you with it. He says, this draft reminds me of the time I crapped my pants. Well, we're all just sitting in it right now, man. We're in the car. We're sitting in it. We're still an hour away from getting home. Everybody's rolling down the windows saying, dear God, what is going on here? Thank you for the triple donation, though, Sanchez. And I think that's an apropos metaphor. With the 22nd selection in the NFL draft, the Baltimore Ravens, fresh on the heels of signing Lamar Jackson to a monster deal at the beginning of this day, take Zay Flowers out of Boston College at 22. Baltimore Ravens, Zay Flowers. So a couple of receivers going on the board. We had a little bit of a run on receivers here. Seahawks go Jackson, Chargers go Quentin Johnston, and now the Baltimore Ravens go Zay Flowers. So surprisingly in a draft where some were wondering if there was going to be indeed one receiver taken in the first round, we've actually seen a good amount here going through versus some of the hype that we were hearing about the draft and where this was going to go. Interesting. Flowers, good pick. He's drawn some comparisons from some of you guys out there of looking a lot like an Antonio Brown type guy. I do wonder if he's going to really truly be able to operate on the outside at the next level. He is legitimately 5'9" and about a quarter. So he's undersized and he doesn't have the longest of arms, but he is a real smooth athlete. And I think that the comparisons with Antonio are pretty on point for the most part. I can kind of get him. I don't think he's going to become Antonio Brown, but you can see with his route running and his shiftiness, stop and start, change of direction, all very good. He's got to clean up his hands a little bit though. That part's for sure. Scott says, y'all know we tried to trade, but couldn't find a partner and took BPA on their board. That would be, I'd agree with that. I think we're all in pretty close alignment on that. Brian says, I had all 3 wide receivers going in this order, starting at 23. Wow. Good call on that, Brian. Let's see how I've done here on my deal so far. So let's see here. I think there's only been 2 picks so far in the first round that I didn't have going in the first round. I'm obviously not getting the picks right with the selection points. We knew that wasn't going to happen, but I think I've gotten all of the first round guys here in here. The only ones that are not going to be for me, I think I had Zay Flowers going. I didn't have Quentin Johnston, and I didn't have what was it? Forbes? Is that who they took? The Washington team. So I'll get the players right, but I won't get the order of it anywhere near right. Sean Lee Cancey being picked made the wide receiver pick okay. It did from a value standpoint. If you're driven by the value on the board, not by need, it does make sense. Because Murphy and Bresee, you probably have, like, we can get those guys 10 pick later. And they probably did try to trade, and there probably just wasn't a trade to be had. We are seeing with these teams right now, that there aren't any other trades going on here in these picks through the 20s. So that would be evidence of the fact that there isn't maybe a trade to be had because of that. Oh, Nomad, you're right. Nomad Brad, thank you. That's my third one I missed. No, Nomad. No. I did miss it. I had Jack Campbell going to the Buffalo Bills at 27. So I had Campbell in the first round. I had him in there. So I'm only two. We're 22 picks deep, and 20 of them I had going so far in the first round. Connor Clifton, you have a good night, man. Minnesota on the clock. Definitely could be a corner kind of pick here. They need some help defensively. Bryan Bresee, Myles Murphy could be the pick here. Do they go quarterback? Does Levis finally stop falling? Does the fall of Levis discontinue? Wow, he dropped, man. NFL is out on Levis, I'll tell you that. Sam Fisher, 170. Thank you for the $20 donation, Sam. I really do appreciate it. He says, I wanted Jalen Carter at 5. I also wanted JSN at 20. I got one right. I just wanted the first one to be more right. It's a wonderful way of putting it, Sam. And I ain't gonna lie. It did take me probably about 10, 15 minutes after the Witherspoon pick to fully kind of get over the Carter aspect of things, because it just seemed like such a brilliant fit. It seemed like such a pure fit. It seemed like such a right fit. But as I said, leading into this draft on that, Sam, and it's not something I'm going to change now at this point in time as we go in this process, their background check was going to rule the day on that. The talent was there to allow for him, to afford for him, to cause for him to be a guy that you should have to go up into a that you are happy to pick at number 5 overall. That there's no doubt about it. You don't have to think about it. It's a universal view. It's a unanimous decision. It's a consensus. All of those things. And if you are going to pass that point, it has to be then, Sam, because of that background stuff that has to come into bear. And I think that's completely right. This team has made more of a mindset of, getting the culture correct and making sure that they're back to kind of their foundations in that respect of things. And I am going to support the pick. I can support the pick without having to get as hyped as I would have gone with Carter, but I will support the pick. And I support the Jackson pick, I guess, overall. I think we've got to wait to come to the final conclusions on this draft until we can see the full gamut of all the picks and how exactly they're all going to really shake out for the team and which guys they're walking away from in this draft. Truly, we'll get a better idea, I think, of the full lay of the land and the landscape at that point in time. But I do like that, even though I might not love the picks, as a couple of other people have said with this too, Sam, I believe that these are selections that are being driven by truly BPA. You may not have had Jackson Smith as your top guy up there at 20, but as you guys saw in my mock, where I had him picked at like 11 or 12, or the same thing with Witherspoon, who I had him picked in the teens. These are not LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks. These are not reaches like that. These are picks where you're grabbing guys that are right around the right place of where they would have gone. So from a value standpoint, we want the team to be driven by the value board. We want them to go for just, don't think about your needs and all that. That's how you're going to stretch and reach for guys that aren't really great fits. Just trust your board. Who's the most valuable? You guys are great at scouting. Who is the best guy you got up on the board? And I think they are having that carrying them through. So, I'm appreciative of that. I like that part. Even if I don't necessarily agree with their evaluation on players or given players with it, I still do appreciate it. I must say that. Megan, you were right and I was wrong on the Carter thing. Officially, you were right. I was wrong. And you told me so. You did tell me so. And finally, it looks like DMAC actually sent me a message there for the Devin Witherspoon. So we'll see if DMAC can get you guys hyped up. I'll play this up on the deal and get him in here. The 23rd pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings as we motor along through this first round. And Sam Fisher, thank you again for that $20 donation. And congratulations on knocking that second pick out the park. I know there's a lot of folks out there that were very much big. Very much big. John, hey, Brandon, are we switching back to the 4-3? I'm not sure, John. I'm not positive one way or another on that one. We're doing something different, but it could be just the secondary stuff, No more cover 4, no more cloud-based stuff. Just back to the cover 3, cover 2. Justin says, would have rather taken Darnell Washington than receiver at 20? Me too. Me as well. Taker 610, the fan base got heated over nothing, it seems. I would say, you mean with the Carter thing? Maybe a little bit, yeah. Maybe a little bit there, Taker 610. That might be very, very true there, man. Very, very true. Thank you for the donation, though. It's good to see you in the chat. Very good to see you in the chat. George Harmon coming in with a $50 donation. George, man, very kind of you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Whew. Knocking my socks off, you guys, with all the donos tonight. Amazing amount of support. Unbelievable. We probably set a record tonight with the donations coming through. Thank you so much, George. You didn't have anything in your message, but I really do appreciate that donation and the support to the channel here. We're kicking it off tonight, man. It's going to be a fun few days of this draft, no matter what happens, no matter love or hate these picks or wherever we're at on these picks. It's going to be a fun couple of days, and I appreciate all of the support you guys bring from the chat on that. But George, you are the man. $50 donation from George. Let's go. Let's go, George. Woo! That'll get me hype. That'll wake me up. You're awesome, man. We got another pick in the kitty here. With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings go receiver? Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC. The run on receivers is real. I have never seen anything quite like this before in any given draft in my history. 4 straight selections now with a wide receiver going. That is what we call a run, folks. And our Seahawks started this out. Wow. Jordan Addison. Holy moly. Holy moly. I love this kid a lot. 3,000 yards in his career between USC and Pittsburgh. Just a natural receiver. He's going to be good for them. I think they moved on from the guy they had opposite out there, Justin Jefferson. I'm spacing on his name right now, so it was a need for them. But boy, Minnesota needed so much help defensively. Teams leaning into the offense still. It is still an offensive league. We're learning that on this first round. That's for sure. I thought he was going to eventually sneak into the second round, but people like him. He's going to play in this league. He's going to be a good player in this league. Great route runner. But good for us. Let's get some more receivers going. We're not picking that anymore. So as far as we're concerned, let's let the next 15 picks be wide receivers. And that would be just great. George Harmon, thank you again for that $50 donation, man. That is a tremendous dono you just dropped. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Night, Brandon. I'm going to chug this bottle of whiskey and hopefully black this draft out of my memory. Mayer or Washington better than Jackson Smith and Jigba? Fire John. I get it, Snail, and you hang in there with that bottle. Don't go too hard. Don't go too hard, my man. And I get your consternation. I do. And as you've seen in the chat, both by what we've seen in the chat, what we've seen in the donation, there's going to be certainly a good amount of folks that come out of this draft, feeling less than satisfied, I think, after the first night at least, by these picks. Hopefully things can improve a little bit more down the line as we get into tomorrow, and where we get with our picks is we got still 2 second-round selections. We still have 8 selections in total in this draft, so there's still a lot of ground to cover. There's still a lot of damage that they could do in a good way, not a bad way, in this draft. But I would have preferred as well, as you said, someone else said above 2 with this Snail, I would have preferred going Washington over JSN there too. I like that more as a player and what he brings to play. I like the fact we've run the 2 and 3 tight end sets. And it's a little bit on these picks. I think what bothers people a little bit, I want to say, and I think is a really valid point on this, is these picks all come where it's, again, we come back to that spot where it always has to be a little bit of, you take 1 step forward and then you have to take 3/4 of a step back. You never just get to take the full kind of step forward. You add a guy like Jermon Jones, but you got to pair all of your defensive line out. All those guys got to go now. That's all gone. If you get a pick like Jackson Smith and Jigba, this now means Dwayne Eskridge they're out on him, which means that second round pick of Eskridge was just a complete failure at this point from their perspective of things. The Witherspoon pick now means that the 4th round selection you put on Trey Brown a couple years ago, and Kobe Bryant probably, because he's not going to be probably a slot guy 24/7, was just kind of, I'm not going to say wasted picks, but you don't have any faith those guys can play on the outside at a really decent high-end level a little bit. That's a little bit of where I think there's some honest discouragement that comes in, where it's not just about the player you're getting now, it's also about here's this thing we failed on, this other pick we just made 2 years ago. What? Okay, we'll just gloss over that fact really quickly, and you're retreading back over the same ground that you just covered and trying to fix an issue you just tried to fix. And meanwhile, the biggest issue that still remains on the team, being the defensive line, does still stand there looking us kind of in the face. So I can get a little bit of the frustration that does exist out there in the chat and with yourself there, Snail. It makes sense. It looks like the Giants have a pick coming in here at 24 shortly, so we'll find out what they're fitting to do. What y'all fitting to do? AI says we will still get 2 defensive linemen. I promise. I hope so, man. I do hope so. I fear for that line next year. I don't think it's crying Akshay for the fan base to not be happy with these picks. I think, like I said, it's a thing to cry and get emotional about something without anything to back it up. As far as, here's why I logically don't like this. A, B, C, D, E. I'm not jumping into that row with them and saying I land in that same place they do. I'm overall just kind of meh. It's fine. It's okay. As I said before, I'll support the picks overall. I'm not going to lash at them in the same way I would have lashed at like the Collier Barton picks of the past. But I think people do have a solid argument to be said on this of a little bit of, again, what is the philosophy you're trying to employ offensively and defensively? You seem to want to be a team that wants to really lean in the run game, go these 2 tight end sets. You've run as high a quotient of 2 tight end sets as anybody in the NFL, and it's worked. It made you a top 10 offense last year. Now you're doing that. You're doing away with that. So you can run 60% of your snaps in a 3 wide receiver set. Otherwise, you're not getting really any value out of Jackson Smith as the slot guy that you've drafted him to be. That's where some of those things don't come together. You're just looking for the philosophy to be cogent and make sense. Your biggest problem last year was that defensive line, and you're not doing a whole lot to jump and try to get defensive line. Now, trusting the talent later on is great, but I don't know. I think people have a right on this one and a valid sentiment to look at it and go, this is not getting me super excited. I don't think it's crying at that point. Liam Alcherel says Tom Grossi's in so much pain that we got Jackson Smith. That's hilarious. He's had some low-key kind of anger towards Seattle recently. It was pretty funny. All right, we got the Giants selection here just about to be announced. Let's see what Mr. Goodell's got to say on this one. Ooh, okay. Not bad. With the 24th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks. The wide receiver run ends with the Maryland cornerback. So Deonte Banks goes to the New York Giants as they get a little bit of coin of help out there. Makes some sense for them. Defense played pretty well for them last year, but an extra corner can't hurt, I suppose. So corners and receivers going in a little bit higher rate in this first round than I thought they were going to go. I think I had Deonte actually going in the first round. I got to double check that, but I think I did. Okay. So we got him going there. Deonte Banks off the board. Let me check and see. How's my board doing here? If I'm at least getting them right on the picks. Did I have Deonte Banks? Woo! I had Deonte Banks in the first round. All right. So Addison and Quentin Johnston were definitely two that I didn't have, but I'm still doing pretty good overall. At least with the players I had in the first round. Looking okay on that aspect of it. The rest of the board's brutal, but that part's at least hanging in there. That part's at least keeping clean. Nicholas Newton, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate it. He says, I'm going to chug some apple pie moonshine and also hope to black this out. I'm okay with 20, but not 5. Trade Witherspoon to Detroit for their nose tackle and picks. I do understand, man. I do understand. And that does, apple pie moonshine sounds mighty delicious right now. I got to say, Nicholas, you're making my mouth water a little bit with it on that one. But hopefully come back tomorrow and we just kill it. Bring the fans back in the fold a little bit more in force and total on those that aren't feeling this one as much. But this was going to be a tough draft a little bit by the nature of it, by its strength and its weakness, mostly by its weakness, which was going to cause teams to make some kind of decisions that would look a little bit maybe more funkier than you'd normally expect for picking there. But hang in there, my man. Thank you for the donation. And as I've said a couple times on this, I understand. I understand those that aren't just over the moon going, yeah, that's the pick. You know, I do get that there's a little bit of the, okay. But I think we'll like it enough as we get through this and look into these picks. And I think John will bring the rest of this draft down back around to bear where it will fully shake out and make a ton of sense for the Hawks when we all see this thing from a big picture standpoint of things. George Harmon coming in with another $50 donation. Back to back 50 drops coming in with George Harmon. Man, George, you're awesome. Thank you for those big donations, bro. You are tremendous. The support tonight on this channel, I cannot believe it. He says, how are we going to stop the run? And when are we going to pick the players we needed in the draft to stop the run? And indeed, George, it remains the question at play right now. And let me look here. You know, defensive line standpoint here at this point, you've got Bryan Bresee, Myles Murphy, Mazi Smith, Keanu Benton, Zach Pickens, Colby Wooden, Gervon Dexter, Jacqueline Roy, Brian Young, Dante Stills, Saka Ika, Jared Clark, Keandre Coburn. There are guys that could come in and be rotational snap guys around the defensive line right now. Are there super impactful guys? I think once you get past Adetomiwa Adewale, Keon White, Keanu Benton, Mazi Smith, I mean, those are kind of your 4 impactful guys that could come in and actually really do something rather than just be a guy, rather than just be kind of a placeholder, George. So there's a couple of those guys there, but you're going to need to start getting while the getting's good. And I don't even know if all these guys are going to be available there by the time you pick. You might only have, by the time you get to that second round selection, one of them to be able to grab from. So that's going to make this tough. They've definitely increased the degree of difficulty by not going to defensive line early. Understanding this draft is not that super uber deep when it comes to defensive linemen. It's not like you can just every round, it's like running backs or cornerbacks where you can get them wherever you want. You kind of in this draft are going to need to get while the getting's good as far as those defensive tackles, George. And if they don't get them, I don't know how they're not going to stop the run. They don't have the money to go out there and spend in free agency or go make it a trade. So that's off the table. You've got to get this done by the draft if you hope to do so. And this team was one of the worst in the NFL at times in stopping the run last year. We're 2 bodies light as it stands right now, say nothing of being light as far as from a talent standpoint of things. So I think your question is a valid one and one which I'm not sure. I wish I had a better response to you on that one. Maybe maybe they're going to just run man coverage and we're going to stack 8-man fronts on every play. And just by the nature of our 8-man fronts, we're going to be dominating the run. That'll be our pathway to dominating, not the individual talents shooting the gaps and breaking free, but instead it'll be just by the sheer avalanche nature of the amount of players that we're sending downhill at you via the blitz. maybe that's the process they're going at with this, George. I'm going to try to make sense of it over the next couple of days, but I'm in that place. You are a little bit of this. What? How's this go? Wait, how does this work? In what fashion does that go that way? But wait, what happens with the thing with the, I'm with you, man. I'm completely with you. George, sir, I salute you. I appreciate you. I respect you for dropping the double $50 donation in the chat, man. Thank you so much. And you guys, thank you so much for all the support here on the channel here tonight. As always, amazing. We absolutely have broken a donation dollar amount on this particular stream tonight. So I'm glad that people are hyped and definitely showing the support on that, even if we aren't over the moon on these picks. But man, no doubt about this. I'll tell you, thank you so much for the support, and I really do appreciate it, George. You're awesome. I think they're going to come back definitely in second round and take one guy. You come back in the third round, you take another guy. Okay, now you got 2 decent quality guys up at the top of the draft. You stack that with Draymond Jones. You stack that with Jaron Reed. You got Myles Adams working back into the nature of things. Maybe there's another trade you can make on top of that somewhere at that point to reinforce the ranks somehow or another. Something like that, maybe. You could pull off, George. I'm making guesses here, man. I'm trying to make sense in a mixed up, muddled up world that don't make a lot of sense. And we do have another pick in. With the 25th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills rally, circle the wagons, and select Dalton Kincaid out of Utah. Dalton Kincaid with the 25th pick. Interesting selection. Buffalo Bills, Dalton Kincaid. So they already had one tight end out there in Buffalo, but they get more of a move tight end now. This guy should be a real good friend to Josh Allen, I would think. Josh Allen would love this guy a lot. He's got some real easy, nice hands. Not the best of blockers. Blocking's not really his thing. But says mom there. Oh, look at his mom. Mom's super happy. I bet she would be. She should be. Sanchez, thank you for a $5 donation. Says, if I had the choice of drafting Witherspoon and Smith or eating a booger sandwich, grab me some bread. I may be with you on that. I got to see the boogers we're talking about here, though. I'll need to make a booger assessment on that, Sanchez, before I can go fully dine in on it. And are we going sourdough? Do I got to do rye? Am I going to have to do some of that nut bread with the boogers? You know, do I get to just go pure Wonder Bread white? But I'd be able to get the sandwich down faster than these picks. I'll take that. I would be able to do that. Thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate you. Chase Carey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. I hope you're having a great night out there, and appreciate the donation. Might not be a popular thought, but what if Will Levis is still there at 37? Would it be worth it to get the quarterback of the future? It's pretty good value at that point. Talking 37 there, Chase. And look, we've had a draft that I think we all are, whether you hate the draft, feel great about this draft, or somewhere in between on this draft. I think everyone would be in somewhat of an alignment that this is a draft that's been driven by value for the Hawks and trusting the value on their board, not going for need. And that if you're at 37 and you've got a guy in Levis that's coming in this draft looked at as a top 5 quarterback falling all the way to 37 in the second round, certainly that would be another pick that you draw back to saying, well, there is the value there. And this would be probably another pick like the first 3 for a lot of the Hawk fans where they're going, okay, yes, the value is there, but what are we going to do about the run? What about the defensive line? So, yeah, it's possibly in play, Chase. If he does drift that far, the way this tends to go with a quarterback like you see here with Will is that it would seem to be that someone in the back of this first round would end up jumping and picking him because you'd get that 5th-year option then on that rookie deal for the quarterback. You'd be able to pull yourself away from that one more year of having to pay them if they are good. And that tends to be worth it for teams to come up in the back of that first round to go do that. We had this happen with us, for instance, with Teddy Bridgewater, and the Vikings back in the day did the same move with us in that fashion. So you could see something like that happen here, I think, as much as likely as anything. But if he does continue to fall, it may very well be in place. Thank you for the $5 dono. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, statistically speaking, cornerback is the number 1 pick for run stuffing. It opens up the blitz. Just ask analytics. Any 5-year-old knows that. I roll. Indeed, I can see how I could do that, I suppose. And the analytic folks do say you build back to front now. That is the new way. This is maybe a forward-thinking view by the Hawks in their standpoint of this draft and how they're looking at how they value things and not where the game has been, but where the game is going. Where's the evolution of the game going? That certainly could be something that is driving this forward a little bit in their philosophy in this given draft and how they're going about it. So I'm interested to see how they pair these 2 corners together and how they maximize having 2 corners that are capable of doing the 2 things that these guys are able to do. Very, very, very interested in seeing how they do that. If it's going to be more blitzing, if it's going to be more stack fronts, if it's going to be more unpredictable nature with the defense and the type of coverages you roll with. You would think it would be. But we'll have to see. Appreciate you, Ski. Thank you for the dono. Jared G says, according to the NFL mock database, we took BPA. Well, thank you for that $2 donation, Jared G. And I think that this is something that's going to be my pretty much give and take throughout the course of this draft and trying to explain this a bit is that, yes, I think that the beyond necessarily the value boards and where those players' value were and all that other stuff, it does seem to be just one driven at the look of it of just we had this guy's the top guy on our board. We just kind of plainly got to the spot where we're not going to need. We're just going to look at our board. We got our board 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way down listed like that. And we're going to just go and lock right in on the guy that we've got at the very top of our board when our pick comes up. It seems to be a little bit of what's driving them to do this. And I'm glad that they're driven by that versus going the other direction, even if it's not bearing out the results that I would like to see. Much better to do that than going in the other direction, which would be then reaching for need. Because I know that doesn't work. I know that will fail. Kevin Lonice, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Kevin. And thank you for also being a member of the channel, too. It says, we will only allow 100 yards passing and 350 yards rushing. Too true. Too true. Nobody can throw anywhere on us, but you can run all day long. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5 donation. They set an NFL record for least yards given up in the air in a given season, but they've also conversely set a record for most yards allowed on the ground. But then the joke's on everybody else because then we win the Super Bowl despite it, because nobody tries to run the ball with any sort of commitment. Oh. George Harmon with a $5 donation. Thank you, George. I appreciate all your donos, man. You just dropped the $50 bomb twice and then a $5 on top, man. Thank you so much. He says, what are we going to do for center? Oof. If I'm making a prediction on this, George, here's the way I think it goes forward on this. You do probably look at taking defensive tackle at least with one of the picks in the second round, if not both of them. I do think there's a good chance that they end up pushing down center into more of a third, fourth, fifth round place of things because of that. That would be my given instinct on this, is that we're going to have to wait a little bit longer on the center, George, because they've got to get back to, now they're going to have to deal with the defensive line. Now you can't wait. And unfortunately, with the Cowboys pick just now, that just got a little bit weaker from our standpoint of things. With the 26th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, Michigan. Mazi Smith, Michigan. They go and get some defensive line help. It's a good player. He's a limited player, but what he brings that's good is great. What he's handing you is what you can work with. You know, there's some workable parts to his game and some immediate workable parts to his game, in my opinion, when it comes to this guy. Get the pick up here. Where am I at right now? Am I behind? All right. So we had Kincaid, and then I had Mazi Smith. There we go. So, 26th selection, Dallas Cowboys. Mazi Smith and the defensive tackle position gets a little lighter with guys that are upper crust. You're going to be able to get guys later on now, but the upper crust guys are the guys that are a little bit more dodgy here. So this is why, George, you're asking about the center. This is why I'm saying I think you're going to be driven a little bit more now towards that point of, oh goodness, like we're going to have to grab the defensive tackle now for sure, a little bit more so, because if you're going to wait anywhere past the second round, I mean, you're not going to get a guy at that point, in my opinion, on the defensive tackle position. You might get a zero tech. You might get a guy like that, but no. I don't think anything outside of that. Mr. Kane says, my Hawks are not swinging for knockouts with these picks. No, they do not appear to be doing that. That is for sure. Some worrisome notes here. That's for sure. Some worrisome notes. Thank you, George, for all those donos, man. I think center's third, fourth round is my prediction at this point. Nicholas Newton, thank you for a $5 donation. I appreciate you too as well for all the donos, man. Says B, this is very tasty. I tried sending you my email, but it won't let me. I badly want Schmitz, but at 37, we have to go D-line. I'm brokenhearted. Well, you can definitely email at me at Hey Hawks Nest. So I do have an email, heyhawksnest@gmail there. So you can hit me up there. I badly want Schmitz at 37 too. But like you said at the end of that, like I was just saying to George Harmon above, you're driven right now to actually have to go to, I think, reaching at that point to a need spot here. If you don't, I mean, it's the musical chair metaphor applies there, where now you get to the late second round and all of the defensive tackles off the board. You could be getting to that second round pick, and now you got no Bryan Bresee, no Myles Murphy, no Keanu Benton, no Adetomiwa Adewale, and no Keon White. So now you're down to getting a guy like Zach Pickens and Keandre Coburn as your answers in this draft at the defensive line. That's not going to move the needle for me in that respect. Ethan says, Brandon, we're going to need a Jerry impression. I got me a wall. I got me a Texas wall down here in the Cowboys, okay? Jerry World, okay? They don't like walls on the border, but you're going to like it in our stadium. Because I'm going to put that boy, again, right down there in the middle right there, all right? Put him right over that center at that zero tech. He's going to wipe that boy out. He's going to wipe him out. Every play. And now he's just a little bit better because he's a Dallas Cowboy, okay? He was good before. Now he's going to be great. That's what you get when you're a Dallas Cowboy. Luis says Malik McDowell might be coming back. You never know, man. Noah with a $5 donation. Noah, thank you for the double donation. I do appreciate you on all the donos tonight. Man, it's been amazing, you guys. So sorry I missed it, but what was the reaction to Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba? Well, the chat's probably got a better explanation for what my reaction was. Wasn't anger. Wasn't necessarily super hyped. Kind of Noah struggling. I'm going to have to do a reaction video tonight that I got to put to the channel, and I'm kind of struggling to fully come up with what my reaction is. I don't hate the picks. I don't love the picks. I know that I should, as a content creator, be more emotional one way or the other on the stuff, right? And it's probably better for content that way, but I just end up finding myself shrugging my shoulders a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I was a little bit more over the moon, or I could give a little bit more on it, but I do find myself just more in that stage of just like, okay, that's what we're doing. That probably comes off as hating though on it, you know, and I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe I got to have a night to process this, Noah, come back tomorrow and like turn this over in my head a little bit more to come to a firm conclusion on my thoughts with it. But I am a little bit underwhelmed coming through this first round. Devin Witherspoon better be the real deal. My opinion. Daniel Bailey, I think maybe has the best word, deflated, but acceptable. I think that's you, Daniel. You captured it better than I could speak it there as I was trying to find my reaction. He says, that's the reaction, IMO. Yeah, I guess that's the best part to put, because I don't want to go into full, I hate these picks, because it's just, I'm going to get the people coming to my comments, and, you know better. Thank God you're not really. It's not hate the picks. It's just, you know. I think as Mr. Kane said, my brother from another mother, you know, these aren't haymakers. You're not walking in like Tyson right now, you know. It's more of like the Floyd Mayweather, you know, tippy taps. Here's my little, here, I'll just give you a little, my jab. Jab, 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 jab. You know. Noah, another $5 donation. Thank you, Noah, for the double dono. Appreciate you on that. He says, I feel like Devin Witherspoon was underwhelming as a top 5 selection. That's where I find I think you and Daniel Bailey both kind of captured it better. And I wish I had I'm usually pretty articulated with this stuff, but I do find myself a little bit like, I just don't know. I'm trying to find the right place that's a place of nuance on this one, because I know that it's more lends itself to just trying to speak to ultimate, you know, extremes. And I don't want to be extreme on this with my outlook of either of these two picks, because I don't feel extreme with either of the two picks. But I think underwhelming at 5 is, yeah, a good way to put it. And if this team does not decide to go to more man-based principles in their secondary with their cornerbacks, the pick makes almost no sense. Because if you're going to waste this kid in zone defense and off coverage 24/7, you're not going to get the returns on him. And Coach Carroll hasn't exactly shown an overwhelming willingness to change up much of what he does in the secondary. So I do become a little bit worried from that standpoint of things. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation, Noah. The double donation, I should say. It says Puff Puff has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 16 long months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Puff, for that long support. I've had all of my OGs here in the chat here throughout the course of the stream, and it has been wonderful to see all the folks that have been along here for so very long period of time here with the channel. You guys are tremendous for all of that support, and I really do thank you for that. Beyond the donations, just being here for as long as you guys have, being a part of the community as you have, it's tremendous. I really do appreciate that. Puff says, the picks have been surprising to say the least. Will John and Pete have a plan to dish out a second pick for a big name D lineman or a pass rusher? Maybe that's the way they look to go here, right, Puff? Maybe make a call out there to the Indianapolis Colts and say, hey, what about DeForest Buckner? Is he a possibility? Is he in play? And we did have a pick here that I missed here, so I'm sorry. Let me catch up on my picks here. With the 28th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars take Anton Harrison, the number 27th pick. Anton Harrison. And we got the Bengals picking right after them. Doesn't look like they're about to waste any more time. As their pick is in and their war room is celebrating somebody being selected. Bengals fans hyped up in the room. But Puff, I think you mentioned what could be a possibility tomorrow. You know, maybe there's a team that does flip us maybe a more of a known quantity player on the defensive line at that point, rather than trying to pick one. And that might make sense for them, especially in more of the go-forward mode at that point, not going for the young guys as much because you want more of the known quantity because those guys do tend to take a little bit of time to develop sometimes. It's a very good point on your part, Puff. And thank you again for all that long time support on the channel, man. I do really appreciate it. Let's see what the Bengals are going to get here. What do you got, Cincinnati? With the 28th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Myles Murphy, edge out of Clemson. Another guy comes off the board, another defensive lineman who certainly would be in play for Seattle in the second round if he were to last that long. I'm not surprised that he's not lasting that long. I think I've actually done pretty darn well, at least as far as the first round players that I had going in this draft. My order has not been great, but I did pretty good, guys. If you look at my list here, almost every name I've had going off the board's gone. Anton Harrison, had him in the first round. Mazi Smith, Lukas Van Ness, had both of these guys in the first round. Deonte Banks, first round. Campbell, Gibbs, Flowers. We'll see how this rounds out, but I did have Myles Murphy also at 23. So there's another guy, Will McDonald. I had him in the first round. So I think I'm going to end up being off by about 3 or 4 picks as far as just the exact guys that went in the first round. I didn't get the order of the selections correct, but I didn't do too bad as far as the locking in on the guys that were going to go, where they were going to go. Or not where they're going to go, but locked in where they're going. Mr. Kane, did the Hawks Nest get past 12,000 subscribers today? I don't know. Let's do it. I doubt we got that. That would have been pretty crazy if we pulled that much. That would have been a lot of new subs. But we probably got good. Let me take a look. So let's do a sub check count here real quick. Yeah, we're 11,658. So if you're not subscribed, get subbed up here. We're trying to get over 12,000 here for this 3-day, but it's going to take probably all 3 days to get up over it on that. These kids get hesitant to click the sub button, you know? They get worried about it a little bit. They don't want to do that. So they're like, I don't know if I want to sub up to you. You prove it to me. But if you're not subbed up, please get subbed up here on the stream. We got 468 in the channel right now. Hit that like button, get subbed up. Doesn't cost you anything, and you help out the channel tremendously as all 12s. I'm going for the 12 mark. I'm going for the 12,000 subscribers. So you can definitely help me hit that mark by subbing up here to the channel, and I really would appreciate it if you would. Chase Stern with the $5 dono. Thank you, Chase. Says, we must really be going back to the 4-3. What do you think of Jackson Smith and Jigba? I appreciate the $5 donation. I wasn't quite as impressed as others were with Jackson Smith and Jigba. He has felt a little bit to me as being a little bit of an overhyped receiver throughout this evaluation process. Missed 10 games last year with a hamstring. He had the 1 year of production there at Ohio State. A lot of receivers come through with a lot of production. He's only going to play at the slot at the next level. He's got 30.5-inch long arms. He's not got elite speed. You're not going to be able to play him on the outside, in my opinion. Some disagree with me on this, but that's my take on it, is I don't think he's going to play on the outside. So you're drafting a slot-only guy in the first round. That's a little bit problematic for me on the surface of it. You're going to draft a slot guy in the first round on top of the fact that now you're going to have to do away with your 2 tight end sets, which were a bedrock of your offense last year and your offense's success. That's problematic for me. So is the player bad? No, player's not bad. Is he going to be a productive guy in the slot? Sure. I see him as a guy that I think has a skill set like Amon St. Brown, Chase. And look at the kind of production Amon St. Brown's giving the Lions at the slot, especially as a third down specialist, helped them to become, I think, the best team last year in converting third downs. And this offense is built on, in its basis, moving the chains and converting those third down instances. And that's what you need to do in the West Coast offense, almost above anything else, above running the ball well, above hitting the deep shots well. You need to move the chains because that's the foundations of this West Coast offense. And to move the chains, you need a really good slot guy. The Seahawks learned this lesson back in the day with Holmgren, a guy that had a really great underrated career here in Seattle by the name of Bobby Ingram, was just that kind of guy. And he was deadly on third downs and being able to help you get those conversions when you need them. And it will help this team. And let's also face this, with having DK Metcalf on the outside and Tyler on the outside, Jackson's not going to be getting doubled up. He's going to be able to kind of run free down there through the middle of the football field and have his way, you would think, with whoever is trying to guard him. So very, very elite short burst mover. I will say that too. Though he doesn't got the speed, the short area quickness, go looking at his 3-cone, go look at his short shuttle that he ran there out at Ohio State on their pro day, are very, very elite numbers. And so they, that shouldn't be dismissed as well, as he's going to be a really good slot guy in this league. Both with Witherspoon and with Jackson Smith and Jigba, you are getting a high level of floor to their game. I might not like where necessarily the ceiling might be rounding out kind of fully on both, but you do get some floor there. They are going to add value to this team. And I wouldn't deny that. So there are some good parts there to it, Chase. There's some things that are a little bit less than great. The Saints pick is in. Who do the Saints go with here? I think I had the Saints in my draft taking Bryan Bresee here. Check that out. I got that on my deal. Let's see if it's a New Orleans name, man. You'll get them down there with them Bryan Bresee. That Bryan Bresee down there on the Big Easy. It is Breezy? Did I get this one right on my mock? Thank you, Michael Crowhurst. Appreciate you. Robert Pennington says, please, no accents. Here we go with the Saints pick here. Goodell's just about to announce it. Oh, I did get this one right. With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Bryan Bresee, defensive tackle out of Clemson. So we do have a little bit of a run here going on now on the defensive lineman. A little tiny run, I guess. But a couple guys have now gone off the board here in the late part of this first round, including the teammates back-to-back, Myles Murphy and Bryan Bresee. So the options get a little bit more limited for our Seahawks as we approach our second round pick for tomorrow. Bresee, Bryan Bresee. They call me Bryan Bresee. Good pick for them. They needed some help down there. Makes a lot of sense on that respect of things. Chris Dunn says, I read that the Hawks are taking the best player available on their board. That's what we've been preaching for years. I don't dislike either pick. Don't stretch for any position. I too. I think I find the same spot on it, Chris. And it's where, you come to is, again, this is the hard place to get to, Chris, because you come out and you say, I love the pick. It's got to be amazing. Or it's got to be a black or white thing, right? Where you love or you hate the pick. And so if you have anything bad to say, well, that's just you crying about the pick. Why are you shedding the tears about the pick? Why are you crying so much? Crying about the pick. Like, well, I'm just saying some of the places I have some of the issues with the pick. But I can come back and even with having the issues to the pick, come back and think that, yeah, your point is valid on that. And when you say that they are being driven by their value on their board. And just because I don't necessarily agree with that value doesn't mean that that's not how they're operating. And you're 100% right. And this is what we've been asking them to push forward with through the years is leaning into value. Because they had so many drafts, as John Schneider has referenced this offseason, that were driven towards need. They're having you stretch towards that aspect of things. So you're right. This is what we want at the end of the day. And then, even though we might not get the exact results we want, the philosophy is right. The strategy and the way you're operating out of it's right. We may not be getting to the right kind of conclusion, but that's at least the fundamentals are correct, I guess, is what I would say on that. Eagles are now back up here on the clock at 30, feeling pretty good about how we're already nailing down Jalen Carter. Noah with a $20 donation. Noah, thank you for the triple donation tonight, man. I really do appreciate you on that. Very kind of you. He says, in your opinion, what are some diamonds in the rough that the Seahawks may have a chance to trade up for or draft that might have fallen? I worry deeply about the defense. The addition of a man player won't be much help in zone. Yeah, you're correct there. If they stick in zone-based concepts with Devin Witherspoon 24/7, I will be ripping into the pick. I will be ripping into the Seahawks on that because that's them going back down that same old road like they went down with Jimmy Graham, like they went down with Jamal Adams initially bringing him in, where you're just not putting the player in the positions to succeed or do what they do best. And that should be the point if you're going to give up valuable assets for the player, any player at any position, that you should be trying to put them into the position to most succeed, not hammer a square peg into a round hole saying, this is what we do. This is who we are. So I hope that they don't do that in this realm of things. As far as diamonds in the rough that could fall, let's look at just, for instance, out the gate, because it is the biggest need right now, defensive tackle. We've got Adetomiwa, Adewari, Keanu Benton, Keon White. I think those are your three kind of top guys on the interior defensive line available on the board there. Zach Pickens, Colby Wooden, also guys that I think are guys that could work on the defensive line and are really good players. Not second round guys. We're getting more third, fourth round range of things at this point in time when we get down to that range of things. I do think once you get into the fourth round range here, you're going fourth and fifth round range. I'm going to give you the names, but as far as who I think are diamonds in the rough, I'll give you that. And I don't know if I see a lot of diamonds in the rough of these guys. Gervon Dexter, slow off the line of scrimmage, questions about his work ethic. Jacqueline Roy, just kind of their zero tech, he's just kind of a guy. Byron Young played all over the defensive line, didn't splash that much for me on the Bama tape. Dante Stills, I like that kid. He would be a little bit more of a diamond in the rough type. So I actually do like him, and he'd be a fit on the interior. So Ika's got T-Rex arms, not a lot of production, heavily rotated out. I don't even know if I can trust him as a zero tech to stop the run at the point of attack. Jared Clark, I like a lot out of Coastal Carolina. So if I'm looking at two guys, Dante Stills, Jared Clark, if we miss out on those other three guys or those other four guys I mentioned, being Adetomiwa, Adewari for tomorrow, Keanu Benton, Zach Pickens, Colby Wooden, or Keon White. One of those five guys for tomorrow being maybe something that they look to target in the second round. But as far as the defensive line goes with the diamonds in the rough on that, man, I don't have a lot left. The board's getting pared down really, really, really quickly for them to go do that. I don't know of any other guys that they would look to trade up. I can't see any other positions they'd look to trade up for with how this draft's gone so far. You've got some depth at you can wait on the center position. You could wait on edge rusher. You could even theoretically, if you really wanted to wait on middle linebacker, you could. But you really can't wait much longer on defensive line at this point, Noah. You got to go it. But diamonds in the rough, that they might trade up for. I don't know. I mean, I could just give you a list of names of players that I like that they could proverbially be trading up at some certain spot, but I wouldn't be basing that on anything. You know what I mean? I don't even know if they're willing to trade up. I think they might just sit on their picks and just take their picks at this point. But those would be the couple of defensive linemen I'd look at as the diamonds in the rough. Jared Clark, Dante Stills in the 4th round. 5th round, I think Keandre Coburn could be a functional zero tech for you. Jonah Tavai could be interesting in the late 5th round. There's some names in there, but it's dicey, Noah. It's really dicey. I'm not sure if there's any other guys, though, that I see that's worthy of you having to trade up at this point, because the first round, though I didn't get the picks, you knew the players that were going to go, and there hasn't been any guy that's really slid. Everybody's kind of gone in the right area that they should go. There hasn't been a lot of surprising picks in this first round. In fact, I'd probably say there's been like about 3, Noah. So I don't know if that kind of answered your question fully on there. Hopefully it did. Thank you for the $20 donation, though. I appreciate you on that. And put in the comment if I missed something off on that. Just put in the comment, and I'll cover it through on that. Chris Dunn, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, good job. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you bringing a measure of even-keeled, a manner to this, because there's certainly going to always be a lot of emotionality in this, myself included. But we can never get lost in the big picture. And the words that you said, I think, are true. And when I go around the forest on this, around the bend, up through the glen, and come out the other side on this through my level of emotions and looking at these trades and how I feel about it, I come out to the other side of it thinking they were driven by value. That is the thing above all else that I wanted them to be moved by in their drafting process. And okay, so I disagree with the picks first where I would have gone in other directions. That doesn't mean that they're not still being moved by the value. And that's so much of a better place, even if it's not the right picks for the players you want. That's a much better place to be in than moving for the need. We've seen how bad need can fail you. I tend to see when you go for value, it does tend to breed success for most of those organizations that lean in that manner. That is how it kind of feels from my standpoint of it. We'll see if it plays out that way. Jonah says, I'm so mad right now. Hang in there, Jonah. Hang in there, man. What if the Chiefs pick Jonathan Mingo? Huh? What do the Chiefs do? The Chiefs might go edge rush here. I think Chiefs go edge rush. Nolan Smith. Eagles might go Nolan Smith here too. Imagine Eagles come out of this with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Oh, they did. Wow. What a great opening draft for the Eagles. With the 30th selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select with their second first-round pick, Nolan Smith. They go back to Georgia in the first round for, I believe, what is this, the fourth time in just 2 years? They have become the de facto Georgia program out there. Nolan Smith going to the Philadelphia Eagles. He is a guy that's drawn most of his comps to being Hassan Reddick. So why not go to the team that's got literally Hassan Reddick, the closest comp that he's been placed out there. So I never liked this guy as far as a pick at 20 to us because I always felt that was going to be early. But getting him down now more into that 30th range, and that's a little bit better value, I think, at that point for him. So I like this draft by Philadelphia. They're showing you here with Howie Roseman and how they're running this draft, in my opinion, of things, of why they've been so successful recently. You understand the picks they make that make sense. They are certainly an organization driven by the value of their board, but you can see the plan in place. You can see what they're trying to accomplish. You can see the direction that they're trying to go. Hang in there, Jonah. I know how it goes, man. It's all good, bro. And I do ask folks, just be patient with folks on this. I know folks, some are like, man, don't get so emotional or just a little bit. And I get where folks want people to be always even keeled with this. But when people care Emotions are going to run high, and people are going to get spirited in the variety of ways they go. Let's all just remember we are all on the same team, and even if we disagree, we all are rooting for the same team. We all want to see the same level of success. We just might happen to disagree on how the team might get there, right? And that's okay. All right, so the Chiefs are coming in now with the 31st pick here to potentially finish us off here in the first round. It's been a very interesting first round. I think I did pretty good on my deal here. Had another player there just taken on the last pick, being Smith. I had Smith at 14, but I did have him in the first round. So I think I had, let's see here, Cyrus Torrance, Darnell Washington. Am I just off two? Well, I mean, I didn't get the picks right, but I mean, I got at least the players all right. So I think if I'm not mistaken, I've gotten 28 of the 30 first round players I've gotten correct on my final mock today. It's not bad. I'll take that if I can't get the picks right. Let's see if the Chiefs can make me a little bit more right here. Take Cyrus Torrance. Make me look real good. Real good. Eagles are very good at drafting the last few years. It's why they're playing in Super Bowls. Why they've gone and done so well. So you see what they're doing, how they're doing it. They work to building their lines up. They make that a strength of their football team. They know you're going to win in the trenches. We're trying to do it in a little bit of a different way. We're trying to take that same sort of purposeful approach and move it out to the secondary. And that's where we're trying to see if we can find that value from how we roll it. We'll see which one works next year. We'll see which one's more of a vibrant approach. Many men says go to GM. He's going to be getting to that place. He keeps making bigger like this, but Jalen Carter becomes a wrecking force for that Eagles defense. If he goes out there and becomes like a top 5 defensive tackle for them in addition to what they already have. It's going to be tough to beat. It's going to be tough to beat. New Blacks, do the Eagles have a secondary? Well, they lost the one guy to the Detroit Lions. They're kind of jack of all trades, slot guy, safety guy, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. But they still brought back Darius Slay and James Bradbury. So they do have those guys back in the fray. I think one of their safety positions is okay. It digs Ox, Brandon. The Eagles are already tough to beat. I know. I know. Todd L says, can we do a do-over? Jonathan Magana, Benton won't be there at 37. Not the rate this is going. Not the rate this is going. And we've got the final pick in for here for the Chiefs. So let's see what we got here for the final one. The final selection is on the board. What pick will they make? What pick will the Chiefs make? Okay, let's be cool, guys. Let's be cool. Like it's kind of like what I'm saying. Like, let's not ramp up the tension that's in there a little bit. This is where I get there's going to be disagreement. Let's keep everything cool. Let's keep the gloves up and let's not do personal attacks. There's going to be things I don't want to be. We've had a great stream here. I understand that there's going to be people that don't understand why people are becoming emotional over the picks. What happens here is it gets ramped up through the chat. People that are getting emotional about the picks then read other people in chat going, oh, why are you crying so much? Why you got to cry so much? And then people go, and everything starts getting triggered in that way. And it can all start out from if we just operate from a standpoint of having respect for each other and let that guide the day, and you can still feel what you feel and be just as vibrant as you think about it. Let's let that carry things through. You know what I mean? Let's not get into the purpose thing on this side. You know what I mean? It's okay to disagree in this world, folks. It's okay if somebody on the other side of you thinks a thing and then you don't have to go personally attack them into it. You know, everybody can be nice to each other. It is possible. I know it's the internet and it gets crazy with stuff. And I know on a day like this that there are going to be the emotions riding high. But I just ask you to look at your fellow 12 here today as we do this next couple of days and look at it and go, I see it. I get it. You know, I might not agree with the guy across from me. That's okay. Skis 86, the more I think about it, the more I like Witherspoon in the secondary, the more I'm liking the sound of it. He's going to be a good addition. He's going to help it out. Michael Volani, let's see how tomorrow works out, man. Let's give it the full draft before we come to our full conclusion about what we're sure is going to happen or not happen. Keep an even keel thing with it. And again, just as I ask in the next couple of days, I know people are going to get up in emotions and angry with each other and stuff's going to write, but it doesn't have to. Let's get to a place where we understand we all are on the same team here. There will be the fighting, there will be the debates, there will be the discussion, but man, we are all on the same team here. We all want to see the same thing. And there's no reason in something like this in a draft to get into places of letting it go there. And Cody W., I hear where you're coming from. But again, I would say that it doesn't help things when you go, everybody stop bitching and whining. I get where you're coming from on it. I get the folks that stand in the place of saying it, but can you understand if you tell somebody to stop bitching and whining, you're not bringing the emotions down on that. You're not going to tell somebody to shut the F up and then that's just going to get them to shut the F up, right? What we're doing instead is at that point, you're saying something that makes you feel good at that point, but it's only then going to ramp up the level of vitriol that now starts to carry forward through the chat. Rather than de-escalate, that's escalating things. The same thing I just asked there, Cody, of let's not get into a personal attack point. So you heard that and said, okay, I'm going to go out there and personally attack people that I disagree with on my view of this. I can't quite understand that. I don't know why it's so hard for so many folks out there to find a point of, I disagree with this side and that's okay. It's not the end of the world if somebody across from you doesn't think like you think. And it doesn't make them crazy or they're crying or they're bitching or any other thing that you want to apply with that. It means they happen to disagree. And they're emotional about it because they care about it. I care about it. You care about it. And I think it's great that if you're a supporter of the organization now, you love all these picks and you think they're tremendous. And I can understand where you're coming from. And I can understand where people are coming from also who say, I don't get this. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not seeing as much the plan. I think both camps have a pretty understandable way of why they arrived at that conclusion. And I think neither are crazy, neither are bitching, neither are, if you want to call the other side sycophants to the organization, you're not that. So we don't have to go to that place of things, I'm telling you. I guess if you might have to, and I just can't stop you from doing it. But boy, it's disappointing when I see folks go in that range of stuff because you're not really giving honest consideration to the other side that you disagree with. Instead, you paint the brush, call the names, and that's a weak counter argument. That's not a strong argument. That's not making your point heard and being valid in your approach. Instead, you're cutting under the knees of your fellow 12s. Why do that? To what point? Cody says, well, I'm trying to tell everyone it's going to be all right. I'm not the biggest fan of our picks, but good Lord, what are we supposed to say? We all care about it. It's like being negative does no good. I think your heart's in the right place here, Cody, and what you're doing. I'm just trying to point to you that doesn't do what you're trying to, if what you're trying to accomplish to do is to get people to understand your point on it and to de-escalate it, telling them to stop bitching and whining isn't the place that you're going to get them on that. And that's just my point with it. I get where you're coming from. I understand the support of these moves and understand, like we've talked about all night. They went to the value of the board. You can understand where their approach was going. You can understand why they did what they did. It's even if you disagree with it, there's certainly an intelligent approach behind it. But there's also the approach behind it as well as you've done nothing to deal with your defensive line. Your defensive line got ragdolled last year. You got ran through week after week after week after week with not the greatest of opponents, with hardly the 1991 Dallas Cowboy offensive line coming at you every week. And so for folks to get worried about that for a team that's indicated that it really wants to compete next year and compete with the likes of the Eagles and compete with the likes of the San Francisco 49ers in this own division, they've got a right to say, how are you going to accomplish that now as we're going through a draft where it's very thin as far as defensive tackle is concerned and there's not a free agent to be found out there. But it again comes from a place of everybody cares. There's nobody who cares more or cares less. And I don't think that people are being emotional here, Cody. I feel like people have, watched this draft process as closely as any in recent history from a Seahawks fandom standpoint. And if there are people that are coming to that conclusion, I don't think that they're necessarily coming to that place lightly. I also think it's the night of the draft. So people are going to have their emotions especially high. And maybe people feel a little bit more solidly about it a day after when they've had a night to sleep on it and think on it and turn it over a little bit. Myself may be included with that. But people are going to react the way they're reacting to this. And I think that that's okay. It's okay. And if we want to calm down, the way to calm down is to try to present the case. Like you saw me trying to do earlier and explaining the Witherspoon pick. You watch me live with a pick. I'm not loving the pick, but I'm trying to explain to people why there is the intelligence behind the selection and why it does make a lot of sense and why I could get where they were coming from and making that pick as they did. I'm behind on the donos here. Sorry about that. Hungwoo Lee, thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate it. Hungwoo, you're awesome as ever, man. Says, weird draft, but I do like the players we got. But I shouted out loud at the bar when AR was taken with the Colts like we won the Super Bowl. I thought Carter was coming too, man. I thought here we go. Witherspoon will be way better than Sauce. I could see it. I'll tell you this much, Hungwoo. If you're going to talk about who ends up with more career interceptions, Sauce Gardner or Devin Witherspoon, I think Devin Witherspoon definitely ends up with more picks when his career's finished off than rather than Sauce. So I think that's a very great prediction on your part. Another excellent way to explain this draft. Weird. Do you like the players they got? You're a little unsure on where the process was driven from exactly, but it's not from necessarily hating all of it. Some are going to be dissuaded to a degree. I get that. But from my standpoint, I find myself in the same place you're a Hungwoo, where it's a little weird, but I like the players okay. It's fine, in that respect of things. But boy, it was looking like there, for a second, like it was definitely going to be Carter all the way on that one, David. So, Hungwoo, thank you for that donation. I really do appreciate it, man. David Pugh with a $20 donation. Thank you, David. With the Love signing, y'all need to understand that this team wants to field a crap ton of defensive backs. And Devon was clearly a top five in slot of draft boards. Means a top five value, not a top five slot corner, but a top five. I think that's the way you were saying that, David. And he has shown that he can play on the outside and run at a great to elite level. No doubt about this, David. If he was not your first cornerback in this draft, then he should have been on everybody's board as their number 2 corner in this draft, in my opinion of it. So, you are undoubtedly getting that guy. And even if you don't love the players here, the value is there on these picks, David, to your point of this, in the respect of, you were going to have Witherspoon go top 15, and you were going to likely see Jackson Smith and Jigba maybe even go in with the next pick if you didn't take him. In both cases, frankly. I mean, the Lions might have jumped on Witherspoon at 6, and the Chargers might have jumped on Jackson Smith and Jigba where you took them. So there were certainly teams, I think, willing to go that route, as you also did. And you also are very much correct. This team is going to want to play corner heavy, defensive back heavy, maybe at times even having 3 safeties out on the football field at any one given time. That's going to come at the expense of something less, one less linebacker or one less defensive lineman. Maybe the team's looking in that to be one less defensive lineman, as that's certainly where the college game is at. College game is absolutely about just having those guys in that secondary just running around, and you got like sometimes these 3-man fronts that aren't even really pure 3-4-man fronts, just 3-man fronts. Where you have like your defensive ends are playing like 5 techniques, and then you have the 0 tech right over the head. It's an odd front on college, but they always say, what starts out in college is what eventually finds its way to the pro level when it's all said and done. David, another $10 donation. Thank you for the triple donations. You got another one above there, David. So thank you for that. He says, remember guys, we're all Hawk fans. Enjoy life, trust the process, love each other, even with differing views, same as you want to be, treat each other the same as you want to be treated. There are 6 rounds left. Love each other. It's the best you can do. And David, thank you for putting that out there. I really do. I really do want to just say that that's the way I look at this too with it. We do so well in this channel with keeping things above board, keeping the gloves up, not having to get into personal attacks, even when things do get really heated. And it's going to be hard over the next couple of days. I know this is going to be challenged to the utmost, and we're going to have as many people as ever in here with having to kind of go through that. But The discussion is at its best. The discourse is at its best when we can have it as an honest and open discussion. And if I got to worry about the person I'm talking across from me, driving a knife in my back suddenly, it means we can't have any kind of discussion. It means the discussion just gets completely shut down. And you guys know that's the antithesis of what I'm trying to do here on this channel, which is more open the discussion up. That means being able to have hard discussions and not have us get super lost in it. Appreciate you though on that, David. And he does give one more $5 donation. David, thank you for the triple donation tonight on that. Says, don't tear your hair out over the very few lousy, angry voices, Brandon. Let's enjoy the night, my man. We're all on the same side. Love you guys. Hey, nothing but love right back to you, David. And it's not at all. Even if I don't quite over the moon on these picks, I'm not in the place I was the first couple of drafts that I had to do this, folks. You want to talk about bad drafts? You want to talk about having to try to dress something up? First draft I run, we got LJ Collier with the first pick when I first start this channel. And I knew he wasn't going to be good. I knew with absolute utter certainty that he was going to be a bust on the night we took him. The very next year after that, Jordan Brooks, a run-stuffing middle linebacker that can't cover for his life. What is the value of that in the NFL? Well, myself, I put a 5th-round grade as a value on that in the NFL. Probably a little low for him, but the point still stood. This is a game about passing and stopping the pass. I hated the pick. Dwayne Eskridge, I had a 4th, 5th-round grade on. I didn't trust his route running. I didn't trust his hands. And I didn't trust his ability to stay healthy. Ding, ding, ding. Down to the 4th round. This is not what these picks are for me in that respect. I got some questions about it. I got some worries about where the draft will go, but nowhere near the same place I was at with those picks. Nowhere in the vicinity, not the same sport. These guys are going to be good players in this league. They're going to help this team out. There's other fashions and ways for us to improve the defensive line. Let's see what the team does in totality. And if we arrive at the season where our defensive line looks paltry and paper thin, then we can definitely, get heated at that point. But well said, man. We are all on the same side at the end of the day. We all want to see the same thing, which is that Seahawks team raise that Lombardi. Carroll, raise that Lombardi one more time here before he looks towards retirement. Closing it out just right, so to speak. We would love to see that. So I think we do all operate from that same standpoint, and very well said on your part, David. Thank you for all of your support in addition to that. Appreciate those donos. Seahawks gave me with the $2 donation. It says, trade for Chase Young or Buckner. This is sad. Well, Buckner would make you feel better, wouldn't it? You go out to the Colts and you say, hey, throw us Buckner. Here's a 2nd rounder. Let's call it a day. You bring Buckner in, boy, that makes you feel a little bit better about the situation at that point, doesn't it? And certainly there are always those trades that can come up. And even if they're not there to be had right now, we know around training camp they can come up. This team's made moves for guys like Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney, right around the start of the training camp, or right at the end of training camp, I should say. So why can't you necessarily go do that again? Certainly is possible. And Chase Young maybe reportedly out there on the market. Buckner, we haven't heard anything as far as certain on that, but it could be possible. Scott, Clearing. Scott, I'm going to just say Scott because I'm going to butcher your last name, man. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the $10 donation. He says, preach, Brandon. I'm going to try to keep my peoples together here, man. I know we might get divided at times here, but I'm going to try to keep you guys together with me on this because I know how it goes. So the emotions are going to run high. I'm going to try to be a little bit of the peacemaker if I can through this because I love you guys. And I know you guys without a doubt, every single one of you want to see this team excel and be great. And because I know that's where your heart and spirit lies and that's what's driving you here, it doesn't always come out in the most, fashions that are always the healthiest with it, but that's the key thing with emotions. That's the thing with caring. You don't always get a control over that kind of stuff. I get that. I get it completely, man. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $10 donation. Hope you're having a great night, Scott, and I appreciate that support. Taker610 with another $2 donation as well. Thank you, Taker. Says, Eagles got Carter and Nolan Smith. Oh, whew. Yeah, Eagles definitely have a very strong lay to the claim. I can't start ability to speak 4.5 errors and goes a little bit sideways. They've got a claim to say that we had the best first round. They certainly do. Now, having the 2 first-round picks helps you do that. We certainly maybe have a little bit of a claim, but getting Carter at 9 from a value standpoint, tremendous. Getting Nolan Smith at 30, value standpoint, a guy that I'd been wanting to get more closer to that second round. If you're going to get him, the Eagles kind of pulled that off a little bit here. You got to feel like they're going to still remain a very dangerous team. That defensive line is not getting any easier anytime sooner. So, good luck Cowboys, good luck Giants, good luck Washington team. I think that Eagles team is going to boat race the rest of that division next year, in my opinion, absent maybe perhaps Hurts not being able to stay upright. That'd be about the only thing I think that could prevent it from occurring. Delicate out Pittsburgh get the first pick in the second round. They were doing some trading. They traded a first rounder around a little bit. So I think that's how they had that go. I think that's how that played. Daryl Chapman with a $10 donation. Thank you, Daryl. I do appreciate you on that dono, man. He says, what other defensive linemen are left? And we got the best receiver and corner so far. I see this as a W draft. Definitely there's a lot of folks that are on board with you on your side of it, Daryl. I think the fan base, if I'm taking just a generalized poll here of the fan base, it seems a little bit kind of split down the middle in the views of the draft, or some of the views not loving it as much. So it's definitely, we've got a 12th man nation divided here just a little bit. Defensive linemen that are available for the second round, the defensive lineman, defensive end types in a 3-4, or, let's call it a 4-3, 3-tech, 1-tech, whatever you want to call it on that. If they're going back to the 4-3 defense, you have Adetomiwa Adewale. You have, who I have actually a first round grade on. You have second round, Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, a 0-tech. You got Keanu White, who's kind of similar to Adetomiwa Adewale as well, who's going to go in the second round. Those are your only guys in the second round value that would be defensive tackles or 1-tech, 3-techs, 3-4 ends in a 3-4 defense, right? That's it for the second round. In the third round, Zach Pickens, Colby Wooden. That would be it in the third round. And then in the fourth round, you got Gervon Dexter, Jacqueline Roy, Byron Young, Dante Stills, Saiki Ika, and Jared Clark. So there are a couple of guys there. If you pulled two of those guys out of the list, you would feel relatively a little bit better about the defensive line. You don't have maybe the impactful nature you're looking for at that point, at that spot, but you do have the bodies to kind of round out the rotation, I suppose, at that point. But I wouldn't put this, as much as I'm not necessarily to the full on point going, well, it's a big W, the draft. I certainly wouldn't put it as an L, Daryl. And I do think that these players are going to help this team out. It is going to help you win football games. And I do really do believe that. So good from that standpoint of things. Was it the best picks? Time will tell on that one. Time will tell. Appreciate you on the donation, though. Very kind of you. Scott with another $10 donation. Thank you, Scott, for the double donations at tenors. You're very awesome for doing so, man. He says, because of the surprises in the first round, there is a ton of talent in the second. And it's Carew? And it's Carew? Laughing out loud? I missed the joke, Scott. I'm 4.5 hours in, though, so the brain gets a little bit dodgy at that point. It's Carew. It's Carew. It's Carew. Thank you for the tenor, man. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake on that one a little bit. I'm struggling with that one a little bit. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to just get a little bit of water and be right back. All right. Please do, folks, if you haven't already, hit that like button for me. It does help out the channel. I know most of you probably already did it, but please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. Oh, Scott, thank you. I'm sorry. See, that's where I was like, I should have connected that to your name and I didn't do it. I was completely like, Thank you, Scott, for another $10 donation, though. He says, Brandon, you're awesome. My last name is phonetically pronounced Claire Hugh. Go Hawks. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. There we go. That rolls off the tongue a lot better than I was going to try and make an attempt at it, Scott. I was going to butcher the hell out of last. I started to give it a try and I was like, no, not going to do it. Not going to try it. You learn after all these years which ones you can give a shot to, sound it out and whatnot. But thank you for all the triple donos on that, Scott. You're awesome for doing so. And Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I've moved into the fifth stage, acceptance. We're in a passing league, and now we're arguably elite in the air on both sides of the ball. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Daniel. I think that's a wonderful point that you did make. It is undisputed at this point that you're going to have one of the best secondaries in football, and you're absolutely going to have one of the best receiving corps in football. If we look beyond what we have as needs and look beyond other positional groups and we just take that as the flat line, that is the truth here at this point. These two guys are going to give you those returns. I really have a lot of faith that the second that Devin Witherspoon walks into the building, he is your number 2 cornerback. It's not going to be a matter of they'll talk competition for about 5 minutes, and Devin Witherspoon's going to win that competition and carry the day at that point. How good he gets and how far he gets, we'll see, but he will be better than what you had from the position last year. And you better believe that Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to be better than what you got from the position last year as well, from Eskridge. And you got a little bit of Marquise Goodwin in there for a time, but this guy's going to be a vastly superior player to even Marquise Goodwin. James, is there a single Seahawks fan more excited about the team now than yesterday? I'm not. I don't know, James. There's some folks in here trying to push hard and saying, to love this. I'm with you. I'm not quite more excited than I was yesterday. I can acknowledge the value of the picks, but that's a good way of putting it. Flag says, so are the Colts starting Richardson this season at quarterback? It would appear so. They should sit him, but that would seem to be the plan if you're going to take him at that spot. I would think they would. Team Bomber says Jackson's a good pick to what was on the board and the value. It was fine, but still Tyree at 5 is going to haunt me unless he busts. Very well it may on that one. And David, I'm not going to, the consternation I have in my mind at this isn't necessarily just the missing of the Carter thing for sure. Because I do say, like you say on that, I can understand them passing on him at that point. Certainly their character background just didn't check out. He would have, if it did, he would have been the pick. If it was even decently in that stance of things, he would have been the selection. No doubt about it. KK9 says Eagles pick to win, Hawks pick to make owner happy. Could have been on that one. I hope Jody was not in there trying to make calls on picks. Hope to God. Please no. Grug says Carter's going to have a sap-like career in Philly on a generational defense while we allow 400 yards rushing a game despite having the best secondary in the NFL. Oh, goodness. That is pretty funny. Todd L. Seahawks trade Noah Fant for Chase Young. If we could pull that off, that'd be amazing. Mark, press conference just started. Okay. See what they got to say. See what they got to say here. John says the Cowboys Mazi pick is weird. Well, they're probably a little bit worried, John, with the Eagles. They're running the ball like they're running it. Giants are definitely going to try to run the ball, right, with Saquon there. They're probably thinking we got to get that wall in the front, right through that A gap. Drunk says, not a favorite, but JSN is a pick that could pay off. Great way of putting it, Drunk. I would echo your sentiments on that. James says, it's going to be great having those wide receivers blanketed as their running backs rush for 800 yards. Johnny Utah says, we'll probably move on from Lockett and Jamal next season, clear a ton of cap space, and make these picks look awesome. Very well might. It might open the door to that. I don't know if he's going to play on the outside in his career, though. It's the one thing with moving on from Lockett, but maybe they like Tariq Young to play on the outside a little bit more than going forward. Dustin says, if you think about it, we actually have on defense, it's pretty darn good. Defensive tackle needs to be addressed for sure. It does. It does. I mean, it is a big hole, though. The rest of the defense is looking better, that's for sure. But defensive tackle is your gaping hole and was your main weakness last year. Shams says, I feel like we settled. We were happy with it, but are we exhilarated? I don't think so. Beautiful way of putting it. You guys are touching, I think you guys are hitting on this in a good way. This is the nuance that I'm kind of trying to bring forward myself here, where it's more of a gray, strokes of gray than it is a black and white kind of situation on these two picks, in my opinion. But I understand both stance that might be on the other side of it too. Greg says, one thing I hate is when teams can run all over you. It takes your will. It does. It's brutal. Slow death. The slow death. Hung Woo Lee, thank you for another $5 donation, Hung Woo. Appreciate you, man. We had a C grade last draft. Some teams got an A, and it didn't work out at all. So no reason to be negative. D-line players take time to be good in the NFL. They do indeed. Most of them do take a little bit of a year or two or a couple even more beyond that to kind of round themselves out. So you never know where the draft's going to fully fall out onto or where it's going to settle at until it all settles, until they play, until they get out there and actually go. We're all just kind of guessing on that one at this point a little bit. That's for sure. That is for sure. Yangzi says, I'm warming up to the Witherspoon pick, but picking wide receiver 3 in the first round still has me scratching my head. Plus, we still had a huge need at defensive tackle. You guys are putting this wonderfully. I can't put it any better. Scratching the head, confused, general acceptance, but still it seems a little weird. I think these are all rightful applications of a description of what we're kind of seeing in front of us. I do. Tony Wright says, congratulations, Brandon. Your team did really well. Hey, your Falcons came out of it with the best running back in the draft, man. You didn't do too bad. You didn't do too shabby either. Thank you, though. Greg says, all the defensive tackles Seahawks interviewed are still all on the board except for Carter and Keanu. Was a senior, and they liked him. He's still on the board. There's still some guys. Still got a few. George Brady says, the way I see it, until we get our new owner, we won't be able to take financial risks and really go for it, which makes it really hard to win a Super Bowl. If indeed the case is true of you say on the first part of your statement, and that is what the reality of we're dealing with, and I'm not sure it is. It may be, though. I certainly can acknowledge, George, it's possible. If that was the case, it would make it much harder at that point to go out there and truly win at that point. That's for sure. Tony says, congratulations, Brandon. Your team did really well this evening with 2 beasts, the best receiver in the draft and the second best cornerback in the draft, but the most physical cornerback in the draft. Good players, man. I think we've got it's a little bit split. I don't know if the fan base is quite in that. Congratulations, we feel awesome about it, but most, it's kind of a split right now as far as I see it on the fan base with it a little bit. Appreciate it though. Stefan Saylor says, man, I got goosebumps and dang near cried when Pete and John drafted JSN. My faith restored in Pete. JSN's got his love out there, man. People love JSN. That is for sure. Gene says, we have been desperate for another option besides DK Metcalf. Teams make us one-dimensional sometimes. It's true. The lack of development from Eskridge has definitely been an inhibiting factor. Drunk says John really liked Witherspoon. He saw something in him, Brando. And indeed, I would make the guess that would be indeed the case there. That's for sure. And Kitty finally makes an appearance. Thank you for finally joining us. That only took you 5 hours. Are you over your nap finally? We needed you out here. Where were you? Were you just licking yourself on the bed? Is that what you're doing? Dustin, I'd rather have the surefire starters impacts immediately than gamble on questionable players because of position need. That's fair, Dustin. That's very, very fair. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson, I will catch you soon, man. And folks, we will be going over to Brendan's side here as we go through here. A little bit longer on this than we'll bound over. Ben Beckham's happy about the draft. It's good to hear, man. Tom Eaton says, didn't the same thing happen last year, though? John wanted to trade and could not find a trade partner. Is he asking for too much? I don't know if it's as much that. I think it's probably just more that it's been a little bit more lack of movement, I think, over the last couple of drafts. We had a couple of trades in this draft, but it wasn't, I think, a barn burner. But maybe he is. Certainly, we're not doing as much movement recently. King Bomber says 10 years from now, people will be looking at the stat that Tariq Woolen and Devon Witherspoon allowed 0 yards the entire season. Little do they know. Oh, can we hope? Oh, can we hope? And George Brady, I'm okay with BPA too. At the end of the day, I'm okay with it. I think Docs Brandon, I can't wait for you and Brendan to do a B&B show and discuss round one. We will be doing it over on Brendan's side here somewhat shortly. So I wanted to get through just the last couple comments because I was covering so much of the live session stuff I couldn't kind of discuss with you guys that this thing was going hot and heavy. But we will be back over there. Tired Canadian, Mazi, Murphy, Bresee, all would have been better picks at 20. They all probably would have made me happier at 20. Yes, that's probably true. NG Top Steppa says, who are the other good defensive linemen left? You basically have a crew, if we want to go good, and we're using that term a little loosely at this point as we get in the second round. Adetwami, Adewari, Keanu Benton, Keon White, Zach Pickens. Those would be my kind of top guys that you got on the board at this point, Steppa. Dupree Squid, when you hopping on with B, we will be doing it probably here in just a few minutes overall. So just a matter of, we'll probably kind of be dialing this down here pretty soon. And then I'll be bopping over to his side. Jay Dellis, if Gervon Dexter got picked, I might start slapping my head on the table. And I don't mean that theoretically. James, I completely agree. I've been saying all along Carter's issues were too much. Such a shame. Literally the perfect Seahawk need plus talent otherwise. I ain't going to squawk a single bit. As much as I loved him, as much as I know I'm a little bit lukewarm on these first couple of picks, not super over the moon, not down. I'm not coming back to it going, you should have taken Carter. You should have taken Carter. I do trust, as I've said, in the fact that John looked at the situation and said, I don't like what I'm seeing character-wise here for being a guy I'm taking in the 5th pick. It's just too much of a risk for us. Understandable from my standpoint on that. There was plenty of smoke coming out of that building to believe that there was fire inside. Flag Sabbath is still shocked, but not in a Collier kind of way. Yeah, exactly. Dustin says, appreciate how much time you spend interacting. My favorite, the best Hawks channel. Thank you, Dustin. I do love my interactions here, man. I really do. It's fun going through this, and I know today was going to be emotional. I think everybody did pretty good considering I know how heightened everything is right now a little bit with stuff. You know, I get it. Scum Sunny says, imagine we get Benton, Washington, Hall. Would you think that makes our picks? Would you that makes up for our picks? That's a good question. I'd feel better about him. I would feel better about it, Scum. And I've tried to, as much as I know I'm coming to some conclusions here, I am trying to, even if it's just to remind myself through this process to say, okay, let's let all the picks come down the pike and see where they all fall at the end of the day to make our determinations. So I do have to acknowledge that part within it too. James, the draft room did not look super stoked for some reason. They were a little low energy. Maybe the cams were just catching them at the wrong times, but they were not jumping up and down, high fivings, chest bumps, hip taps. We weren't getting any of that. Tommy, I think Cancey would have been the pick if he had been there for us, but yeah, that him taking up ahead of us was a brutal turn of the screw. Wicked Garden says, I want GSN to prove me wrong. Me too, man. Me too. I hope I'm wrong about the kid as far as, no, I think like I said, I think he'd be Amon St. Brown. You know, that'd be a productive player if he's that. I dig Docs. Brandon, no matter who Schneider picked, Pumpkin is still cute. Well, we got that at least. Here, if we can't be satisfied by the picks, let's at least bring the cat into view, right? Yeah, I want you close. What you doing? What you doing? I agree, Gene. We need to get a good route running in there. We need a slot guy, Gene. You're not wrong. We do need a slot. And that's been a missing portion of this offense kind of for a couple of years. Because really Tyler's just now maintained more being on the outside. Will says it could have been worse. We could have taken Emmanuel Forbes. Commanders fans are raging right now. That would have been worse. That would have been definitely worse. No doubt. Carroll compared Witherspoon to Polamalu? Wow. I hope we get the cornerback version of Polamalu. That'd be amazing. Yeah, John, I think Gonzalez, if you're running, my take on it, John Robinson, would be if Gonzalez is running a pure zone situation, then he's maybe the better player than Witherspoon. But if you're talking about going to a man-based scheme, to me, Witherspoon is then the better player. Witherspoon is the better tackler, but Gonzalez has got just pretty flawless technique when it comes to zone, stacking, pinning receivers on the sideline, that kind of thing. He compared his mentality to Polamalu. No, I knew what he meant on that one, Flag. That makes sense. I was doing that with Sidney Brown, Devin Witherspoon's teammate. So it's an interesting comparison by Carroll. I saw that in the teammate. Ski Nation, that's funny. George Brady, you feel like Gonzalez is the more versatile corner? I mean, when it comes down to it, I guess from my standpoint, Gonzalez is kind of the zone guy. Witherspoon's kind of the man guy. But I did feel like Witherspoon did better in zone than Gonzalez did in man. For whatever that's worth. Witherspoon will come up and hit you, I'll tell you that. He definitely puts his nose in there. He's not scared. Hawks fan says Keanu Benton and John Michael Schmitz tomorrow. Let's get it. Let's get it. Jerome P says, we have 8 more picks. Holy smokes, we're just getting started. We're just getting warmed up. Brian says, and I told you why I think that, not going to change my mind, talking about 3 tight ends with 3 tight end sets with mid tight ends. Understandable, man. I get it. They're going to be dangerous here with these 3 wide receiver sets. My host says, Schneider said they know they need to help in defensive back, but they had to stay true and take BPA. I think you meant defensive tackle. And I would definitely say that that's not empty talk on his part. I would think, I think it's true. Tommy says, turns out BPA is boring. George says, if Carter next season goes and turns out to be a beast and has no off the field issues, do you think that should lead to Schneider and Pete's firing? Great question, George. I would be hesitant to ever have one pick come down to being the difference on firing a head coach or a general manager. I would think that you want to do some move like that. You want it to be the accumulation of a multitude of things. So I would never like to make just one choice based on that. The other thing with this Carter situation is that he may clean himself up off the field, but there's probably a lot of tangible evidence that points to him having some troubles and problems off the field. That if I'm coming back as an owner saying, I'm going to fire you for this decision of not taking this player, and you come back and you hand me this stack of information that you had at your disposal to read through that showed him to be truly problematic. And I mean, we were hearing stories about this kid not even being willing to be coached when he was on the football field, much less the conditioning issues that we also heard about. You know, if that stuff was true and that was in that binder, how as you as an owner can fire them for that decision when there was so much there that would have pointed to it just as likely going sideways. And I can get, that's why I do say I do support and understand them not going with it, because I don't have that information at my disposal like those guys do. And they're more well educated on that than I am, and I'm always going to lean back on other parties that are a little bit more well educated on the information they have at their grasp. I can look at game film. I can't put the private investigators out there in Georgia, and I don't have any contacts with the coaches in Georgia. S. Kelty says, straight B for me. Both players are great and will be above average starters at worst. We need to get a D-line help tomorrow and ideally some O-line. Kelty, I think we're in agreement. I'll go B as well so far. Wu-Tang says, I'm not mad at JSN at 20, just didn't need a cornerback at 5, even though Witherspoon is a great player. I'm bummed out about Carter, and Philly got him. Me too. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael, I do appreciate you, brother. Says, just watched Pete's and John's presser. They were asked a lot of questions about the lack of run support, and Pete dodged the question like Neo from the Matrix. Did he do this move, Michael? Was that the move he did? While the reporters are firing their automatic machine gun over the top of his chest. I bet they're having to do a little dancing out there, man. It's a good question for the reporters to be asking. I'll tell you that. It's a valid question to be asking. What is the plan here? It was your run defense that was the problem last year. You've dropped 4 defensive linemen. You've got 2. You got no more money to spend. Where are you getting these guys? A lot of work to do tomorrow to try to go find those, Michael. A lot of work to do to go find them. But there still is the opportunity to do so. So hope is not lost. Neo may still yet learn, Michael, how to do all the super fast moves where he can just stop the bullets. So tomorrow they're just going to stop the bullets and pick a defensive tackle. Just like that. Thank you, though, for the $5 dono. Marcus, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, this explains why they let Ryan Neal go. So I guess, and Marcus, and you're not alone. Somebody else has mentioned this in the chat, that this is, as soon as Witherspoon was taken, that this is why Ryan Neal was let go. And I guess I'm just a little unsure on why one is connected to the other, because Ryan Neal wasn't an outside cornerback. Ryan Neal was a safety. So why does the Witherspoon pick explain Ryan Neal's release? Because I guess you're spending so much money on Witherspoon now as an outside corner, and you were looking to lower down the overall total cost of your secondary, knowing that you might make that pick with a corner at 5. I guess that's maybe what you mean with that. I'm not quite connecting the 2 and 2 together, though, because one is an outside corner, one is a safety, really, / dime corner, I guess. Something like that. Something like that. Let's see what my buddy says here. So you guys want to let me get you hyped up here. Let's see if my buddy D-Mac is not coming through, dang. See, D-Mac, this is why you need to send me the video. Earlier. You sent me a video and it's not uploaded, so I can't give you guys my thoughts, but he loved the guy, so he was definitely on board with Witherspoon. He was a big wither. He was a big old Witherspoon. I can't believe Tampa Bay went for Kancey. That shocked me too. Joe, that was an interesting pick on their part. I thought they were going to go a lot of other ways. Jim Campbell says D-line will suck. Teams know we need a defensive line and we'll draft ahead of the Hawks. Could get some teams jumping ahead of us. That's for sure. You've got the Steelers, Cardinals definitely probably could use some defensive line help. The Lions could use some defensive line help here. They've not addressed it yet in this draft. The Colts probably don't go defensive line. Certainly in front of us, the Rams with the 5th pick in the 2nd round could absolutely look at going after some defensive line help. So there are some teams up there that could jump up and grab, certainly ahead of us, especially with there only being so few kind of really left. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Very, very interesting day. James is surprised, still available. Levis, Mayer, Branch, Washington, all the centers. Yeah, the Branch one does shock me. I thought he was going to get in the 1st round somewhere with the value that he brings as a slot safety kind of cat. Levis falling, very, very interesting. Where does Levis go tomorrow? Does Levis go to the Rams? Did the Los Angeles Rams get their hands on Will Levis? He has just been playing in their system in college. Ooh, imagine the Rams landing their quarterback in the future in the 2nd round. I thought you were going live with Brendan. I am, and we're going to go ahead and wrap this up here soon. So it's about time to go over there here to Brendan's side of the channel here, and I will certainly be back tomorrow. So we're going to kind of get the wrap up in here a bit because I'm going to go over to the B&B channel here, over to Seahawks Brendan Nelson, as we do kind of a wrap up on this. Pandalorian, do you think Jackson's on the hot seat now with the Witherspoon was drafted? I think for starting, yeah. To be released, I'm not sure. I would think that they would at this point probably just ride with the 4 cornerback deep Pandalorian. You know, just ride with your 4 corners as is, and you have good depth and good top end talent there on the front side of it. Brian says, awesome, crazy draft day today. Just wait till tomorrow. Enjoy. I'm enjoying the whole process, man. There is no doubt about that. So whether it goes the way I want, goes the way I want, or I'm a little bit confused, or I'm still having fun with you guys on this. And I love doing this, man. It's fun when it's going hot and heavy. Those picks are coming. You don't know what's going to happen. It's amazing. Ray-Bans, because Love was an option at slot corner, now that means Kobe isn't. It does, yeah. I think Love goes to the slot. Addison says, if Levis is available in the 2nd, then I'm so down. Boy, you want to talk about causing even more divisiveness in this draft. There'll be those people who really love it, and those people will be like, oh, no. But the value's there at that point. Can't deny that. Omega says, the Hawks Nest Jay-Z jersey of power remains undefeated, B. Mine kind of does. Mine kind of does too. I guess my largen is also sort of. BZ, yeah, Kancey is a perfect fit for Tampa Bay. I just thought they had other needs they would look to have addressed, but they probably loved Kancey every bit as much as I loved him or others were loving him too. Sean Rachuk says, if anyone thinks rookies are going to fix your run game or your lines immediately, you're crazy. Cross and Lucas were lightning strikes. It's usually hard to find that value that early. That's true. Sean Hines says, with Witherspoon, the Seahawks can easily do single high coverage and load the box. You can. It's hard to run on an 8-man front, regardless of the level of talent. It is difficult. It is tough. Tommy Eaton, I'm not sure I think the draft starts 4 tomorrow, I think. Got to double check that. Jonas says, Brandon, I feel good. I feel one good situation that could manifest is Geno being someone that people were out on last year. It could be good for JSN, help keep that chip on his shoulder with support of the quarterback. Both of those guys are going to help each other out tremendously. No doubt about that. And having a little bit more of There was times last year with even Eskridge on the field at moments where Geno would get frustrated and he wasn't picking up side adjustments. And, he's going to get so much of a better level of play out of that slot so much more consistently, I think. Can't help but think that's going to help the offense out overall. And it will be a big boon to this team, at least offensively speaking. Megan says the Hawks Nest 2 years, 2 from Hawks Nest, 2 from 2 in 2 years. Cross last year and no Carter has the JS jersey of power, undefeated, and me waiting for you to tell me how good Jay-Z is, Dave Craig. Hey, I only had to do that if Carter was taken, Megan. That was only on the table if Carter was taken. Now I get to take my ball and go home. take my Dave Craig ball and go home. Tired. I say go all out on offense on day 2 of the draft and get O-line, tight end, and running back help, and possibly a super fast receiver like Trey Palmer. Let's go, Tighter Canadian. Sounds good for me, man. Sign me up. Sign me up. Addison says Jackson's out as a starter. Honestly, I've had some time to think about it. I'm not pissed about it. Witherspoon is a tremendous upgrade. We got the best wide receiver and cornerback in the draft. Could prove to be true there. Could very well be proven to be true. Dustin Cole, when do you think we go center guard? Lots of needs still. We go center, I think, earlier than guard, Dustin. And I think the earliest you'd look to go center would be the second round pick. But they probably wait on into the 3rd round to get it done because they've got to get to the defensive line probably first tomorrow. King Bomber says, where are all the BPA sticklers now? Yeah, you look quiet. It's like, sure. Ethan says, I'm not a Torrance fan in the first, but what are thoughts about 37? I don't know if he fits for me, really, Ethan. I just don't think that he's really scheme fit for the mobility stuff that you want to have done. He also struggles for me at times in pass protection in a way that has me concerned. I think his value's been just a little bit overrated, but PFF had him as like the highest graded guard last year in all of college football. So I will say that. Andrew Shute, I am liking our picks more and more as I think about it. It's a very common sentiment that's being presented here in the chat by a couple of different people in that respective things. I don't hate the picks. I'm not down on the picks at all. I give it like a B grade. It's fine. It's solid. It's okay. But they will help this team. They will for sure. Mbaku, how can you be mad at the Hawks for taking their top corner and top wide receiver before anyone else? Our positions of strength have the potential to be elite. I am definitely not in that stance. So I'm not mad, angry, upset, or anything like that. It's just more of lukewarm for me. But I'm okay with it. I can understand them going for their value on the board. And I am a guy that is the stickler, as someone else was mentioned above, about where's the sticklers on BPA. I am a stickler in that. And so I'm not going to become hypocritical now and saying, well, because you didn't get the guys I wanted from BPA. That's silly, right? That's childish. So I don't think that way. I'm glad they went for BPA. I think they went for value here. I don't think they stretched for need. I think that's encouraging. And that usually does bring out the best draft success. So I'll trust in that for sure. Roxanne Roll with another $10 donation. Thank you, Roxanne, for the donation. Very kind of you for all the donos today. Says, I don't hate the picks. Interesting that our 2 picks started the run on wide receivers and a mini run on the defensive backs. So much more yet to be revealed. Like Rush said, always hopeful, yet discontent. See you for today. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Roxanne. And always hopeful, yet discontent. So there is always that hopefulness. They can turn this stuff around a little bit more. And it did indeed. You had the corner taken. And I think that caused, I think the Lions probably would have gone for Witherspoon at 6 if you didn't take him, seeing as how that they were going to pass on Carter. And we did see after Jackson was taken, we had to run 4 receivers taken straight in the first round as soon as Jackson was taken. So I think that was also pretty well telling at that point in time and how that sort of boiled down and broke down, so to speak. But thank you, Roxanne. Appreciate the donation. Scott Pugh coming in with a $50 donation. And we have absolutely set a record in donos today on the channel and stream. I thank all of you for all of those donations. David, thank you for the $50 dono, man. I really do appreciate you on that. Very kind of you, brother, in that respect of things. He says, you just have to want to tackle. This game is about tackling, defending the run. It's everything. That's always been to me. I've always been confident. I've kind of been undersized my whole life. So tackling is what I do. And, oh, sorry, you're doing quote. I got the quotation on the end there, David. So let me get this is a quote. So this is a Devin Witherspoon quote. Let me reread it. You only had one side of the quotation there, David, so I couldn't see the first. He says, you just have to want to tackle. Says Devin Witherspoon. This game is about tackling, defending the run. It's everything. That's always been me. I've always been confident. I've kind of been undersized my whole life. So tackling is what I do, Devon said. Just saying, folks. Well, thank you for the $50 donation, David. Very, very kind of you. Amazing. That never seems enough, as I say, to just say thank you. But I really do appreciate it, sir. I salute you for all of your support tonight on this channel, and you as well. And I think you've done multiple donations over tonight. So thank you for that. The best tackling cornerback in NFL history is a man by the name of Antoine Winfield, the senior. And he was an undersized guy, played with Buffalo, then went to Minnesota. The guy was 5'8", but widely regarded as the best tackling cornerback in history. And he did it with technique. He did it he did it with understanding the importance in stopping the run and not just being a guy that a lot of corners you go in and watch the tape on and they're just going through the motions and they're just kind of getting blocked up. And then they kind of try to make it look like they're giving a half-hearted effort to break off of their block, but they're really not. That's not this guy. This guy is a true willing run defender, a guy that's going to be a presence in that realm of things, that you're going to feel him in that respect of things. And he's going to come up and he's going to hit you. He's not looking to just tackle you. He'll lay a hit on you too, even at his size. And I've always felt that way, that he talks about with that too, that it is a will thing. And that just because you are an undersized guy doesn't always mean it's a death knell for you as a tackler. The best tackling probably cornerback in this class, Brian Branch, 190 pounds, 190 pounds. Sidney Brown, another one of the really, to me, good tacklers in this draft. I watch him. He's a small, undersized guy. So it's not a death knell necessarily, David, to be a little bit undersized in that respect. And I don't think I have any worries with Devin at all as far as his ability to cover or his ability to tackle. He's going to be able to do both of those things and do both of those things really well. Is he able to do them great? Is he able to do them at a star level? That will be the question at play that we'll have to see how that gets decided. But he is going to give you those two things that is going to be improvement out of what you've gotten from the position last year. I would say mightily so. So you get his impact immediately and you get the potential for a star impact down the road. And that's not going to be the worst thing to have if you're talking about going after having that is what you pull out of the 5th selection in an NFL draft. But David, thank you for the $50 donation, my man. You are very kind for that. And thank you for dropping that quote. I'd love to hear it. There's no doubt about it. I'll tell you this too, David. There is no doubt about it. You wonder whether or not you got guys that have the dog in them or they have that fighting spirit that you want to have. You think your old team has it, they don't. You think all your NFL players out there on your field have it, they don't. That edge, that chippiness, that playing with a little bit of that wildness to them in a good way. It's hard to find sometimes in NFL players. A lot more of those guys you find making the business decisions and not willing to lay it all on the line a bit. Devin Witherspoon is a guy, David, that's going to lay it all on the line. He'll put his body out there. He'll stick his nose in there. He'll go head first. He don't care. Seahawks fans are going to like watching him play. He's going to be a guy that you're going to enjoy going out in the field and watching him go about his business, especially when he gets to talking. You see him up in the ear, the little guy up in the ear, these receivers just yep. Wicked Garden, Addy and Benton, sign me up, man. If this team wants to give up future draft capital for next year's draft, they want to give up a 3rd round pick next year's draft, package it with some picks in this draft to go up and get back into the 2nd round of this draft to be able to go get a Benton and Adewari, a Benton and a Keon White. They want to do something like that. I would certainly support it. Absolutely. Megan says, Hawks Nest, nope, not until the shirtless John Zorn card is behind you in my eye line. It's got to be coming at some point. Joe DBZ says, I don't get the thinking on JSN. Expensive Doug Baldwin. Such bigger needs and the players were there to fill them. Agreed, Joe. I guess much like with Witherspoon, they just had such a high grade on Jackson Smith and Jigba. So take the highest grade you can on Witherspoon out there that existed online in the hemisphere of the online world in evaluating draft prospects. Take that grade and then think about that like that's how John Schneider and Coach Carroll viewed both of those two guys. So Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be the best slot wide receiver in the entire NFL. I would imagine that if you were to put them under a lie detector test, that would be what John Schneider's feedback would be to you. And very much similarly with the Witherspoon thing, where he would say, I believed him to be one of the best players in this draft. So it's that they see this, I think, up and top side more than the filling of the need on the other players, which we may disagree with, but I think that was what at least was pushing them. Jonah's ready if Jalen Carter's ready. Jonah's ready to fire. Garth 9, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you, Garth, for all the donos tonight on the stream as well. He says, the Orange Cat shocked my fragile mind this evening. When I thought left, she drafted right. When I thought left, she drafted right. And when I thought up, she shifted down. Stay brilliant, Orange Cat. I can't wait for the long-term reasons for this. Look at her flip over too, Garth, just as I read your dono. Like she knows, she's looking at me. She knows I'm talking about her. She's giving a super cute little look at this point. She's doing a little whine. Thanks for the $10 donation. And we're going to have to solve the cat. We're going to have to solve the cat dilemma tomorrow. Do I lift her up? Am I doing the Simba move? What's the call here from the chat tomorrow? I'm just going to have to take maybe a poll at that point to kind of figure out how we roll on this one. David Pugh, I think a lot of people are going to warm up to Devon when it's all said and done. And I'm going to do my share to get people talked into it for the most part. Have some hesitancies, have a little bit of, I wish we would have gone a different direction, but don't have a wonder about whether or not he's going to be a really good player for us, because he will be. I hope he will be. And let's get the last couple of questions on into the chat here as we round out to 10 o'clock. I got to bounce over to Brendan's channel here because I know he's chomping at the bit to get us to go live on his side. I will be streaming the next 2 games really long, next 2 days, really, really long. So we're definitely going to keep this going tomorrow, but let's go ahead and put a little bit of a capper if we can today on just the last couple of questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations, all those type of things. Dustin says a large part of not knowing if he would be available at 5 once we assumed, I think that is largely what fueled our reactions in shock. Agreed. And certainly I'm as guilty of anybody of fanning the flames of the Jalen Carter love in the Seahawks fan base. I'm the guy who put the Cortez Kennedy connection there. I'm the guy trying to, that has remained super hyped on him through this process. So I know that I've certainly been one of the voices out there who hasn't exactly been the sea of like, well, pop your brakes. Let's take our time on this. Let's let the process play out with Carter. I've been like, no, you get him now. So I've been with it. I've been a perpetuator of it. That's for sure. Oh, no. Six rounds left. That's right. David says, I think wait until the end of this draft until you judge this draft fully needs to be how you go about it. Agreed. And that's how I'm going to go about it. I'll analyze the individual picks, but we're not going to come to any full conclusion on the draft until we get to that ends point and we can kind of make a full read of the scene. How does it all look? Give me the full view. 10 picks. Cody says, we can't deny Witherspoon hits like Bam Bam Cam and covers like Sauce does. I think they're going for Legion of Boom 2, maybe Legion of Doom. Now all the good D linemen got drafted at the end of the first. That's a problem. It is a problem. But you are going to create, in many ways, Cody, you're creating even a different secondary than the type you did with Legion of Boom. Because Brandon Browner was a very good cornerback, gave you some good play out there. But you are getting now the potentiality of having 2 true shutdown corners on the outside. And especially if, Cody, they're going to lean into playing more man-based principles, you could have even more of a dangerous, lethal effect out on the outside with your corners at that point. Seattle Wade says, everyone hoping we get a decent defensive tackle in second round is funny. Just hoping. Sean Chunk says, Damon Snacks Harrison was one of the best nose tackles in the game. Someone want to remind me where he was drafted? Well, he was like a six rounder, right? It's a great point. David Pugh says, I'm seeing some hateful stuff on Twitter and in here from fellow Hawk fans to another. It was getting a little bit starting to go sideways in that place too, right at the end, right after Jackson's pick. So I'm going to try to keep it calm, David, in through the chat. And I hope we can keep it calm. The disagreement's going to be there through the couple days, but I'm going to try to as much as I can, at least in this place, in our spot here, keep this as a refuge, because I know at times Twitter's just going to be insane, and it just doesn't, it's not productive name calling. It's not productive to get super toxic. It might make you feel better. You know, it always makes people nice feel better to hit somebody with a stick, a verbal stick, but it doesn't really produce much in the way of pushing the ball forward as far as the discussion is concerned. And I think we did really good for the most part today. This was going to be a little bit of a controversial draft. Whether you sit on the right side of feeling good about it or bad about it with these two first selections, it was going to be controversial. I think all things being equal, the 12th man did pretty good, especially within my draft here with the, where things were at. Wicked Garden, thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Copperwise, the Hawks Nest, you said slot receiver not worth the pick. Did I say that? Did I say a slot only is not worth the pick? Well, my bad. I misspoke on that. Happens from time to time. We have entered an age where it is worthwhile to take a slot wide receiver with the first pick. I think what bothered me in taking a slot with the first pick here as much as anything is the fact that you go away from the tight end sets as much now. And I thought a lot of the success you had last year in being a great team offensively came from having those 2 and 3 tight end sets. And that now you kind of draw that back a little bit. But he's a first round worthy slot player. I had him on my big board going at like 11th in this draft to Tennessee. He was going to probably go to, if not the Chargers, then the team after that with the run of 4 receivers after he was picked. So it's not a crazy reach. It's not where you're taking a guy who should have gone the second round in the first, so if I misspoke on that, I'm sorry. Definitely is possible. I might've said something kind of like that. Not the way I meant it though, I guess. Tommy says we also got Alton Robinson back. He was good against the run too. Don't forget about him. We do have Alton back in the play. Field Rising. They drafted the two best players at their positions, reaching for a defensive tackle would have been so dumb. Very well could have proven to be the case on that, where the value was better going that round. And I will support him for it because I do think it's a value-based draft, and that's what I wanted to see. Lion Garcia, what a weird draft. Very strange draft, man. Very strange. Benton's still there, Phil. Benton's still there. I like me some Benton. Risen says, I think Jamal may be our edge rusher. Laughing out loud, 100% serious. Well, they're going to use him a lot, I guess, on the blitz. I'm hoping. Grug Spoon, Tariqa Stan are going to be insanely great duo for years to come. They're very dynamic and complement each other very well. Both are going to be locked down beasts for years to come. I love it, man. I love it. Wicked Garden, forums, Twitters melting down over the JSN pick. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it for sure. It's going to get a little toxic out there. We're going to have to strap in here over the next couple days, maybe. Put your helmets on. Get the plastic face plates over the top, like they use for the riot gear stuff. Okay. Who brought the batons? Who's got the batons? Did you bring it? Megan, did you get the batons? We're going to have to get who got the shields? David, do you bring the shields? I need the riot shields out here, man. Keanu Benton's the guy. That's my number one guy of any of the guys right now in that early second round pick I'd be locking in on. That is the number one guy for me on the board. If he lasts there and he's sitting there, I'm going to be like, Keanu Benton. Marcus B28, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate it. He said, continued from my earlier super chat. Let me bring it back over to where your first one had been at here. Explains why the Ryan Neal goes. Okay. He said, yes, Neal is not a corner, but he did help as a dime. They can now keep Miles, Michael Jackson, and Trey Brown and Bryant as nickel and dimes. Okay. That makes sense. That certainly makes sense. So it's a little bit better way of finding them a pathway to getting on the field, I think is what you're kind of saying with that. And I'm good with that. That makes sense to me. As well as I could even understand it if it was a matter of Marcus on the other end, like I was proposing on it earlier, where it's just a matter of what they were trying to do was, what they were essentially trying to do was slice a little bit of money off the top there. You're paying Jamal, you're paying Quandre Diggs, right? You're going to potentially be going for Devin Witherspoon. It's going to cost you like 8 or 9. So you're just looking to slice a little bit off on top of the Julian Love deal that you signed. Where you're like, we can't spend $60 million on a secondary. That'd be just ridiculous. Well, let's get it down to 57. But yeah, that does open that up a little bit more for those guys to come out there. Especially, I think that would jump out above all else there, Marcus, is you probably have Julian Love as the slot guy, and then dime, you're bringing Brian out there as now your dime corner. which makes sense. Makes complete sense on that standpoint of things. So thank you for expanding on that, on the deal there. That makes a lot more sense in the way you explain that. Thank you for the donation too. I do appreciate it. Parker Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. My God, I cannot believe the support that we've had tonight as far as the donations. You guys have been wonderful. He says, hi. So who were the C? Okay, hold on. It's tough when I'm 5.5 hours in. You guys make me translate here. I try to figure out what you're saying. It says, hi. So who were the C supposed to get at 5? And is Jackson Smith him, like, if you were to compare him to another player in the league, like, who would that be? Okay. I think I get what you're saying on that. Thank you for the $5 donation, Parker Smith. I really do appreciate it. Who were the Seahawks supposed to get at 5? So who were the Seahawks supposed to get at 5? And is Jackson? I don't know if there's supposed to get. I mean, Jalen Carter was definitely the pick that most people were really gravitating towards wanting to see. I think that was probably the preference in the fan base above all else. I think Tyree Wilson, Calijah Kancey, maybe even an offensive lineman there, Skoronski. I think that there probably would have been a good 4 or 5 other guys that might have been more popular if we were to take a general poll from the Seahawks fan base about who the preference would have been at number 5. So I think there would have been any number of a couple of other different names there that people would have been on board with having picked there. The guy that I compare Jackson Smith and Jigba to at the next level, and I feel very good about this comp. Some people have tried to do the Edelman comp out at the Patriots. That one doesn't feel as pure a fit to me. He seems more to me to be more like Amon St. Brown. Real great short area quickness, real great change of direction, kind of the ideal build and sort of how they play for what you want out of a slot receiver with the skill set that they bring to bloom. So I would go with Amon St. Brown. A guy that can almost just, blink his eyes and have 75 catches for you in a given year. A chain mover on third down. Thank you, though, Parker, for that donation. I do appreciate it. David Pugh in with a $5 donation. Thank you, David Pugh, for another dono, man, on top of the $50 drop. You're amazing. He says, and someone get this man a shield. Black Panther said to Keanu Benton as he handed him a Seahawks-themed shield. That's it, man. David, I'm going to rip that off. If we do take Benton, I'm stealing that. I'm going to rip that clip out of the end game, and I'm going to stick Keanu Benton's head on top of Captain America at that point. So I'm totally taking that one, David. But give me Benton tomorrow. Give me Benton or give me death. Give me death. But Benton is my guy. That's the guy that's going to make me feel way better about these next 2 picks if we can pull him out with the first selection in the second round tomorrow. Go back with Benton tomorrow. Go back with John Michael Schmitz. We all start to feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy inside, right? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Thank you, though, David. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome for all the donos. You guys are all awesome for all the donos. I'm overwhelmed. I can't believe how much you guys put down here on the channel. It is just absolutely tremendous. Thank you so much for that. Johnny Utah, would you rather have Spoon, JSN, or Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell? Spoon and JSN. Prince TY, Brandon, do you think Devin Witherspoon is going to be our slot cornerback? He's done some slot snaps, but he's an outside guy to me. He's pure raw. I don't think you're taking a guy 5 overall to be a slot. You got Julian Love for that. You got Kobe Bryant for that. Put this guy on the slot. He's going to be at his best on the outside all day long. Somebody mentioned the Eagles. I do think that they probably had the best first round of anybody in the draft. The Colts pick Richardson at 4. He's a project with AWD9 potential. He does. Yeah. I was surprised by that. Jim Campbell, teams will run up the middle with an aging wager. Not good. Wagner, sorry, is what you're saying. I can tell you guys are getting tired too, because you guys are leaving out words and words are starting to run together for you guys. So I can tell you guys are getting to that like eyes crossed place like I am too. But yeah, it's a concern right now, man. They're going to have to do something if they don't address it hard in this draft. There's going to need to be a trade after this draft beyond what we're seeing if they don't kind of go a little bit harder at it. Megan says, hell yes on Benton, Hawks Nest. Let's get him, Megan. Let's get him. Get him. Brian Wilson, Man B, you had me all juiced up on D-line picks, and yet I love these picks tonight. I love to hear it, Brian. And I definitely got, I had my favorable way I wanted to go with it, but I'm okay with this. I'm good with this. I know I haven't been maybe as excited as I was last year and getting over the moon on these picks, but for what they are, they're fine. They're good. They'll get the job done. They'll get the job done. Joey Porter's going tomorrow? Probably. Joey might be the first. Yeah, Joey's going to Pittsburgh tomorrow, first pick. No doubt about it. Or I guess there's doubt, but I'd put money on it. Brian, Bobby Wagner's still a badass. He's the captain too. He is the captain. He can't stop the run. We got worried about him as far as pass coverage, but I still think he is a plus run defender at least. Benton and Schmitz would be amazing, Addison. I would feel way better on things. David says Steelers almost a lock for me at Porter. Don't they feel like that? I mean, come on. How do you not take the kid? He's a legacy. He's a legacy. Yasmin Witherspoon looks like a Seahawk. He's cut from that old Legion of Boom cloth. I know it's an overused phrase and people don't always like to hear it, but he is indeed cut from that Legion of Boom cloth. He has that same kind of a rugged mentality to him that you all used to love and celebrate out of our corners of old. It's been a while since we've had those kind of guys coming through here, but he is indeed that kind of guy. He is that cat. Erickson says, yes, Jackson chain mover. He is the chain mover, man. He moves them chains. Flag Sabbath says it makes me feel uneasy that CBS gave us a better grade than usual. Yeah, if CBS isn't hating on us, then I'm going to get very worried. It's a yearly event for them. Especially when Pete Prisco was there. I don't even know if he's still there. David Pugh, JCM, some would call him. Mega, Hawks Nest, I'll be out for a couple of hours watching the Kraken and on their blonde, blue-eyed Canadian coaching god on their way to their next round of the playoffs. It sounds good. Sounds good. Michael Whitey Brandon isn't happy about these picks this year because he didn't get what he wanted. Not trying to shame you, and that's all right. We still have 8 more picks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not angry about the picks though either, right, Micah? So it's like, I'm okay. I'm fine. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine. You're thinking you're gonna get the gourmet, but you got the good solid dinner. You're still eating. We're still eating over here. Brian says, I think Witherspoon will bring a consistency not seen by Mike Jack or Trey Brown. And we need to add the new wide receiver to the room and help Tyler and DK. Well said, man. Well said. Witherspoon's going to be better than any of the corners we have right now on this roster immediately. I have no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Brandon, what does Pacino think of round 1 picks? So, okay, we'll get this one out. That's the last question, though, on the dial on this one is I got to kind of bend this out. It's better if you like the pick. You want what you're going to select. It's for the better. If everyone was happy, oh, how nice that would be. We'd all be wonderful in our smiling ways. But you don't get a smile sometimes in the NFL. You got to take what you can get and push forward. And that means making sometimes the tough pick, the tough call. Or the night, I'm going to tell you, your general manager had to make that tough call, but he operated from BPA. That's value. That's value. That's how you win drafts, yearly basis. That is how you'll get yourself to a Super Bowl. Voice is definitely toasted 5.5 hours in, so that's as good as I got on that one. That's as good as I got on that one. All right, folks. We are going to go ahead and wrap this up on that, man. Scott, aloha from Hawaii, buddy. I love the picks this year. Keep doing good things, man. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you very much on that. We just got exponentially better in the past games. Says, why do I? We did indeed. I'm going to be back tomorrow, folks. We're going to be doing 2 shows tomorrow. I'll be doing the live coverage. We'll be doing the B&B show on my channel tomorrow. So be ready for that as we're going to be back here over on that side of things. We're going heavy tomorrow, going heavy the next couple of days. So do come back in here tomorrow as we're going to be going live and looking at the draft in the second round. As well, I was going to wait till the end of the draft to drop this bit of news. I'm not going to put the link in quite yet. I'll put the link in on the final day of the draft. But if you guys are wanting to get out ahead of this one, I promised it a little bit later on. I'm going to give it to you right now. I indeed was able to get my book out through onto Amazon. So currently right now, my book is out there. When the Sleeper Awoke is the name of the book, out there on Kindle, Amazon right now. So if you are looking to expand, it's a dark book. I don't recommend this for light fare. It is heavily R-rated. It is not anything like what I do on my base football channel. It is got some very dark subject matters to it. So if you do decide you guys want to go read it, I'm just letting you know in advance. This is not going to be like the football content I produce. This is going to be in a much darker realm. We will be back, though, tomorrow. And we're going to see what our Seahawks are going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. Did they bring this back to front? Do we find a way to fill up the defensive line in the second and third round? Some diamonds in the rough? Get back around to it. Make the draft look even a little bit better. No matter what on these picks where you stand. And you can hate it with them. And you can be super happy with them. And you could be one of two places on an extreme nature, and I certainly have felt that opinion from within my chat, and it sounds like that same opinion is out there on Twitter. But I feel like the place I come from, even though I might land on the side of not being just super tremendously over the moon in the picks, is that I can see the solidity in the picks. I can see where their philosophy was born out of in the picks. I have railed for years saying I want BPA. I want them to trust the value of the board. I want that to drive the day. Now, I don't get to just say that so that it ends out in the results that I want to see on top of that, right? You want them to run that philosophy. It doesn't mean that now they're going to run that philosophy and their board's in exact alignment to my board. And no, they're doing the thing I really do want as a base. I know I'm going to disagree with or not come to the same conclusions of the front office on certain players, but I do want them to be moved by the value of their board. And if they are in love with Witherspoon as they appear to be, if they are as in love with Jackson Smith and Jigba as they appear to be, then they trusted the value of their board and they let that drive their day. And I think at the end of the day, in building your football roster, if you're letting that be your ideology and your philosophy, that's going to build out the strongest possible team at the end of the day. I do trust in that. I do feel like a lot of the failures that we've had over the last 5 and 6 years in our draft have come from the fact that we've reached instead of leaned back on need. That's how you failed in drafting. It's not going for value, it's going for need. And Schneider told you that himself multiple times over this offseason. So they've not backtracked into their old ways, which had caused the recent failures. It may not be as exciting or blisteringly looking on the surface of it on the first night like it did last year with Cross, but it doesn't mean that they're not still operating from the same mindset and the same purposeful approach. And so it is one that I still will ultimately at the end of the day support and applaud. Even though I'm not completely on board with the players in totality, I will applaud because I think the philosophy is correct, the ideology is correct, and it is going to bring out that best possible roster at the end of the day, and maybe even a Super Bowl one. We will see. We got 2 more days left. We got 8 selections left in this draft. They are not done yet. We are just getting warmed up. So you folks get locked in. You keep your excitement. Let's keep it respectful again tomorrow as we go through and turn over these picks, as I know the emotions will be running high as ever. I appreciate you guys for the insane amount of donations I had today. I can't even begin to say thank you to you guys for how much support and love you guys send this way on this side of things. It's not enough to say thank you. It's all I kind of got on my side is kind of a response. But, from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate all of the support you guys have given me. There's not a lot of channels, I don't think, that can go out there with 11, 12,000 subscribers, which is a lot of subscribers, but be able to go out there and basically run their channel full time all day, every day, and just do what they want to do with it. And I'm able to do that because of your guys' support in that fashion of things. And thank you for that. So letting me get a head out on this kind of full-time-ishness of this channel in a way that I might have had to have waited otherwise another year, 2 years, and just do some real small amounts of content throughout, really kind of just piecemealing through. No piecemealing here. We're going full bore, full blast. I'm going to be back tomorrow with 2 shows. I'm heading over to Seahawks, Brendan Nelson's channel right now to do a breakdown on these 2 first-round picks, so feel free to jump over there onto his channel as me and him will discuss this. But until we get back tomorrow, I hope and pray you don't ever forget. Even if you're down, even if you don't like these picks, even if you're unsure, even if you're wondering if they're going to mess this draft up, even if you're sitting in that phase, and I hope to God you're not, but if you are, I'm speaking right to you. Yeah, you. Look at me. You. Yeah, no, not him. You. Don't you forget. Don't get it lost. Don't get it twisted. This roster's stacked. This roster's ready to go. We just made a playoff last year with $44 million of dead money in a rebuild year. We're coming. We're still coming. So just keep an eye on the draft. Let's see what this does in total. Let's see where it shakes out at the end of the day, all the way around, and then let's make our determination. But until we come back tomorrow, don't you forget, don't you lose the faith, my fellow brothers and sisters. I don't care if you're in the Pacific Northwest or you're across the world in another country. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.